The monster with red glowing eyes and sharp teeth was defeated in battle. Misty Flower's team pierced its head with powerful steel. The leader of Misty Flower's team bent down on his knees over the monster, and at this time his metal sword stabbed firmly into the monster. Yunha was the guy's name, and he was the man who lived his whole life for the sake of destroying monsters, and he was also a Berserk player. The guy was in one of the 8 black dungeons of the world, and no one but him had ever traveled this far, because it was the deepest and darkest places. Yunha fought his battle with the greatest monsters that could not be defeated by every person, but this guy was persistent. Player Berserk deftly and skillfully wielded his weapon, and his eyes reflected all the emotions and feelings that this guy had towards the monsters. The guy tightly clutched the sword in his hand and attacked the monsters that were several times taller than him, and these creatures were not harmless at all. Player Berserk was very focused, because at that moment he was thinking only about how he could defeat all these creatures. Yunha had fought these monsters at a rather young age. He was only 32 years old, and unfortunately, each time the guy managed to dodge more and more difficult. The tail of one of the monsters was so large that its appearance alone was terrifying, and it also looked terrifying that this tail was completely covered with sharp spikes. The guy did not immediately notice this monster, but when he turned his attention to the one, he froze for a moment from what he saw and tried to think of his next actions in the shortest possible time. The monster was nimbler and faster and launched its attack on Yunhei faster than he expected, and so the monster had every chance to overpower the guy. Player Berserk, despite his not-so-great position, did not despair and tried to launch his attack on the enormous-sized monster. The monster tried to escape from this attack, and with his tail in parallel, destroyed everything around, leaving only ruins, and the guy at the same time dodged the shards. The monster began to lose hope, but did not give up trying to strike the player, and once again opened his mouth and lunged at him. Yunha, unlike the monster, was focused, and with one deft movement of his sword, while using his strength, sent the creature to the other side. The guy had no time to recover and cope with one monster, as he saw that he was already approaching another monster that was no smaller in size, and the look of that one was also appropriate. The eyes of this creature burned bright red, and just the sight of it could not be tolerated by every person, let alone fight with it. Yunha reacted quickly and lunged with his weapon at the monster, while the emotions on his face didn't change. There was still anger and rage. The guy decided to attack the monster with his sword, but the creature was able to grab the weapon with its jaws while clutching its large teeth tightly together. The monster was endowed with such a powerful jaw that it was able to bite the guy's sword with just one firm squeeze without causing any damage to itself. Yunha was stunned by what he saw and tried to figure out what to do next, because he wasn't going to give up. The guy tried to cope with his own strength and all his experience that he gained in other battles, but the monster's power was too great. The Berserk player, because the force of the shockwave was so powerful, was thrown off into the distance, and the guy with great difficulty managed to stay on his feet. The guy from the situation did not give up, but on the contrary, he was even more excited by this moment, and tried to attack the monster again and again until he won. The two rivals were frozen against each other, and no one was going to give in to anyone, because they had a lot of persistence. The monster couldn't stand it first, and rushed towards the guy, and his eyes at this moment were filled with anger, and he was trying to destroy the player with all his strength. Yunha saw the monster's determination, and realized that he couldn't delay any longer, and used his strength to use his weapon. The sight that was from the outside looked very intimidating, and the force of the blows was incredible, but although the guy was much smaller in size, it did not prevent him from attacking. After a short period of time, the player Berserk still managed to make such a powerful attack that the monster had no chance, and the sword of the guy pierced the monster and sent it to the other world. After defeating the monster, Yunha was finally able to breathe out and catch his breath, but he didn't plan to stop and was going to go on. The guy, while fighting all these monsters, could not pay attention to what was going on around him, and now what he saw amazed him, because he could not believe that his entire Misty Flower team had been destroyed. Yunha once again looked around and made a decision to himself that none of this mattered, and he wasn't going to back down from his goals. The guy was even more angry about what had happened, and although he was upset about losing his team, he knew that he would have to deal with it all by himself and destroy the main monster alone. Yunha stuck to his goals and plans and went further and came to a huge wrought iron wall with an image of some creature on it. The leader of the team of the Misty Flower, though with great difficulty, but still managed to boil in front of the battle gate, that the guy was waiting ahead, he did not know at all. Yunha walked inside the room, trying to find anything, and mentally trying to understand and make a plan for what he should do next. The guy was surrounded by darkness, and although it stirred him from within, he knew for sure that he was moving in the right direction and was sure that the most important monster was definitely here. Although Yunha was looking for the creature he wanted, he still didn't expect the Eye of the Darkness Master to appear in front of him in a moment, and it was a very terrifying sight. A bright light pierced through the leader of the Mistflower team, and it wasn't an ordinary light, but an attack on the guy by the main monster itself. Because the force of the blow that belonged to the creature for Yunhe was so powerful that he was thrown a great distance by the shockwave. The Berserk player tried to regain consciousness, but it was not easy for him because the attack on him was of the greatest strength. The leader of Team Misty Flower was able to recover a bit and sarcastically laughed as he thought about whether this was the end of it and he would be defeated and still be in this place forever. The guy realized that this monster is strong and humanity was now too weak to fight him, and the player thought that going to the other world in this place is not so bad because it was already the deepest level to which no one has not yet reached. Yunha was thinking that he still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by a monster, but at this moment, a girl was leaning over him, shouting at him not to dare to give up. The guy recognized Li Yuan in this girl and couldn't believe his eyes that she was alive and well, and she was trying to help the guy by using her power. At the place where Yunha was injured by the monster, the girl used her power to heal him and was not going to give up, but she also demanded the same from the guy. The guy didn't understand what Li Yuan was doing and told her to leave everything as it was and run away immediately because her safety was much more important to him. The girl was very angry with Yunha and told him to stop saying all this immediately because she would not give up and would try her best to help him. Li Yuan realized that the guy's wounds were very serious, and in general, she thought that it was a miracle that he was still holding on, but the girl was still sure that she had to do anything to help him. The girl thought about the miracle, and it dawned on her that she herself should create this miracle, and then Li Yuan would be able to save the leader of the Misty Flower team. The guy woke up and came to his senses, and realized that this is how it ends what he devoted his whole life to, namely, the destruction of monsters. Yunha remembered everything that had happened to him, and had no regrets. If it were possible, he would once again devote his life to it, but he was worried that his partner was all alone. The guy couldn't calm down and couldn't stop thinking about it, but there was nothing left for him but to apologize to his partner for if he had ever done something wrong. Yunha never liked to get attached to people, but he was worried about the girl, and it was because she had just entered adulthood and had been left alone so quickly. But he was grateful to Bakrin for seeing the best in him. Li Yuan didn't stop, and she tried to convey to the guy by shouting that she still wouldn't leave him even if there was a restriction to return in time. The girl was sure that she absolutely did not even care about the price that would need to be paid, and at this moment her hands were clothed with a golden glow. Li Yuan knew for sure that she would save him no matter what, and at this moment something strange and incomprehensible began to happen near them. A moment later, at the place where Yunha and Li Yuan were, there was a huge explosion, and absolutely everything was engulfed in a golden glow. The guy and girl were bent over him, asking for Yunha to look at them if he was already awake, but here all he saw was not a clear image, and a bit blurry. After a while, the picture in front of him became clearer, but the people in front of them were happy that he was awake. In front of this guy and girl lay a baby in its crib, and who due to its age could not even talk yet. The people who were apparently the parents of this child were worried that one of them had probably woken him up, but the child didn't understand what was going on, because he had gone to the other world, and he thought so because Yunha himself was in the body of this child. The guy who was leaning over the crib, pointing at the girl, said to Yunha that it was his mom, and pointing his finger at himself, said that he was his dad, and that dad thought the baby must have woken up to look at him. Yunha reached out his hand and grasped one of his mom's fingers, and even such an action was not the easiest task for him, but he managed. Mom understood what the baby wanted to do, and from such a scene, his action, she came in a smile, because the baby wanted to hold her hand. But the father at this moment was not a lot even upset that the baby chose for this action is not him. Yunha, who was in the baby's body, realizing that this was not another world and everything was happening to him, was actually shocked by this conclusion because he could not do anything and could not even move his body normally. He finally realized that he had not gone to the other world and returned to the time when he was only 1 year old. But he thought it was all just unreal because it was impossible to just rewind time. The guy remembered the last thing that had happened to him and how Li Yuan had tried to perform a miracle, and it was this miracle that the girl had activated at the very end and allowed the impossible to happen. Yunha was no longer much surprised that Li Yuan could reverse time after the moment the girl stood on par with the 12 thrones, and the parents at this moment continued to be enthralled with their child. The boy scrutinizing his parents at that moment was touched because he could never imagine that he would be able to see the two of them again. Yunha remembered well that his parents had gone to the other world when he was only 6 years old, and they had been destroyed by monsters, and it was since then that the boy had despised monsters. After thinking over everything that had happened to him, Yunha realized that he had been given a second chance to make things right, and he vowed that he would do everything he could to make sure the future was changed. The boy, who was the leader of the Misty Flower team, mentally thought it over again and clearly decided for himself that this is how it will be, and clenched his fist. But his parents thought this action was cute and rather wanted to take a picture of it. Yunha was lying on his back and thinking about the fact that he realized that even though he was able to retain all of his memories, he was just a child now. The boy knew that this meant only one thing, that at the moment he was completely helpless, and his whole life now consisted only in the fact that he could only eat and sleep. The leader of Team Misty Flower was very grateful for the possibility that he could breathe again, which meant he could at least roll over, which the kid was trying to do. At the moment when Yunha was trying to realize this, a joyful girl stood over him and encouraged him that he would definitely be able to do everything and that he should not stop. Yuna was the name of that crazy girl who was so supportive of the kid, and she was his sister who was 4 years older. The boy realized that his memory was more vague about his sister than his parents, but he remembered one moment well and in detail. Yunha remembered a fragment from his life, that when they got into a bad situation with their car, the girl repeated to him only one phrase that she would never leave him and would always be with him. The boy remembered well that it was the day when the monsters took his family, but Yuna held him very tightly and repeated all the same words. And now his sister was just happy that her little brother had finally managed to roll over, and Yunha had tried to do it not for the first time, but only now had he succeeded. Yuna was very proud that her brother had finally succeeded, and she was just crazy about her brother Yunha and was happy about all his successes. When Yunhu was 9 months old even then, mana was everywhere, but even though he didn't have much mana, it was in the air. The guy remembered well that he was always lacking mana, and that's why he had such a hard time dealing with monsters, and he knew that now he should definitely take the opportunity to collect it, while his body would allow him to do so. The little one never stayed alone for a long time, and it was the same now, because his sister Yuna came up to him, and she was very curious about what her little brother was doing. Yunha, while he was busy trying to gather as much mana as possible, turned his attention to something interesting that was related to his sister. The guy noticed that his sister Yuna was just like a sponge that was infused with an extraordinary amount of mana, and over this Yunha really thought about it. Yunha well remembered the fact that when an individual accumulated so much energy within him, it would all end up in pycnosis, which in turn was extremely detrimental to his health. Yuna wanted to help her brother learn how to walk, but at this moment, he was thinking that he should definitely help Yuna to learn how to control her mana before anything happened. Yunhei was already 4 years old and he was happy to be able to walk and talk freely, but he still had a lot to do and was happy to spend more time outdoors. Sister took her brother out for a walk, and only this factor alone already lifted the girl's mood, because she was still crazy about her brother. Yuna brought her brother Yunha to meet her friends, and the boys were very happy to see her, because they were always happy to see her. Yunha was well aware that unlike him, his sister was very good at communicating with other people, and generally found common ground with everyone who lived in their neighborhood. The boy heard the girl address him, and it was already a rarity, because the child himself was not very sociable and more silent. Yunha heard the girl asking him why he came here in the first place, and she didn't like it and didn't really want him here. He explained to the girl he called Drin Minji that he didn't come here of his own accord. He was brought here by his sister. The girl was even more angry because she had repeatedly warned him not to call her that, to which the guy decided it would be just better to agree with her. The children on the playground asked a woman what they would play today, and she advised them that because they were outnumbered today, they should play Cossack bandits. The boy didn't understand why he had to spend his time with these kids when he was already 32 and plus 4 years old. Sister Yunhee was so happy to spend all her time with her brother, and so her smile never left her face because the girl was still crazy about him. Yuna wanted to tell her little brother the rules of the game because he was going to play Cossack bandits for the first time. The boy was willing to do much more for the sake of his sister's smile. He was very pleased to see her so happy and cheerful. After playing games with the children, went home walking along the streets of the city, and the sun was shining very brightly at that time. The boy was dissatisfied and resented the fact that after playing Cossack bandits his clothes were all in the mud, at which his sister laughed quietly. Yuna, with a smile on her face, asked her brother if he had fun and interesting when he was playing Cossack bandits. Yunha thought back on his time and realized that it wasn't worth it to obsess over the cleanliness of his clothes, because it was temporary and not important at all. The boys suddenly after a moment heard a sound, and it was the growling of a large and vicious dog which did not cease to gallop. Yuna froze in place and her face showed how frightened the girl was, while her brother was calm and focused. The boys saw in a dark alleyway among the houses a big mean dog that kept growling at them and scaling viciously. The dog's eyes were inflamed and saliva was continuously dripping from his mouth, and then the guys realized that it was a rabid dog. Yuna, despite her fear, was still determined, and with her hand tried to ward off her little brother. The girl was very tense because of her fear, and it was difficult for her to speak without stammering, but she wanted to tell her brother that everything was all right, and thus reassure him. Yuna could no longer contain her emotions and hugged her brother tightly and said that she would always be by his side. The girl was still covering Yunhei with herself for fear that the rabid dog might attack at any moment, but then the boy touched her hand. Yunha didn't stand aside anymore and came out from behind his sister's back, and thus surprised Yuna very much. The girl didn't understand what he was going to do. The boy deciding for himself that it was before he was weak and just trembling in the arms of his sister, but at this moment and in this life, everything is completely different. He remembered his sister telling him that she would always be there for him, and that memory gave him even more confidence. The boy decided to use his mana, and a moment later, his whole body was covered with a blue glow, and his sister, who was watching this action, was very surprised. The dog that had been watching the boy intently suddenly pressed its ears to the ground, and it was Yunha who had compelled it to do so. Yunha was very focused, and mentally ordered the rabid dog to get out of here and leave him and his sister alone. In a moment, the frenzied dog was already running back into a dark alleyway among the houses, and at the same time, the dog whined incessantly. Yunha was still covered in a blue glow, but the silhouette of the mad dog was almost invisible, which meant that the boy had succeeded. The boy was able to accomplish all this and fenced himself and his sister away from the evil rabid dog. But it was not all given to him so easily, and so he exhaled in relief when it was all over. Yuna stared at her little brother without blinking, and Yuna thought about how frightened the girl was. The boy tried to reassure his older sister and said that he was perfectly fine and even smiled while looking at Yuna. Yuna pounced on him with a steady stream of questions. She wanted to know how he had done it and if it was his mana, and she demanded that he teach her how to do it. Yuna listened to all these questions and thought that from the outside it looked very touching and quite expected for his sister. The boy couldn't take any more of these endless questions, and so he just agreed and promised that he would teach Yuna. Yuna remembered another point he had thought of earlier, that he was going to help his sister in this matter as it was. Yuna heard the positive answer from her brother and was wildly excited and could not contain her emotions, which were all written on her face. The girl took her brother's hand and said that they should have run home a long time ago, or her mom would start to worry about them. Yunha thought about how he always wanted to just protect his sister's smile, and then he also remembered that before his body regressed and his entire family was destroyed when he was only 6 years old. The boy realized that it was necessary to prevent all this at any cost, to change the future, and in any case, not to allow such a thing to happen. Yunha was determined to achieve his goal and was willing to do absolutely anything for his family for the sake of his sister's smile. The boys were in the room, and while Yunha was watching his sister, she was trying to use her mana to spin the Eula. Yunha told her sister that this was not right, and that she needed to put enough power in the right direction so that balance could be maintained. The boy explained to Yuna that she had been born with the gift of preserving large volumes, but unfortunately she had no talent for control, but he believed that someday things would change. Yuna was very angry and very determined that this time she would succeed, and she would be able to spin this Eula the way it should be spun. Yuna's hands were embraced by a blue glow as she applied mana, and her eyes were filled with determination at this moment. The girl, with all her anger, directed her mana at the Eula, and it flew back to the wall. At that moment, Yunha sighed heavily and said that his sister still needed to study and learn. The screen showed a girl with a bouquet in her hands and with tears in her eyes, telling her viewers that it was an honor for someone as undeserving as her to receive such a meaningful award. The whole family gathered in the room and watched TV sitting on the couch, and they were all fascinated by what they were broadcasting, except for the boy himself, because he was skeptical about it all. The boy's mom remembered and said that next year, Yoonhee will turn 6 and go to kindergarten. Yunha was completely sure that he didn't need any kindergarten, but his mom reminded him of the promise he had made earlier. The boy remembered that his constant whining had made his parents give up on the idea of sending him to kindergarten, but he promised his mother that he would go to kindergarten as soon as he was 6. Yunha couldn't believe that he would be stuck among the noisy children who started crying for any reason for a long time yet, and just thinking about it gave him a headache. The TV presenter was telling at that moment that there was only 1 minute left till the end of the current year, and reminded his viewers that today will leave a trace in the history of mankind. The speaker asked now to be more attentive to all the viewers who were watching TV at this moment and waiting for the end of the year. The reporter girl broadcasted that she was with her team at Jeonmei Temple and said that their ancestors who were members of the Joseon dynasty were buried there, and that this was the place where a new chapter in Korean history would begin. Yunha was very skeptical of all these words and disagreed with the presenter's words about the new head of the entire human race. He remembered well that after mankind had discovered mana, people had only been using it constantly. The boy knew very well that people did not take into account the fact that when using mana generates monsters, and so in 1999 year, just before the beginning of the 21st century, there was an incident, namely, the end of the world. He couldn't forget that back then about 30% of the entire population had been lost, and those were crazy numbers. The boy remembered what humanity was experiencing at that moment, and it was shaking with fear because people had to get along with the threat of monsters that came out of nowhere. He remembered the moment when all the government and laws lost all their power, and the only power that could win was mana, and it created a new hierarchy in the world. The most powerful people and players with powerful mana had united into a new force. But the problem was that by the time the situation had stabilized, humanity had already suffered great damage, because cities had lost contact with each other and large areas remained in isolation, and their destruction was a matter of time. In Korea, which at that time was already full of despair, a small light was lit, and all people began to live with this hope. A beautiful girl dressed in a beautiful dress was completely enveloped by the blue glow and continued to walk majestically. The girl was very beautiful. About this fact could be said by anyone in Korea. All people admired this girl because she was beautiful for them, and if someone had already looked at her, he could not take his gaze from such beauty. Lim Ga-il was the girl's name, and she was originally a popular actress, but became the first goddess protector of all of Korea. The girl could stop the effects of mana and dispel it, and she was also endowed with the gift of white grace. It was decided that all players who defended the altar would become sword defenders of Korea, called the 12 Thrones. The boy knew that the players were run by the Mana Control Bureau, but the strongest of them create their own clans. Lim Ga-il, because she had the rare gift of being able to stop monsters, and was a very influential person in Korea, and was therefore chosen as one of the 12 Thrones. Johan knew that players who became a throne and belonged to a clan could use the power of the Bureau, while also controlling the power of their clan. They did all this so they could have a way to monitor player activity. Great hopes were placed on those defenders of Korea that they would use all their strength. Lee Ga-il really hoped that in the future the work of 12 Thrones would bear great fruit for Korea. The girl approached a sphere that stood on a hillock, and this sphere was completely enveloped in a blue glow. Lee Ga-il appealed to the gods of earth and heaven and asked them to give her the strength to protect this country from adversity. The girl to this sphere continued to apply mana, and its glow became brighter and brighter. After breaking through the barrier, the sky above the city was completely illuminated with a bright blue glow. The anchorwoman continued her live report and told her viewers that right now a cocoon was unfolding in front of them that was a semi-spherical barrier that would keep the mana from raging, and it was coloring the skies of all of Seoul. Yuna heard the latest news on TV and jumped up from the couch and ran to the balcony to see for herself. The girl watched carefully and intently from her balcony at everything that was happening while her brother stood at her back. She finally got to see what the girl reporter was talking about, and she couldn't help but be delighted. Yuna was not the only one watching everything that was going on, because practically every citizen of Seoul was doing the same thing as the girl. Her whole family was already out on the balcony, and not a girl could not keep silent about how beautiful the sky of their city was at night. The boy's father prayed and was very grateful to all the gods that now they could all finally live in peace. Mom bowed her head at this point too, and was very grateful to the goddess for everything that had just happened. Not only did the boy's parents do this, but in almost every home the pattern was very similar because they were all grateful for what they had been given. Yuna decided that she didn't want to be left out either and wanted to pray, which she did. The girl beckoned for her younger brother to bring words of gratitude as well, but Yunha himself wasn't going to do it. Yunha just did not understand why all people do it, and most importantly to whom they pray, because the boy was sure that there were no gods in this world. The boy thought so, because he remembered that when everything came to an end, the gods were also destroyed. In every house one could see silhouettes in the windows that never ceased to watch intently all that was happening in the sky above their city. The boy also looked up at the sky and noticed that the skies above the city were beginning to turn black. Yuna at this time continued to still pray, and the girl asked the gods most of all to let her family live happily. Yunha was touched by what he heard from his sister because family was the most precious thing to him. He did not hold back any longer and began to pray himself, and he wanted most of all for his family that they and he together with them would be happy in this life. The boy Yunhei was 6 years old, and the very incident that had taken his entire family was getting sadly closer. The boy's parents sent Yunhu to a kindergarten called Do-an, which meant evergreen pine trees, by the time he was 6 years old, as promised. Teacher Tayo asked all the children for attention and silence, because he was telling them that a new friend was joining them today. The cheerful teacher Tayo asked the boy that perhaps he himself would like to introduce himself to his new friends. The kindergarten boy only said his name was Yunha, and he was 6 years old, and he thought that was enough. Yunha, already at the very end, looking at all the children who were sitting in front of him, added only that it was a pleasure to meet them. Tayo's teacher delicately told the boy that it was very short and that Yunha might want to add something else, because the teacher was sure that the children wanted to be friends with the boy. Yunha didn't think he needed children as friends, and as soon as he said that, he heard the voice of someone he didn't expect at all. A girl who was sitting among the other children indignantly started asking what Yunha was doing in this particular kindergarten group. Yunha recognized his acquaintance in the girl who was talking, and she was the same Drine Minji, and the boy wasn't too happy about the fact that she was in this group either. The girl could no longer contain her emotions and jumped up indignantly, saying that she had already asked him not to call her that. Teacher Tayo tried to reassure the children that they would still have free time before lunch and asked them to be more friendly to Yuchna. The children apparently missed the teacher's words and request and all together rushed to the surprised and frozen boy. Yunha could hear the children's questions from all sides, such as where he lived, whether he wanted to play mother's daughter, or whether he knew how to add and subtract. The teacher looked at them and thought that everything would probably be all right. Yunha could barely escape the endless stream of questions, and once again he was convinced that he didn't particularly enjoy contact with other children. The boy came across a children's book corner and decided that although these books were for babies, they were an opportunity to pass the time in silence. In the children's library, a girl with a red bow in her hair was already sitting at the table, watching the boy who had just arrived in surprise. Yunha, however, did not notice anything or anyone around him and continued to sit and flip through the children's books he had picked up earlier. The girl who saw him still froze and did not move, and only watched her new neighbor with her big eyes. Looking at her new neighbor, the girl did not even pay attention to the fact that the guests came to her from behind until they addressed her personally. The boy, whose name was Cho Yunhook, was with 2 of his companions and sarcastically asked the girl if she was reading again, and he didn't understand what everyone found in those books. Yunhook wanted to know from Yang Hayang, that's the girl's name, why she always sits here alone, probably because she has no friends at all. Hyan, recognizing this boy as not her best friend, wanted to ask him to leave her alone and not touch her. But before Hyan could even say a word, Yunhook brazenly ripped the red ribbon off her head and said that it was not proper to wear such ribbons. Hyan tried to convince the boy to give her back her ribbon because she got it from her dad, but Yunhook wasn't going to do it because he just didn't want to. The guy suggested to the girl that she try to take the ribbon from them and started throwing it to one or the other. Hyan asked the boys to give her back her red ribbon because it was very precious to her. Yunhook wasn't going to give anything back, and to the girl's request in response, he just showed his tongue and started teasing her. The boys continued to tease Hyan when suddenly they heard from a strange boy who was sitting at the table that they were being childish. They all began to watch the stranger intently, but only Yunha himself continued to sit still with a bored look on his face. Yunhook couldn't stand it first and turned to Jung to see what he had told them. Yunha could no longer be on the sidelines and could no longer remain silent, so he stood up from the table. He came close to Yunhook and repeated once more, looking him in the eye, that he said he was acting like a kid and that he didn't think it was all that much fun. Yunhook wasn't endowed with any patience at all, and so without a second thought, he first insulted Younghu and then threw himself at him. Yunha was able to evade this attack without much difficulty, but Yunhook himself was unable to stand on his own feet. The boy had managed to snatch the red ribbon from his attacker during all of this, and now Yunha was scrutinizing it. Yunha walked over to the girl and handed back the ribbon that started this whole conflict. He advised Hyan not to let anyone take that ribbon from her next time. Yunhook tried to shout at him and said that he wouldn't let it go, but Yunha wasn't afraid of those words because they were spoken by a child of 6 years old. The boy made a promise to Yunhei that he would definitely get to him next time. Hyan touched the sleeve of the boy who had helped her so much and wanted to say something to him, but she was too shy. Gaining courage, the girl sincerely thanked her savior for giving her back her red ribbon. Yunha noticed that Minji and that boy Yunhook had much more mana than the average person, and none of the other kids stood out anymore. He watched all the children closely, but only this girl, Yang Hyan, was not like anyone else at all. Hyan continued to stand and watch her savior admiringly while clutching her red ribbon tightly to her, while her entire body was engulfed in the blue glow of her mana. The girl had an impossibly large amount of mana, perhaps even more than his sister. The boy noticed that she was very skillful at controlling it, and so the mana around it was concentrated and not dispersed. Such a child would be one of the 12 thrones in the future, or at least their apprentice. Yunha looked at the girl carefully and realized that he had never heard her name before the regression, and even if she didn't become a player, she would definitely become popular because of so much mana inside her. He couldn't fully explain his actions and reasons, and so he extended his hand and offered Yang Hyan to become friends with him. The girl still apparently did not fully understand what was going on at all and answered him with her consent. Yunha knew that mana was a very great power in this world, and so looking at the girl's potential, he knew very well that it would be good to stay close to her. Hyan and Yunha solidified their emerging friendship with a firm handshake. The girl was happy about this turn of events, and the guy in return suggested that they become very good friends. After a busy day at kindergarten, Yunha returned to his home and was glad he did. The boy's mom was happy about such a gift and immediately pinned it on her sweater while remembering to thank Yunhu. Yunha realized that Mom was referring to the paper carnation he had made in kindergarten, and she had taken it out of his backpack herself. The mom didn't forget to thank her daughter Yuna as well and said she thought it was even better than the actual carnation. Yunha noticed the gift from his sister and decided that if this was also a carnation, then apparently Yuna was very bad at it. The sister took the carnation in her hands and said that here she has another one, and it belongs to her brother, to which Yunha replied in agreement. Mom turned to her son with mortification as she realized that Yunha turns out to have made as many as 3 carnations, and apparently one of them was for Yuna. Yunha was in a very awkward situation and didn't know what to say to this, and at this moment, his sister was looking at him with adoration. The boy sadly bowed his head and informed his family that he had made another carnation for his grandmother. He remembered that even before the regression, when Parents' Day came up, they used to put these carnations together at school, and he was made to do them with everyone in the class, even though his parents were long gone. Those carnations were at the bottom of his backpack, and his grandmother would find them every time she packed him for school and put them on the nightstand in the hallway, but never on any of the holidays did he give them to her directly. He thought that when he gave them to her, he would immediately lose his longing for his family and his anger at the monsters. The boy did not show his gratitude until his grandmother went to the other world, but in this life, he will do things differently. On May 4th, the government decided to open the forbidden roads so that citizens could unite with their families in other cities in time for Family Month. A large number of players have been hired by the government to be ready for monsters on the roads. But because of the sudden appearance of the Kraken, many people were destroyed, and on the way to his grandmother's house, his family is caught by the monster and sent to the other world. Dad suggested the whole family to see Grandma, because from tomorrow the vacation started and there was free time. While the family was discussing this moment, Yunha, on the other hand, became silent and tried to decide what to do next. Yunha knew exactly one thing that he must stop at all costs and save his family. The whole family gathered in one room and discussed Dad's suggestion that they go to Grandma's. Yunha knew well that they had only one grandmother since his dad was an orphan, and so he only had a grandmother on his mom's side. The boy remembered that before his return and after his family had been destroyed, He had been raised by his grandmother. She supported him when he was unhappy, or if he failed, but then his grandmother had gone to the other world. Dad explained to them all that it used to be very dangerous to go out of town, but this year it should be safer after the government took over the roads. Yunha turned to his parents and wanted to ask those to all go to his grandmother's house another time. The parents could not understand their son's request, and why he was refusing now, because the government had already taken care of everything. The mother appealed to the boy that if he made a carnation for his grandmother in kindergarten, it meant that he would really like to see her. Yunha agreed with his mother's words, and he missed his grandmother very much, but he didn't want to go on that day and suggested that the trip be postponed. The boy understood perfectly well that he was only a child and his word means nothing, and that's why he had to behave like a child in order not to be suspected by his parents. Yunha shouted that after all, it would be Children's Day soon, and he would really like to go to the amusement park to ride the Viking, especially since it was not far from their house. When Yuna heard what her little brother wanted, she was happy to support him and said that she also wanted to ride a Viking. Dad reflected on the fact that none of his children had actually been to an amusement park yet, because there was a period of great monster activity. Yunhee's father still decided that this factor should definitely be fixed, and tomorrow they would all go to that park together. Mom wanted to make her family something delicious for dinner and asked them what they would like. Yuna, without much thought, asked her mom to make her some nuggets and a sandwich. The boy thought that since he could not stand in the way of the Kraken, he could stand in the way of his parents to come to him, and it could change the future. Mom received an unexpected call on her phone and her face became very concerned. With disbelief, she once again questioned whoever was on the phone with her about whether this was about her grandmother. Mom thanked whoever called her and at the end really asked her to take care of Grandma. The whole family was excited and worried because it was about their beloved grandmother and they did not know what happened to her. Yuni's mom told everyone that Grandma suddenly felt sick and fainted because of it. Yunha was getting angry because it couldn't be like this because before the regression, everything had been fine with his grandmother until he entered the Players' Academy. My mom really hoped that my grandmother was fine and nothing serious, but because she was very worried and could not go to her. Dad was worried too, and so he made the decision that he would definitely go with her to make sure everything was actually okay. Dad informed everyone that no one could go to the amusement park at this hour, and so tomorrow, as soon as roadside security was prepared, they would all go together to check on Grandma. Mom was now starting to worry about her son. She didn't want him to be upset because they had already promised him. She knew that the boy really wanted to go to the amusement park, and so she offered to go to it for sure, but some other time. Yunha thought that his grandmother was hurt because he tried to change the future, and he was worried that if he tried to do anything else, who knows what else might happen. There was no way he could prevent his family from meeting the Kraken, and if so, then nothing would be different. The boy thought about the fact that there was one difference, and that was himself, because now he was completely different. Yunha had begun to accumulate mana since he was a child, and he still had battle experience from his past life. The boy agreed with his mother's words that they would go to the amusement park another time. Yunha turned to his family and said that if nothing could be done, they would go to grandmother's house. The boy had set his mind to the fact that if he could not prevent his family from meeting the Kraken, then would fight the monster. Yunha wasn't going to give up and was willing to do anything for his family. The Bureau of Mana Control categorized all monsters based on their threat level. Class 9 included those that polluted the environment or spread disease, and Class 8 included monsters that physically threatened everyday life. The 7th class is those who commit robberies, and the 6th class included monsters who terrorize city districts alone or in groups. The 5th class were those who committed terror alone or in groups and had equal strength. The 4th class are monsters leading hordes from the others, and they enslaved people and threatened their well-being. Class 3 are those that threatened the integrity of an entire government and had a disaster-level threat. The 2nd class included monsters that were the equivalent of a catastrophe, and the remaining 1st class were those that threatened the existence of all mankind. The Kraken belonged to the 3rd class. Yunha recalled that even before his regression around the time he entered the Kraken Academy, the Krakens were relegated to the 4th grade because of the players' great efficiency. The dispersed players of a certain class or rank were too weak to fight the Kraken. The boy was well aware that he could not defeat this monster alone, and there was only one possibility. He knew he needed to wait for the 12 thrones to make it through. Yunha realized that all he could do to help was to buy as much time as possible. The boy was preparing for the trip and reasoned that the weapons a child might have are scissors and a box cutter, and that's it. A kitchen knife would be nice, but Mom would notice if it went missing. Yunha thought that even such a flimsy weapon, if he endowed it with mana, could do some damage to the monster. His older sister peeked into the boy's room to see if he was ready to go. Yuna informed Yunha that they were all packed and ready to go to Grandma's and were only waiting for him. The boy put all his weapons for battle into his backpack and said he was ready too. The city's roads were full of cars, all because the government had installed extra security. Yunhee's whole family was in all this traffic they were traveling to check on their grandmother. The mother turned to her son and advised him to get some rest and sleep, because they had a long road ahead of them. Yunha was fine, and he informed his mom about it, but his older sister was already sleeping soundly on his shoulder. The boy remembered that the Kraken had appeared on Sansan Bridge just as they were crossing the middle of it, but his family had already passed the middle, and Yunha didn't understand why it hadn't shown up yet. Yunha assumed that the Kraken still hadn't shown up yet because something else had changed in the future. The boy really hoped they would be able to at least just make it across that bridge. Moments later, there was a huge explosion on the Sansan Bridge, and everything was engulfed in flames. The boy's dad froze in place, and his gaze was disheartened at what he saw. Yuna clung tightly to her little brother and was very frightened, but the boy realized that fate could not be changed. The boy thought that this fate was like laughing at his desperate desire to change everything. Yunha finally saw someone who belonged to the 3rd class and was a disaster-level monster, and it was a Kraken. The Kraken's huge tentacles destroyed absolutely everything in their path and spared no one. The Kraken that appeared on the bridge with its tentacles demolished all the cars, turning them into a piece of metal. People got out of their cars and just ran wherever they could to try to escape and survive. All the people didn't understand where the players who were supposed to guard the road were at this difficult moment. The players finally showed up and rushed to the very epicenter of the disaster and intended to provide protection for all people. One of the players suddenly heard a very strange noise above his head, and what he saw horrified him. The huge tentacle collapsed after a moment and destroyed everything underneath it. The family was sitting in the car watching all the horror that was happening in front of their eyes, and they were very scared. Dad decided that they couldn't stay in the car any longer and they had to get out. But because of the chaos that was going on outside, they all had to be extremely careful. He wanted to convey to his children that if they moved slowly, they could safely escape. Yunha, who heard all this, did not agree with his father's opinion, but since he was still a child, his reasoning was not very interesting. Mom appealed to her children that they should do everything as Dad told them to get out of the car and not worry about anything because the players will protect them. The whole family, sticking to their head of household's plan, got out where the real disaster was happening. Yunha saw his older sister stumble to the ground and the boy was very scared for her. The girl suddenly realized that she couldn't get up because she hurt her leg. Yuna tried to pull herself together with all her strength because she had to get up and move on, and staying in one place would put her in great danger. Daddy saw what happened to his daughter and decided to help her and told her not to worry about anything. He would carry her in his arms. He turned to his son whether he was all right and would be able to move on 100. The boy replied that he was perfectly fine. The player notices the family and tells them to follow him, and he will show them a place to evacuate the people. Yunha did as he was told and saw that the players were not collected and were in a panic because a 3rd-class monster had appeared, but the veteran players were quicker to adapt to the situation and began to evacuate people. The boy knew that the Kraken was not their only problem, and they should definitely try to cross the bridge. The player who accompanied him and the boy's entire family to the evacuation site was suddenly attacked and was unable to repel the attack. Dad, with Yuna in his arms, was shocked by what he saw in front of him and didn't understand what they should do now and how he could keep his family safe. They saw ahead the paws of one of the monsters that had very sharp claws. Yunha, recognizing these monsters, was very upset that they didn't make it out in time to be in a safe place. They were 7th grade monsters that the players within their circle called divers. These monsters had an intimidating appearance, and their entire mouth was full of sharp and very dangerous fangs for humans. Players fought these 7th grade monsters as best they could and tried to save as many people as they could at any cost. One of the players found a girl who had suffered from the monster's clutches, and this guy was trying to find someone near them who had healing magic. The woman was already running to their aid because she could help the girl. The player saw that the woman who had healing magic was unable to get to them because she was attacked by monsters, and they were everywhere. A family that was still trying to find where the evacuation for people was taking place and watching all the horror that was going on. Dad tried to reassure his children and told them to trust him and be sure that no matter what happened, he would protect them. He could no longer contain his emotions and shouted loudly for them to run immediately and not look back in any way. No one dared to heed the words of the head of their family, and they ran as fast as they could, and none of them looked back. The Kraken at this time continued to rampage and used its tentacles to destroy everything around it. The monster by his actions created real chaos and disaster, and a very large number of people suffered from his clutches. Yunha saw what was happening, and the boy was seized with a wild rage at what was happening. The boy tried to shout to his father and tell him that what they were doing now was very dangerous. A huge number of cars were already turned into a pile of metal, and people were trying to escape who could. The shock wave sent one of the cars flying off to the side and collided with the truck. This collision caused a huge explosion, and the whole area was engulfed in flames. Yunha and his family were on a small hill at that moment and watched in horror as the fire enveloped everything. Daddy, with Yuna in his arms, was trying to figure out what they should do next, and he was trying his best to stay calm so his kids wouldn't worry. The boy had heard that the players did not know where their reinforcements were, even though they had been here for a short time, but they could not cope on their own and were worried that the roads were on fire. Yunha realized one thing, that they needed to hold out until the backing of the throne's support. The boy hadn't forgotten that even before the regression, the 12 thrones had arrived 30 minutes behind the Kraken, and he realized that it was unlikely that the players would be able to protect anyone if the escape routes were blocked. 12 thrones could do monster divers when they arrive, but if no one can handle the Kraken, they'll all go to the afterlife. Yunha dropped his backpack and finally decided that he would fight, because he had been preparing for this from the beginning. The boy was willing to put a lot on the line, but he would not back down and would defend his family to the very end. He took his weapons out of his backpack, and they were scissors and a clerical knife, and his older sister, who was watching him at that moment, didn't understand what he was going to do. Yunha turned to his parents and asked them not to go anywhere until help arrived. Dad looked at his son and was perplexed at what he was even doing and saying. Yunha, as if not hearing his father's question at all, continued to tell them that the players were currently repelling the monster's attacks. The boy also said that if anything happened anyway, Yuna could protect them from trouble. Yunha explained that besides himself, only Yuna could control mana here, and he had faith in his older sister. Yuna rounded her already large eyes to listen to her brother carefully and couldn't believe it. The girl tried to stop Yunhu, but it was too late. He ran into the very epicenter of the battle. The boy was determined and confident in his actions, and at the same time ran and tightly clutched his weapon, which was a clerical knife. Yunha ran hard to meet his opponent, and it was the third-class monster Kraken himself. The boy applied mana, and his feet began to light up with a bright blue glow, and he decided to use the Sky Step skill. Yunha was so concentrated that drops of sweat appeared on his face, but he wasn't going to give up on his scheme. The boy had often used the mobility skill before regression, but this was the first time he had used it in this body, and it was a bit hard for the kid. Yunhei realized that no matter how hard it was for him right now, he would be able to reach the Kraken instantly, thanks to the Heaven Steps skill. The boy made a great leap and in a moment was in the very epicenter of the battle. People fleetingly turned their attention to someone speeding past them. The players noticed the boy and could not understand what he was doing and where he was running to because it was very dangerous there now. The monsters called divers heard a strange sound and all their attention turned towards the boy. Yunha ran straight to meet these monsters while applying full mana envelopment. The boy was jumping from one car roof to another at high speed and the divers were already rushing to meet him. Yunha, thanks to his mana, could quite easily and deftly deal with these monsters that were trying to attack him. The boy did not pity or spare any of them. He was very determined and thought only that he needed to protect his family. Yunha destroyed one diver with his clerical knife as another monster was already trying to pounce on him from above. The boy was able to handle both one monster and another without sparing anyone. Yunha realized that he needed to gather all his strength and be very careful. The boy actively used his clerical knife as a weapon against the divers. The beast was strong, and it wasn't easy to defeat, and so in one of the attacks, Yunhu was thrown onto the hood of one of the cars on the road. Yunha was able to get to his feet, and using mana was ready to do battle with the monsters again. There were a lot of divers, and they surrounded the boy from all sides, blocking all his paths. The boy gathered all his strength and planned to attack the monsters again and win at any cost. Yunha saw memories of his past life in which he fought monsters time after time and never retreated. The boy remembered all the monsters and different classes and levels that had ever been in his path. Yunha was currently still fighting the divers, and he was already having more success with those attacks. The boy noticed that skills from his past life began to return to him, and he was able to remember the feelings he had when he destroyed the monsters. Yunha felt that right now, he was once again becoming someone who could defeat and overpower anyone who would get in his way. He had a second wind, and without a second thought, he threw himself at the monsters because the safety of his family was at stake. The boy had gotten into the excitement and was already more confident in his abilities and capabilities than before. He was distracted by his thoughts and musings and didn't notice one of the monsters lurking under the car while the boy was on the roof. The diver wanted to attack the boy, but he failed and he was defeated and went to the other side of the world. Yunha didn't have time to deal with one monster, but a moment later he was attacked by another monster hoping for the effect of surprise. The monster failed to achieve its goal and recovered to the other world following the past monster. The boy fought vigorously and in one of his attacks lost his weapon because the clerical knife failed and broke into small pieces. Yunha was very sorry for this loss, as this knife had not lasted him long at all. The boy remembered that when he had packed his things, he had brought a pair of scissors in addition to a pocket knife. He decided that enough was enough, and it was time for him to end it all and rushed forward. Yunha ran at great speed just across the roofs of the cars that had been left behind by the people during this chaos. The boy suddenly began to brake sharply because there was a great danger ahead of him. Yunha saw a Class 3 monster in front of him, and it was a kraken whose eyes were burning a bright red color. The boy was forced to fight the monster using only scissors as his weapon. The kraken for its attacks used its tentacles that were large in size and could destroy everything around it. The monster swung around and struck with one of those tentacles at all the cars that were left on the road. Yunha barely managed to avoid this blow, and using his mana, the boy managed to jump onto one of the tentacles. The boy tried to find a way out of the situation. Because he could not give up, he had to protect his family. He broke his scissors into 2 pieces and used them to try his best to stay on the monster. Yunha's size against this monster was certainly inferior, but he had no other choice. The boy used his strength and tried time after time with his weapon to harm the kraken. The monster was not going to be patient and was able to throw the boy off his body quite easily. Yunha could barely survive and noticed that his weapon was already damaged and the single blade of the scissors was already useless. The boy was optimistic and was glad that he had the other half of the scissor blade still intact. Yunha did not despair but instead only moved forward and began to attack the monster again. The boy wanted to repeat his past maneuver and tried to latch onto the kraken with one blade. The monster was already prepared for this turn of events and took a big swing with one of its tentacles. Yunhu was thrown a great distance away from the monster by the large shockwave, and it was already obvious that his plan had failed. The boy tried with all his might to slow his fall and braked his feet against the pavement. Yunhu was upset and frustrated at the same time because his mana was about to run out and he didn't know how to proceed. The boy had been on the bridge all this time fighting monsters, and the Kraken decided to take advantage of this. The monster wanted to demolish the bridge support with its attacks, and then its problem would cease to exist. Yunha saw the whole disaster that was unfolding around him with renewed vigor. The boy realized that this monster was unfortunately just as stubborn and persistent. The whole road around the boy was turning into ruins, and it was getting harder and harder for him to resist on this asphalt each time. The Kraken did not calm down but continued to rampage, destroying everything it could reach. Yunha tried his best to hold on and not fall and kept trying to think of a new plan for his next actions. Everything that was around had already been destroyed, all the cars from cars to big trucks. The boy concentrated and tried to summon all of his remaining mana because he needed it. Yunha gathered not only his mana but also his persistence and shouted to the monster that he would now be held accountable for all that he had done. He struck a powerful blow with his weapon on the entire road, and as a consequence everything that was standing on it was thrown upwards by the shockwave. Yunha's actions created a massive explosion as several cars collided with each other. The boy clutched his scissors tightly in his hand and had no intention of stopping there. Yunha suddenly began to feel that something was wrong with him as his hands suddenly went numb. The boy almost couldn't move, and that was because he had used up all his mana during the battle with the Kraken. He was lying on the pavement and was almost exhausted and didn't know what to do now. Yunha was well aware that if he lost consciousness now, everything he tried to do would be all for nothing. All his attempts to destroy the monster and thus save his family were becoming unrealistic. The boy was losing strength by the second, and his vision was already beginning to blur, and the outcome was obvious. Suddenly hitting the pavement sharply, he tried to pull himself together and not let it end like this. Even though Yunha was now a 6-year-old child, he was the leader of the Misty Flower team in his previous life, a title that was not given to just anyone. The boy knew only one thing, that he just had to go all the way, and he had no right to give up. Yunha thought about his parents and his older sister and realized that he really wanted to live and wanted to live this life with his family. The Kraken continued to rage, and its tentacles demolished everything in front of it. The boy saw one of those tentacles of incredible size threatening to descend upon him at any moment. Yunha repeated time after time that he would not let the monster destroy himself and did not know yet how, but he would definitely stop it. A boy who couldn't find a solution to his problem suddenly felt something. Yuna, who appeared as if out of nowhere, shouted to the monster not to dare to touch her little brother, but the boy himself took it all as a miracle. The girl was this miracle, and hugged her brother tightly and around them, and the boys themselves were enveloped in a golden glow. She used her mana and protected herself and her younger brother Yunhu with a barrier against the monster. The monster divers saw what was happening and froze in amazement, for even they had not expected such a turn of events. Yuna used such a strong barrier that a pillar was encompassed, and it looked fascinating. The boy thought that everything that was happening was simply impossible, and it was actually something else than a real miracle, namely a gift that allowed to change the world and its laws. Before the regression, Yunha had only known 4 people who possessed such a gift and ability. Li Yuan was the name of the person who possessed such a gift, and the girl was also his trusted partner. Yunha had thought even earlier, when he noticed Yuna had such a large amount of mana, that his older sister might actually have that gift. Yuna hugged her brother tightly and told him that everything would definitely be fine now. The boy was surprised to notice that his wounds were beginning to heal, and he found it hard to believe. Yunha also noticed that the light that came from his sister was protecting them from the Kraken. The boy began to worry because the use of such a gift never happens without a trace, and those who possess it will have to pay a great price to change the world. Yunha became increasingly worried about his sister and asked the girl if she was all right and if nothing hurt. Yuna smiled, looking at her little brother, and tried to reassure him that she was perfectly fine, and only a little tired. The girl, after a moment, abruptly lost all her strength from the use of her gift and lost consciousness. Yuna couldn't resist it, and a small glow continued to glow above her. The boy saw that his sister had very little mana left in her, but it was enough to keep her alive. Yunha gently placed the girl on the pavement and realized that for her, the price of using the gift was mana itself. The boy decided that what his sister had done was more than enough, but he would have to do the rest himself. Yunha stood in front of the monster and was ready to fight on with all his might, so that what his sister had done would not go unchallenged. Kraken watched all of this closely, and even the monster was amazed at all that had happened. The boy saw that the monster opened its eyes wide, and was glad that apparently even the monster was scared of Yuna. Yunha warned the Kraken not to even expect to get close to his sister. The boy will never allow it and will do everything possible and not possible to do so. Yunha used his mana and set his mind determined to attack the monster, and nothing could stop him. The boy applied all his skills and abilities and was going to go all the way. Yunha noticed that his mana had recovered thanks to his older sister saving him. The boy was well aware that he would not be able to defeat the Kraken completely, but the most important thing was that the future had already changed and his family was safe. Yunha no longer feared anything, he just had to hold out until the thrones arrived. Before the Kraken appeared, the man was on the Wonhee Bridge near the main action scene. The man who was sitting in the car at the time was very indignant that the rest of the traffic didn't even think to move. He was getting angry at the driver for not driving but just apparently steering, to which the driver replied that it was because there were a lot of cars on the road and all the roads around Seoul were like that now. The man in the back seat of the car was already thinking that maybe he should leave 12 Thrones because instead of relaxing on his golden vacation, he was doing something else. He joined up because he wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with the tough guys, and instead, he has to deal with civilians. Suddenly, they saw a great deal of mana ahead and were greatly surprised by it. The man who was sitting in the back seat dialed the phone and immediately asked if he thought it was all up ahead, and the response was that it was. The man on the phone reported that he agreed with the information he knew. It was a Class 3 Kraken. The man who heard what class the monster belonged to was very surprised and wary. The driver was listening to his passenger talk about how he could have fun when there was a monster raging ahead, and if people saw this reaction, they would be outraged. The person on the phone said that this was all happening on the Seongsan Bridge, and that they couldn't resolve the situation while all those players were there. He was also told that they didn't know the exact damage that had already been done, but were confident that the man would definitely be able to end all the chaos that was going on. The last thing he was told was that he could be picked up on the road soon. The man, or rather it was the lord of the clan, did not wait for anyone and decided to leave the car on his own, but he heard the driver ask him what he was going to do. The clan lord explained that it would be easier for him to get to the place he needed on his own, because they would not be able to get there because of the traffic jams. The man from the back seat of the car took out his weapon, and it was a big sword, because it will be very useful to him in the near future. The driver didn't understand how he was going to walk because it was at least 2 hours to the right place. The clan lord only laughed at this, because he only needed 30 minutes because he was going to use his power. Using his strength, he rushed forward to the very epicenter of the events on the bridge. The driver did not expect anything else from him, because that man was just obsessed with battles and always wanted to fight against the best. The man who was rushing over was the lord of the Blade clan, and he was also a fire demon, and his name was Kang Henchol. Henchol, after half an hour, was already there, and the first thing that came his way was a monster diver. The demon didn't bother with the monster for long, and immediately attacked it with a flaming sword in his hands. The man deftly and quickly coped with the first monster and ran onto the bridge and was surprised to see the magic ahead, which was illuminated with a golden color. Henchel knew there shouldn't be anyone in this place who was capable of such a thing. The fire demon realized well that all this could only mean one thing, that someone new had appeared. On the bridge, a boy whose hands were completely enveloped in mana was fighting a third-grade monster. Henchal appeared suddenly and immediately rushed into the epicenter of the battle using his fire skill, which was aimed at the Kraken. Yunha saw the man and was finally able to breathe out a little that he wasn't the only one fighting the monster. The boy recognized the man as one of the 12 thrones, and it was the fire demon Kang Henchal. The monster's tentacles were engulfed in fire, and the Kraken was no longer able to offer any resistance. It was not at all easy. The monster, trying to save himself, left the scene of battle as he could no longer fight back and hid in the water. The man was endowed with the gift of pyrokineticism, which gave him the ability to freely control fire, and hence his nickname. The fire demon looked carefully at those he had come to help, and it was an unconscious girl and a 5-6-year-old boy staring at him intently. Henchal was surprised to see only 2 children, and even more surprised that there was a flow of mana around the girl, and he couldn't believe that she was the one doing all this magic. The man concluded that because the girl had spent all her mana, she had lost consciousness, and the boy was trying to protect her from the Kraken. The fire demon was already curious to see them when they became players, because the children were very strong. Henchal saw how wary the boy looked at him and tried to reassure the boys by telling them not to be afraid and he wouldn't hurt them. The man looked at the boys once more and added to his sentence that at least now he wasn't going to touch them. Yunha looked at the man carefully and wasn't about to trust what he said. Henchal informed them that he had a very different goal at the moment, and it was the Kraken, which he was going to get rid of by any means possible. The fire demon advised the boy to stay away because the monster would be coming out of the water soon. The Kraken, which at that moment was at the bottom of the river, was waiting for the right moment to return and fight with renewed vigor. Yunha recalled the moment when he came face to face with a fire demon for the first time in his past life. The boy was wary of the fire demon even then, and the latter informed him that he had heard of him because of his reputation, but Yunha wanted to know what he wanted from him. Henchal replied that he just wanted to make sure the guy was as strong as everyone said he was, and offered to fight him to test that fact. Yunha saw no point in this battle, and so he simply asked the fire demon to get out of his way. Henchal laughingly replied that he didn't want or intend to go anywhere, and the guy could only get past him if he fought. Yunha stopped being restrained and getting into a fighting stance told the fire demon that he would regret it. Henchal reacted instantly and was fully prepared to attack in a moment. The boy, hugging his older sister, looked at the man, remembering all the moments from his past life related to that one. Yunha remembered well the moment when Henchal had constantly tried to challenge him to a duel before his return. The boy did not forget that he had never been able to win because he was getting stronger with each battle. Yunha thought he was truly a monster who was born to fight. The Kraken found the right moment to make itself known, and surfaced from the water and began to attack again. The boys and the man were able to barely stay on the remaining bridge after the monster tried to attack them. Henchal saw that the monster was able to destroy the column that supported the bridge, and he was overcome with rage. The man tried to think over his next plan of action, but seeing the guys, he realized that while they were here, it would be hard for him to fight. The fire demon spotted a helicopter in the sky above them from which the silhouette of the Holy Mother could be seen, and it was very timely. The girl in the helicopter shouted that she had asked him many times not to call her that, but she wasn't old and didn't understand what the word mother had to do with it. It was the Holy Mother of the 12 Thrones, whose name was Pak Harim. Harim didn't understand why the fire demon had run all the way to this place on foot if they could get him here by helicopter. The man replied that he just needed to get to Seoul very urgently and wasn't that clear. Harim said that reinforcements would be arriving soon and then they could begin rescuing civilians, but for now, he just needed to focus on the Kraken. The fire demon saw that the girl had applied her buffs for them, but the guy wanted to proudly refuse it, but failed because Harima was more convincing. Harim informed another man that these guys were on him and he was responsible for their safety. Yunha gently hugged his sister and still didn't trust anyone, counting only on himself. The Kraken no longer lurked at the bottom of the river and surfaced fully revealed itself. Henchal noticed that the monster had finally fully emerged, and without hesitation, rushed straight towards it while using his mana. The man picked up a lot of speed and jumped off the bridge straight into the water, intending to deal with this monster once and for all. Henchal had already resurfaced from the water in a completely different form because he had used his fire skill and his entire body was completely engulfed in fire. The man, as Yunha had said before, was born to fight, and he even enjoyed it. Henchal stood in front of the third-class monster and planned his next actions. The Kraken did not wait, but decided to be the first to attack and used its tentacles. The man's gaze was a little wild, and he had no doubt at all that he could overpower this monster. Henchal struck the Kraken with his powerful blow, and in a moment the entire monster was engulfed in that fire and had no chance of surviving. The fire demon, after being able to send the monster to the other world quite easily, began to take on a bit of its former appearance. Henchal was already completely his old self, and looked with satisfaction at his accomplished work. Yunha watched intently and was glad that the Kraken had finally been defeated. Harima, who had come down from the landed helicopter, ran to the guys to make sure they were okay. The girl tried to calm them down and explained that she would help them now while using healing magic. Harima suddenly noticed something that really struck her, because the boys didn't have a single scratch on them. The girl thought about whether it was a miracle, and it was the one that was able to heal their wounds. Harima found it all astonishing and never thought she would ever be able to witness a miracle in person. The girl wanted to make sure and examine the boy and the girl more closely, but she was not allowed to do so. The boy menacingly informed her not to even dare touch his sister, and was very convincing in his words. Harima froze in astonishment, feeling threatened but not understanding how the boy could threaten like that. The girl was even more curious now and wanted to find out who this boy was. The resulting noise made it impossible for her to hear anything in response, as a multitude of helicopters appeared over their heads. Harima saw that it was the rescue squad and decided that it would be better to get the boys to the hospital first and then figure things out. It was reported by the authorities that at 5 o'clock in the evening, a Kraken suddenly attacked the Songsan Bridge and caused a lot of damage to the bridge. All TV channels reported that rescue operations are still underway and people are being given the necessary assistance. Yunha listened to all this news that was reported on TV, but all his attention was riveted and focused on his older sister. Yuna was currently in the hospital and was still unconscious but safe. The girl's physician informed her brother that Yuna was severely malnourished due to the lack of mana in her body, but after she took a mana potion, she would be fine. Yunha was insanely happy that it was finally over and their lives were no longer threatened. The boy was glad that despite everything he was able to change the future, even though he had no hope for it. Yunha suddenly heard himself being addressed by those he was not yet ready to see. The boy saw his parents rushing towards him and were very excited. His parents' gaze was so intense that Yunha realized he was about to get it. The boy stood in front of his parents and dutifully lowered his head, keeping silent. The mom was the first one who couldn't stand the silence and asked her son if he was okay or possibly hurt. Yunha quietly replied that he was fine and uninjured, but his head was still lowered. Mom asked what about his sister, and the boy replied that she has little mana, and that's why she is sleeping now, but she was recently given a potion. The head of their family, hearing his son's answer, breathed a sigh of relief that his children were okay after all. Dad had calmed down a bit and now wanted to know why Yunha disobeyed him and ran away from them. The boy lowered his head even further and apologized to his parents for his disobedience. Yunha only didn't understand why he was apologizing to them since his family had been saved, and it was the best possible outcome. The boy was well aware that he wasn't sorry at all and would do the exact same thing again. Yunha only noticed in them that they were not at all worried about the outcome, but they were worried that he had run away to the monster and put himself in great danger. The boy remembered the feeling well and knew what it was like to lose his family, so he did what he thought was right at the time without asking his parents for their opinion. Yunha now understood what his mom and dad were going through, so he apologized to them more sincerely and said that he understood how wrong he was and that it would not happen again. The boy's mom couldn't take it anymore and held out her arms to him to come to her. Yunha didn't hesitate and after a moment rushed to his mother, hugging her tightly because she was very dear to him. Daddy hugged the two of them and asked the boy not to do that again because they were very worried. Yunha couldn't stand it and cried and promised his parents that he would never do that again because he didn't have to fight monsters anymore and could just be a child, and that's what the boy's parents wanted. The next morning, their entire family was still in the hospital after the incident. The head of the family turned to his son and told him to sit still and wait for them while they went to discharge his older sister. The boy obediently agreed and said that he would sit next to Yuna and would not go anywhere. Yunha realized that after the events on the bridge, his parents didn't trust him at all, but he hoped it would be over soon. The boy wanted something to occupy himself while his sister was still fast asleep and found something to eat. Yunga devoured what he could find, and he tasted delicious and had a satisfied look on his face. The boy wanted to find something else because he really wanted something sweet, perhaps because he had spent a lot of energy yesterday. Yunha suddenly saw a cookie being handed to him, and this fact made the boy very happy. The fire demon, and it was he who sat next to him and handed the boy sweets. The boy had not expected this turn of events at all, and now he sat looking warily at his unexpected guest. Henschel, noticing the boy's hesitation, decided that maybe he just didn't like chocolate chip cookies. The fire demon decided to personally check and make sure, and so, without asking, he stuffed the boy's mouth with that very same chocolate cookie. Yunha didn't understand what was going on with the man and why he was acting so strangely now. Perhaps he had gone insane, though it was unlikely he was insane as it was. Henschel looked at the boy carefully and suddenly decided to ask him how old he was. The man heard that the boy was only 6 years old and his sister 10, and for a fire demon, they were still children. The fire demon wanted to know the name too, but here was a boy who wasn't going to tell him his older sister's name without a good reason. Henschel interrupted the boy and clarified that he did not want to know the girl's name, but his own. The fire demon heard that the boy's name was No Yunha, and suggested that he join the academy and promised to provide him with references from himself. Yunha, listening to the man, was perplexed by the fact that he wanted him to enter the academy and become a player, and when he grew up, fight him. The boy was shocked by this conclusion, because the fire demon is already raising people to fight them in the future. Henschel said that in principle the boy still had plenty of time to think things over. The man spoke the boy's name again and promised he would be sure to remember it. Henschel left the surprised Younghu and left the chamber where Harima was waiting for him outside the door. Harima watched as the fire demon was just about to leave and thought that this was definitely the kind of miracle that hadn't happened in Korea in a very long time. The man replied that this fact does not bother him at all, and it only matters to him whether those guys are strong or not, to which the girl was once again convinced that Henschel is just obsessed with battles. Henschel replied that this was not true, and that he was older than her, and since the girl was now in the 12 thrones, she needed to control her speech. The man explained his act by saying that if this miracle is as rare as she herself says it is, then the girl will be attacked by the world's attention the moment they tell them about it. Henschel added that the girl could never go back to normal after something like that, and he doubted that was what Harima wanted for Yuna. The man also said that if the girl understands all this, she should just forget about it and suggested that she should go to a cafe with him. Harima heard behind the cafe already mentally pictured different kinds of all sorts of sweets and goodies. The fire demon explained that his offer was quite normal and adequate. He just wanted something sweet because he had spent a lot of energy. The next day after the monster attack, the whole family was still able to visit Grandma. My mom excitedly asked her mom why she was standing outside and not resting in the house since she wasn't feeling well. The grandmother answered that she missed her relatives very much. That's why she decided to meet them, and she also wanted to see her grandchildren. She looked into the car and saw the guys sleeping soundly in the back seat and decided, well, let them rest better. Yunha woke up and didn't understand what was going on, and he was also very cramped, because his sister was sleeping next to him and hugging him tightly. The boy pushed his sister away and didn't realize that it was really so comfortable for the girl to sleep. Yunha turned his attention to his parents, who were sleeping nearby, and especially to his mother, and realized that his sister must have gotten it from her. The boy gently tucked his sister in and still couldn't be happy that she was perfectly fine. Junya, trying to leave the room quietly so as not to wake anyone up, decided to take a little walk. The boy sat by himself outside in the yard of his grandmother's house and thought about what had happened to him during this whole period. He saw that he had a lot more mana now, perhaps it was because of his gift. Yunha, before his return, was the possessor of the gift of Berserk. The more mana he consumed, the stronger he became. But based on the name, it was not unimportant that the more mana spent, the crazier he became. The boy remembered that when he fought the Kraken, his sanity was fine, and if the downside of such a gift was absent, then it was the best gift then. Yunha suggested that perhaps he was far from knowing everything about berserkers and their abilities. Suddenly, the grandmother leaned over him and asked why he was still awake, but the boy thought about how long the grandmother had been here because he did not even feel her presence. Yunha explained to his grandmother that he had gotten enough sleep in the car and so he didn't want any more for now. Grandma laughed and told the boy that if he wanted to become an adult, he would have to sleep a lot. Yunha always, as soon as he got too deep in his thoughts, then Grandma was always there. The boy knew his grandmother was waiting for him to start talking, and it didn't matter if it was about feelings or just about anything. Yunha decided to ask something completely neutral and asked his grandmother why she was awake. Grandma's answer was very simple and trivial, and she doesn't sleep because her grandson Yunha doesn't sleep. The boy realized what he used to want very much, and that was to be near his grandmother, no longer as a child. The boy's grandmother decided to offer a drink of warm milk, but only Yunha refused. Suddenly, a question was asked from behind if he was sure he didn't want to drink warm milk, and the boy was even more surprised because he hadn't noticed her coming. Mom smilingly pointed to the spread that she had brought with her and to the 3 cups of milk that stood on it and asked her son if he had changed his mind and wanted to drink it already. Yunha wrapped his hands around the cup of warm milk, enjoying the taste of it, and especially the people around him at that moment. The boy's mother explained to the grandmother how scared she was from that call, and so the grandmother once again repeated that she was perfectly fine and generally thought her neighbor sometimes exaggerated too much. She was still very excited when she was informed that Grandma had fainted. Yunha listened carefully to his family's conversation and heard his grandmother talk about how she had just stumbled a bit and still thought she got off very lightly. Grandma reported that she was just distracted, and that's why it happened, but now Mom would really like to know what distracted his grandma so much. The boy's grandmother said that when she was walking up the stairs, she saw someone. Grandma preemptively beat Mom to the punch and replied that she was completely sane and asked her to listen to the rest of the story first. She said that at the top, there was someone waving his arms and trying to convince her grandmother not to climb the stairs. The grandmother looked at her grandson carefully and said that when she started to think about it all now, she realized that the person who had said all this was not her, but Yunhei. Yunha listened to his grandmother very carefully and thought hard about it all. The boy was sure that it would be wrong to take it all as his grandmother's usual fantasy. Yunha knew that if something went wrong, his whole family would go to the other world, just like his grandfather. The boy suggested that maybe it was his grandfather after all, but then he was sure that his grandmother should have told him earlier. Grandma thought it was all amazing and like it was all a while ago and went on to tell me that Grandpa told her there was a cute, lonely fawn outside, and he of course went out to see. The boy's mom heard this story and remembered a similar situation that happened to her. She began to tell me that she too had had a similar dream, and in it, her father had left a deer. The mom abruptly decided to change the subject and asked the boy what he wanted to be when he grew up. Yunha really thought about his mom's question and went deep into himself in these thoughts. The boy began to imagine and see images of different beings who were relentlessly asking him to help and save them. The mom saw the changing emotions on her son's face and asked what was wrong with him. To reassure his mom, Yunha replied that he's fine and just doesn't know what he wants to be when he grows up. The boy was asked not to worry about it and not to worry about it because it was quite normal if he didn't already know. Grandmother went on to explain that Yunha was still quite young and in general, there was no need to rush into this matter. She advised the boy to live the happy and hard moments of his life, so that he would make friends and even fight with them. Grandmother also added that the boy should study diligently, and then one day she was sure that he would definitely find his vocation. She advised, due to her older age, that Yunha should just live until he finds out what he would prefer. Yunha smiled and thought about what his grandmother was advising him to just live his happy life. The boy's mom was in complete agreement with her grandmother's words because time was on her Yunhee's side, and he would definitely be able to handle everything. She told her son that his name is Yunha, and it means the universe with infinite power. The mom added that she will always be proud of whatever the boy does because he is her son. The grandmother added that she too will always support her favorite grandson, no matter what happens. Yuna appeared very quietly and suddenly and said that she would really like some warm milk too. The relatives called Yuna to their house since she was already awake, and the girl's grandmother offered to give her a glass of warm milk. Yunha suddenly remembered something just because of all the recent events. He had completely forgotten about it. The boy gave his grandmother a paper carnation that he had specially made for her himself in kindergarten. Grandma was very pleased and said she would be sure to put it on the nightstand in the hallway for everyone to see. The boy knew that if she was putting it close to the entrance, it meant she wanted to show it off, only he was sure Grandma didn't know about it. Yunha thought that it didn't really matter, because he had given her a gift because he wanted it so much. The boy wanted to do for his grandmother to give as many good memories as possible in this life. He was insanely grateful to have her in his life and was glad she had raised him no matter how hard it was sometimes. The parents called their children to tell them some very important news, and that news was that their family would soon be bigger. The boys were eating at their table at that moment, and when they heard their parents' words, they did not immediately realize what they were talking about. Yuna was the first to realize what her parents were talking about and rushed to hug them, happy that she might have another sibling, and her mom confirmed her guess. Yuna sat unmoving at the table and bowed his head low, and his mother at this moment began to worry about her son's reaction. The boy suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes were tears of joy, because he was very happy about the news and did not forget to thank his mother for it. Yunha tried to calm down, and sobbing told his family that this was the best thing that happened to him after birth, and it was actually the best thing in his life. Dad, seeing his son's reaction to the news, chuckled and said that people might think he was the father. The whole family, upon hearing such a joke from their head of household, laughed, and they all rejoiced in their family idol. The time came, and one day the boy went to his due in kindergarten again. The girl, who ran happily down the hall, laughed and shouted that she was already here and asked if Pochi missed her. The boy was no Yunha, and according to the goddess's calendar, he was 2 years old in the dream and 7 years old in the ordinary one, and he imagined himself to be a dog. The girls encircled the boy and, stroking his head, thought they were soothing him and asked him why he was crying. They couldn't stop talking about what a good boy Pochi was, except that Yunha was trying to convince him that he wasn't crying at all. One of the girls on the sidelines suddenly didn't keep quiet anymore and said that she personally didn't understand why they thought Pochi was cute. The girl thought it was better to throw this mongrel away, but the boy was angry because Minji always provokes him at the first opportunity. She threatened him that she would tell everything to the teacher for insulting her, and then the teacher would punish him. Teacher saw Yunha sleeping soundly and realized that he must have been dreaming at this moment. Yunha was already getting a little angry because his teacher had thrown him into a cage of dangerous animals while he slept. One of the adults came back and entered the room and thus diverted the girls' attention to themselves, for they were very excited. Yunha, on the other hand, wanted to take advantage of this moment and tried to sneak out of the room without the girls noticing him. The boy walked into another classroom, and it was not empty. At the desk, Yunha saw Hyan, who was holding a book in her hands. Yunha asked what the girl was reading, and she said a book about Sherlock Holmes, and added that she had been obsessed with him lately. The boy remembered and told the girl that in the memoirs about Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock and Professor Moriarty at the end fell from the waterfall and went to the other world. Hyan, hearing all this, stunned, froze, and looked with great surprise at the boy. Yunha realized his mistake, which made the girl look at him so surprised because he had accidentally made a spoiler for this memoir. Hyeon was upset because she hadn't even finished reading it, and Yunha tried to apologize by telling her that he would be back in one piece in the next installment of Sherlock Holmes. The girl was even more upset and didn't want to hear it, so she shouted at him to stop talking about it, or she wouldn't be interested in reading anymore. Yunhae was sorry, but it was too late. Yunha decided to find another place to rest, and went to another room where a group of guys had already gathered and were discussing something very heatedly. The boys formed a circle inside of which the two led their duels, and one boy was defeated, but indignantly said that everything was not fair, and next time his rival will definitely get from him. Yunhook noticed the one he had wanted to get even with for a long time, and said loudly for all the guys that he wanted to find out who was the strongest in their group, and addressed Yunha personally, and said that he had come at the right time. The guys started to react very strongly and emotionally to all this, because they also now became the strongest in their group Yunha or Yunhook, and Yunhook himself thought about what all these guys are watching on TV, so they react like this. Yunhook confidently drew his childish sword that he wanted to use in this duel, and said menacingly that in his opinion, this city was too small for the two of them. The boy added that everything would be decided here and now, and told Yuna to take his weapon, while Yuna sighed heavily and thought about how he was fed up with all this. Yunhook's friends were very supportive of his comrade and shouted that he was much stronger and wanted him to win with a single blow, but Yunha kept thinking only that they were still children. The comrades did not calm down and continued to shout at Yunhook to win because they did not like the fact that Yunha was very popular with the girls. Yunha heard his neighbor calling him and thought that she might want to support him, but he was wrong because the girl was only rooting for him to lose. And if you think about it, the boy should not expect anything else from her. He didn't think he needed anyone to support him, but he was still a little upset about it. Yunha noticed in the crowd that Hyeon was also here, and was already happy that she would probably support him and cheer for him in this duel. But Hyeon did not hold back her emotions and tears in her eyes, and shouted very loudly that because of what Yunha had done recently, she no longer liked him and was not going to support him at all. Yunha all realized that he, as always before it was by life alone, and took his weapon in his hands, was ready for this battle. Yunhook did not hesitate and confident in his victory. He attacked to prove to everyone that there was no one stronger than him in their group. The boys held their baby swords as if they were in a real arena, and all far from games. Yunha was able to repel his opponent's attack without much difficulty with his sword, and Yunhook himself lost his balance. Yunhook tried his best to concentrate, but he didn't manage to stay on his feet for long, but catching his sword was much more problematic. The boy was unable to fight back Yunhae and still fell to his knees and lost his battle weapon. Yunhook clutched his stomach and couldn't and didn't want to believe it, because he thought that he could still continue this battle only if he was able to use his closed powers. In doing so, things would be different. The boy couldn't even stand on his knees and collapsed on the floor, while the boys at this moment were shouting and cheering for Yunhook's quick victory. Yunha, hearing all these shouts of joy and support for him, couldn't help but smile and said that it was basically a good fight for him. The guys did not calm down and continued to shout that the boy is very good and strong, and in principle they did not expect anything else from him, and the girls also praised him, because they liked how Yunha skillfully plays when they all played together in the family. The boys were pushing the boy in the back and saying that they thought that if anyone could pull Excalibur, it would only be Yunha, but the boy didn't understand what they were talking about. The boys emotionally said that they never thought they could see someone raise Excalibur and believed only in Yunghu, while the boy shyly looked at the sword in front of him and thought that maybe he should do it after all. Yuna took hold of Excalibur's hilt and decided that since the boys were asking for it, he couldn't refuse them and disappoint them. He did so and drew his sword high above him, and the crowd at that moment applauded him wildly, and the guys couldn't help but cheer. The boys were shouting how strong Yunha was, how good he was for pulling out Excalibur, and the boy was even starting to feel a little proud of what he had done, and shyly asked them to calm down. On the city street at this time, someone's phone was left under a streetlight, and there was not a single person around, and such emptiness was alarming. On the phone he had left, the online television news was broadcasting that there was an emergency in the city because of the 7th grade goblins who were trying to blend in with the crowd in crowded places. While all the news channels were reporting that if anyone could spot them, the authorities should be notified as soon as possible, the boys were running around on the playground playing their games and not suspecting anything. The girls were having fun and happy to catch up with each other, touching and shouting, whether they froze or the player melted and could continue the game. Yunha sat in the shade under a tree and watched them all as the boys ran one after another without stopping, and the boy wondered if they were getting tired at all because he didn't have the energy for it. The boy decided to take advantage of the silence to accumulate mana, because after changing the future, he needed to use every free second to do so. Yunha knew that it would be a little while before people would start to see more power in mana, and so it would be better for him if he could accumulate as much of it as possible. The boy, after that incident, was already able to accumulate much more mana than he had before. The boys noticed Young-hoo and turned to him, asking if he had rested enough and urged him to join their game, shouting that he was now driving, but the boy himself never ceased to be amazed at their endurance. The teacher was able to distract all the kids and turn all the attention to himself, or rather to the ice cream he had brought and was going to give them all. Yunha watched the whole situation as one tried to outrun the other to get to the ice cream and thought about how they were all still kids. The teacher kept handing out ice cream to all the kids and said that if someone didn't have it yet, they should come to him and get it. While being handed out ice cream by the teacher, Yunha and Minji took up the same thing at the same time and now looked at each other frozen. The guys started arguing about who they thought had taken the ice cream first, and no one was going to give in to anyone. The teacher came over to them and tried to understand what the problem was, but Minji tried to argue that Yunha was a guy and had to give in to her, but the boy didn't agree. The teacher took the ice cream away from the boys and said what he had told them earlier so they wouldn't fight with their friends. Making a decision, the teacher did what he thought was best in this situation and broke their ice cream in half. He gave each of them half a piece and added that this was the end of their conflict, because they could always share with each other. The guys decided unanimously that this outcome does not suit the two of them, and began to play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the one who wins in the end will get all 2 halves. The teacher tried to calm them down and told them again that they should share and that it was the right thing to do. Hyeon suddenly came up behind the teacher and wanted to ask him if he knew where Yoonhook was now, but he suggested that perhaps the boy was walking in the garden. Minji was eating her half of an ice cream cone and talking in her ear about how she didn't doubt that Yoonhook was out there waving his sword. The only thing she didn't understand was why the boy always played by himself and almost never did it in the company of the boys. Yunha was sure that special training should always be done in secret, but Minji, after hearing Hyeon want to find and bring Yoonhook some ice cream, didn't understand why. She was of the opinion that if the boy wanted it, he would come to her. Hyeon still insisted on her own because she was sad that he was out there alone while they were all eating. Minji laughed at Hyeon's reasoning and said that her big flaw is that she's too cute. The teacher heard what the girls were talking about and asked if Hyeon really wanted to bring Yoonhook his ice cream, to which the girl said yes. Minji saw that Hyeon was determined and offered to go with her, but the girl replied that there was no need and she would do it herself. The teacher also made an announcement to the kids that as soon as they were done with the ice cream, they should be sure to throw their trash in the designated area. Yoonha, while he was sitting and finishing his half of ice cream, heard the guys calling for anyone who wanted to play the freezing game to come over. Minji walked over to the boy and told him to come over too, but Yoonha refused and added that he had enough games for today. The girl wasn't used to backing down and started to insist on her own, saying that if Yoonha refused, then no one would play with him anymore. But the boy wasn't bothered at all, and Minji replied that she shouldn't worry about it either. Minji wasn't going anywhere without him, and explained to Yunhae that she had been personally asked by his older sister Yuna to play with him, and she wanted to fulfill that request. Yunha began to think about how nice and caring his older sister was, but his thoughts were interrupted by Minji, who told him to get up immediately. The guys played among themselves who starts driving in this game, and that person turned out to be Yunha. Yunhee didn't really like this outcome, but there was nowhere to go and he ran to catch up with Minji. The boy tried his best and wanted to catch up with the girl who was trying to run away. Yunhee's next target was a boy who was also running for all his might so that he couldn't be caught up. Yunhee still managed to catch up with one, and he was able to touch the boy, and according to the rules of this game, he was now frozen and immobile until he was unfrozen. Afterwards, Yunha ran towards Minji, and in a short time was able to run to her to touch her and shout that she had already melted and could continue the game further. Minji didn't even have time to move from her seat before another boy ran up to her and was able to pass the baton. She was now driving what the boy reported to all the other players, but the girl herself was starting to get angry. Minji naturally blamed Yunhu for all of this, and she was going to direct her anger at him, but she had to catch up with him first. Yunha was already enjoying this game a lot, and with a grin on his face, he asked Minji that did she really think she could catch up with him. The boy suddenly stopped, and that gave Minji the opportunity to reach him and tell him that now he was driving, but that was not what bothered the boy at that moment. After a moment, Yunha was completely enveloped in mana and was glowing with a bright blue glow, and all because of the feeling of annihilation, but only he did not understand how this was possible, because he was in a kindergarten. What he saw next amazed him and surprised him very much, and it was a green monster paw with big sharp claws. Yunha took a closer look and became very angry, not yet fully believing that all this was really happening, and in a kindergarten. The guys who at that moment were playing on the playground also froze, and with rounded eyes looked at the one who hovered over them, and most importantly, they did not know what it was. Above them, so far on the other side of the fence, stood a huge monster with its weapons, and it was a 7th grade goblin. The girl was so scared that she couldn't even move, and all she wanted was for her mom to come to her and take her to safety. The 7th grade goblin was already very close to her, and because of its size, blocked everything behind it. The monster did not hesitate any longer and decided to attack the girl with his weapon without any remorse. At the same moment, mana was released from the hand of one of the guys, and the most important thing in this situation was to make it in time and not be too late. With the help of mana released during the mana managed to disarm the goblin, and even a little disoriented, because he did not expect such a thing. Yunha, and it was he who used his power and released mana to help the girl escape this attack. The goblin quickly got out of the situation and shifted his focus to Yunhu, trying to attack him while the boy dodged and shouted to the monster that he was fed up with them all. Yunha was determined as always when it came to monsters and thought that he would try to deal with it quickly and run to help the other guys. The boy and the monster himself were fighting one-on-one, and each wanted to get even with the other as soon as possible. The teacher at this moment did not stand aside and tried his best to cope with another monster because he had to provide safety for all the guys. He used the first thing that came to hand as his weapon, which was an ordinary broomstick, and tried to shout to Yunhee to just stay in one place. The teacher threw his broom at the goblin, and such a picture actually made Yunhu stagger in one place in surprise. Yunha in a moment was thrown to the teacher's shoulder, and they tried to carry him as far away as possible, and the same thing the teacher was doing to the girl who was grabbed by the arcing arm, and all the teacher told them to do was to hold on as tightly as possible. The teacher tried to save the children, but the goblins themselves did not agree, and chased him to destroy all of them. The goblin decided to catch up with them as soon as possible, and rushed at them from behind in a leap with his weapon already quite close to the guys. Yuna decided to help the teacher and himself as well, and once again applied his power using mana. The boy tried to concentrate, though it was not easy to do so in a hurry, but he did not intend to give up so easily and quickly in front of the monsters. Yunha was still able to accomplish what he had planned, and thanks to the boy's strength, the monster was pushed as far away from them as possible. The boy breathed a sigh of relief at his success, and it was good that the teacher hadn't noticed any manipulation on his part, but was still running forward to find a place to hide. Yunha had already entered the room on his own feet, but the teacher continued to carry the very frightened girl who was even afraid to open her eyes. The teacher, having finally reached a place where they could all take shelter, fell to the floor and began to complain to the director of the kindergarten, while the girl was trying to calm down from the incident she had seen. Despite his fatigue, he still asked the director what happened to the other children, but the woman assured him that all the others had already been evacuated and were in a relatively safe place. Yunha heard the adults talking about how these were actually 7th grade goblins, of which there were 2, and that they had most likely appeared a few days ago. All this information was passed on to the authorities, and now it was necessary to wait for the players who could sort it all out, and the teacher said that he would now go and try to barricade the door with the other teachers. As soon as Minji found out the important information, she immediately shouted to all the adults that they couldn't find Yunhuk and the girl Hyan anywhere. The principal and teacher were shocked and worried about the children, and Minji added that she had seen them in the garden recently, and they were going to get ice cream. The teacher, despite his great fear, decided that he would definitely bring the children back, but the principal doubted it and was sure that he would not succeed, and what they should do now they did not know at all, but they were very worried about the children. Some of the boys heard what their teacher Tayo was going to do and started crying and asked him to stay with them and not go anywhere. But the rest of the guys started crying because they were worried about what would happen to their friends and asked teacher Tayo to find them and bring them back. At this time, the boy Yunhuk was grabbed by the monster's paw, while Hyan, who was standing a little aside, was watching them with horror and trembling with fear. Hyan saw that the monster was no longer waiting and was attacking the boy, trying to destroy him, and couldn't stay away, and was able to summon her mana and shouted loudly to the monster to stop. The girl was able to use her strength to throw the monsters away from Yunhuk and rushed to him to see if he was all right, and they also needed to decide what to do next. The second goblin was not as far away from the guys as before and looked at them with anger, wanting revenge for his kin. Hyan helped Yunhuk up, and they both looked at the monster and tried their best to think of something to do. Yunhuk realized that standing in one place would only make things worse for them, so he grabbed the girl and told her to run as fast as she could. Hyan still couldn't understand what they should do and asked Yunhuk about it, but he tried to calm the girl's panic and said that the adults would find them and that they needed to hide somewhere before they came. Yunhuk saw a metal hill ahead in the playground and said that they should try to climb that thing, and then the monster wouldn't be able to get to them. The boy let Hyan go ahead and helped her climb as high as she could and wait for the adults to come to their aid. Yunhuk heard behind him that the goblin was closer than he thought and told the girl to keep climbing as high as she could, but Hyan realized that he wasn't going to climb with her and was even more scared. The boy decided that he should stay downstairs and hold off the monster until the adults arrived and thus try to protect Hyan from the monsters. Hyan tried to dissuade the boy from this idea and to get in immediately, but Yunhuk himself was ready to face the monster with his child's sword firmly in his hands. The boy gathered all his anger and was ready for this battle as never before, because he realized that there was no one else to do it but him. Yunhuk at this moment visualized the image of someone he admired and wanted to be like, and it was a fire demon. The boy remembered watching his victory over the Kraken on TV and how amazed he was by it. Yunhuk rejoiced at the fire demon's victory as if it were his own, and considered the man a true hero and wanted to become one as soon as he grew up. The boy took the child's sword more firmly and confidently said that he too would be a hero just like his fire demon idol. The goblin was already furious and wanted only one thing, to deal with Yunhuk as quickly as possible. Yunhuk was trying to concentrate and convince himself that everything was fine and he just needed to remember all his training, but the monster was already coming at the boy and trying to attack. The boy closed his eyes tightly and tried to overcome his fear by instilling confidence in himself that he would succeed and was able to repel one blow of the monster. But the goblin was many times stronger than Yunhuk and was able to trap him in a corner with no way for him to get out, and the monster was ready to finish the job. Suddenly there was another person who could not pass by this battle and on the contrary was going to take an active part in it and at the same time raised the ground another child's sword. Yunhook already thought that he was going to go to the next world and could not continue to look at the monster, so he closed his eyes tightly with his hands and clamped them shut. Haiyan, who was watching everything that was going on around her from her hiding place, was very scared, but didn't know how to help her comrade. Yunha, who appeared suddenly but very timely, covered Yunhook with himself and resolutely rushed towards the monster. Yunhook heard the boy say that he had done well and froze in surprise, for he had not expected to hear such words from someone he had recently fought with, wanting to know who was the strongest in their group. Yunha didn't stop at what he had said, and looked directly into Yunhook's eyes, and said that he thought he was a real man. Yunhook was even more surprised at what was said and couldn't understand why Yunha was telling him all this now. The monster decided not to stand idly by and rushed at Yunhu, but Yunhook noticed it all in time and shouted at him to turn around immediately. The goblin's weapon was powerful and very sharp, and if it could reach its target, the man would not be happy at all. Yunha managed to turn around in time and repelled the monster's attack with his sword that had mana attached to it. Yunhook stood behind him and couldn't believe that Yunha was capable of such a fight and was so skillful at not only deflecting the monster's attacks, but also attacking it. Yunha was still able to defeat the 7th grade goblin in the end, after which a turquoise-colored diamond was left lying on the ground. The boy completely recovered and turned to Yunhook and said with a smile on his face that that was it and he could finally catch his breath. Yunhook didn't hesitate for a second and just rushed over to hug his comrade while admiringly saying that he was a real hero to him. Yunha tried to get away from the embrace, but he couldn't, because now Haiyan was also rushing towards him and was just as delighted by what she saw. The girl began to cry and tell how scared she was, but she was still not going to open her arms. Yunha remembered walking past the room a little earlier and overhearing a conversation about how the guys couldn't be found and didn't know what would happen to them now. The boy decided that he couldn't stay away and went in search of the boys, and when he came to the playground with the help of Mana, he decided to scan everything in the neighborhood. Yunhook saw a figure with a large mana and recognized it as Haiyan, and then noticed Yunhook too, and was glad that the guys were okay, and both were able to escape. Yunha relaxed and rejoiced too soon, for in the distance he had scanned another figure, and it did not bode well because that monster was approaching the place where all the others were hiding. After noticing the monster, the boy decided that he should first kill the goblin that was approaching the gymnasium and then return to Yunhook and Haiyan. The beast froze and tried to smell those it needed, and the goblin himself looked very intimidating in doing so. Yunha went out to meet him and was going to take this fight because he felt he had a duty to take care of the safety of all the boys and his teacher. The monster, as soon as he saw the boy in front of him, instantly rushed at him, wanting to destroy him once and for all. Yunha used his strength and with the clerical knife in his hand that served as his weapon, jumped high up and was able to leap over the monster. The boy, of course, engaged his mana and intended to attack the monster with as much force as he could. Yunha was at the monster's back and the goblin couldn't dodge and was destroyed. The boy, after this battle, looked at his weapon and saw that the clerical knife was no longer useful, and it would be unrealistic to use it, but it was still a great help to him. He threw away his weapon next to the crystal and rushed back to help the guys, thinking that who should be to break into the kindergarten like that, and as soon as he gets to the second monster, he will definitely deal with him. The boy rushed to run as fast as he could and thought only of making sure the boys could hold out until he came and tried to send a mental message to Yunhook and Haiyan that he was on his way to them. Yunha came back to reality where he was still being hugged by the guys who couldn't get over the shock, and he decided that it was better to let it be like this, and he would be patient for a while. The boy suddenly saw the teacher Tayo rushing to their aid with a broom in his hand that he was going to use for the battle, and he was already shouting to them all, wanting to know immediately if they were all right. Yunha finally calmed down because he realized that everything was over and all the monsters that attacked the kindergarten had been destroyed, and so he happily replied to their teacher that everything was fine with them all. After a while, a lot of people gathered on the territory of the kindergarten because there were policemen and worried parents who came to pick up their children as soon as they found out what had happened to them. One of the uniformed men was talking to Yunhei, wanting to know from him personally if he was actually able to destroy the monster. The boy, shy and avoiding a direct answer, began to humor him a little and said that the goblin was just a little hurt and told him that he had just disappeared when Yuna struck him a few blows. The man was puzzled because even if the goblins were 7th or 8th grade, they were not weak enough to be overcome by a 7-year-old child. He knew very well that monsters could only be sent to the other world by destroying their core with a weapon that was infused with mana or a very strong physical attack. The man also started asking the boy for the goblin that was in the hallway. Yunha continued to look for a way out of the situation, and so answered the man that most likely he was able to destroy the goblin that sent the other one to the other world, and after their battle, one of them was very weak, and so the boy managed to deal with him. The boy very much hoped that such an answer would satisfy the orderly, and there would be no doubts, and in principle he was right. The man behind the podium said that on behalf of Sunbook Goo's office, they deeply apologized to Do in kindergarten for the recent incident. Looking at all those gathered in the hall, the man went on to say that they will try their best to do everything possible for the well-being of this kindergarten. The man moved smoothly to the pleasant and joyous moments and pointed to their hero of the day. It was No Yunha who received the commendation and was given a certificate that was given to the brave child for his bravery in saving the people from the monster's attack. All the people in the room applauded wildly for the boy's bravery, and especially his comrades and teacher admired him. 9/11. Suddenly the boy's parents appeared and heard what exactly their son was being rewarded for, and asked threateningly if he had once again done something without thinking as he had done with the Kraken, and added that they wanted him to write a note of apology. Yunha heard his parents' reaction and was all but certain that he wouldn't get off that easily now. The reporters asked the boy to smile a little wider so they could get a good picture. After a while, the school directorate decided to organize the festival at Do and kindergarten. In this festival, there was a character and a legend which said that a long time ago there lived a princess, Snow White, and her face was whiter than white and she was very beautiful. It was Snow White Hyen. The legend was told, and the stage showed that Snow White had a warm heart, and in the forest live 7 dwarves who love her very much. The girl was actually very sweet and beautiful, and the dwarves protected her and shielded her from all troubles. These actions on the stage were watched by parents who sat in the audience and admired their children and their play. Yunhook grabbed his head and ran up to Yuna, whom he had recently considered his captain, and started shouting that he didn't know what to do because he had forgotten his text. Yunha didn't understand why the boy was so panicked, since he had only been given one line to learn, and sounded out his words for him once more. Yunhook was happy to have such help, and thought that Yunha was a true captain who remembered everything, but Yunha thought about how the boy had changed a lot after the situation with the goblins. Yunha remembered how the boy had nicknamed him Warrior, but he didn't like it at all, and urged him not to call him that anymore, so they agreed that Yunhook would call him Captain instead of Warrior. Yunhook said that he understood and promised his captain that he would show him how good an actor he could be. On the stage stood the princess in a beautiful dress with her nomami, and to her to meet her already rushed someone. The girl who came on stage turned to the princess to look at this red apple in her hand that looked very appetizing. Princess Snow White took a closer look at this apple and decided that it actually looked very beautiful. The dwarves tried to warn the princess not to take anything from the stranger and were almost certain that the apple was poisoned. One of the dwarves yelled for the princess not to eat that apple. The boy Yunhook, who was also on stage, shouted very loudly for her not to dare take it. The guys shouted to the princess all in one voice that she did not touch the apple, and in any case did not eat it. And this game they came out perfectly. Their emotions were incredible. The teacher took a microphone in his hands and voiced everything that was happening on stage for the guests. At this time on the stage, the emotions only heated up more and more because the dwarves were trying to prove to the princess that she should not eat the apple, and the queen wanted to insist on her own. Parents and relatives of the guys who were watching the scene and everything that happens on it were delighted with such a game of actors. Yunha, who was still backstage at this time, watched Yunha carefully and thought that the boy was playing like a robot and moving the same way. The queen, who was tired of waiting and persuading Snow White, threw an apple at her to finally eat it. The girl launched the apple, but it fell into the mouth of the wrong person for whom it was intended, and got even more angry. One of the guys who played the dwarf did not hold back his emotions and cried because he thought that Yunhook went to the other world because the apple fell into his mouth. All the other guys froze in shock because the dwarf had eaten the poisoned apple that was meant for the princess. The teacher continued to comment on all the events happening on the stage at this point, spoke into the microphone for the audience that, despite all this, the queen did not give up. He went on to voice the further scenario, saying that the queen still made the princess eat the rest of the apple. The girl who played the queen couldn't stand it any longer and shoved it into the princess's mouth and told her to finally bite it off. Snow White, with a bitten apple in her hand with horror, said "Mom," and the queen, who was running backstage, shouted back that she was not her mom but her stepmother, and reminded her that she had already asked her many times not to call her that. Hyan froze in place in surprise and still continued to hold the bitten apple in her hands. Snow White could no longer stand still because her legs suddenly weakened and she fell. At this time, the dwarfs were carrying their comrade who had accidentally gotten a poisoned apple off the stage. The teacher carefully continued to watch everything that was currently happening on the stage and walked over to Yunhei, putting his arm around his shoulders. He wiped away the tears in his eyes that came from laughing and told Yuni that apparently he could only rely on him now. The teacher told the boy in confidence that they had placed bets on which band would perform best. At this time, Snow White was already lying on the stage, and there were many beautiful white flowers around her. The moment had come that Yunhei now needed to go on stage and play his part in this play. Hyan, on the other hand, lay motionless in the flowers with her eyes squeezed tightly shut, and the girl still looked very cute in her pretty dress. As soon as Yunha walked onto the stage, he immediately heard the audience whispering in the hall, wondering if he was really the one. Yunha stood beside Snow White, and the whispers from the hall were getting louder and louder, and he heard people speculating whether this boy was really able to destroy the monster, and didn't believe the rumors, but someone said that it was all true, and he was even rewarded by the mayor's office. Some viewers still could not believe it, because in front of them was just a child, and how he could do such a thing people did not understand. Yunha didn't regret anything because those were real monsters who were not afraid to sacrifice people's lives, but he was a player, and it was his duty. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by loudly spoken words from the hall, shouting that he was very good, and Yunha didn't understand who was saying that. Yunha was a bit confused and now froze motionless, trying to come to his senses a bit. The girl who was shouting words to the boy about how good he was, while actively waving her hands from her seat, was his sister Yuna. Following his sister, his parents began to support the boy, and the first one shouted out his father what a very handsome son he had, and his mother said that she was also here with his younger brother. Yuna heard all the words of his relatives who tried to support him with all their might, and decided that he would be able to play his role properly. The boy blushed and laughed, and told his family that they were embarrassing him with their flattering words. Yunha was finally able to overcome his stiffness and confusion and approach the princess. The boy gathered all his courage and exhaled deeply, intending to do what he had to do. Yunha leaned over the princess and spoke his line for the play that said that could someone so beautiful exist in this world. Next, the boy in the script was supposed to kiss his Snow White on the forehead, which in principle he did. After that kiss, the princess was able to open her beautiful eyes a little. Yunha gave the girl a hand and helped her to lift herself up, while the boy looked at her very touchingly and tenderly. The whole hall burst into applause after this skit, and his family was especially happy for their talented Yunhu. Yunha and Haiyan bowed low in front of the entire hall, taking their hands. The guys who were watching this scene backstage could not stand still any longer and rushed at the guys with shouts of joy. Yunhe, who could not have expected anything like this, was lifted up in his arms and began to toss him around while shouting at him how good he was. The boy began to worry about his safety because the boys were throwing him very high and he could fall. The boys still couldn't hold Younghu, but they were able to catch him with strong, steady hands without letting him fall and hurt himself. It was his father's hands who immediately raved about how good he was on stage, and he was very proud of him. The boy, hearing these words, smiled happily and said that of course he was good because he was his son. While Dad and the boy were laughing, Mom came up to them and wanted to ask Yunhee something. She smilingly looked at her son and asked if he had thought about what he would do when he grew up. Yunha suddenly thought about it and remembered his mom asking him the same thing just last year. The boy had a memory of drinking warm milk in his grandmother's yard and his mother wondering what he wanted to do when he grew up. The boy, with his eyes downcast, did not know the answer to this question. He still did not know what he wanted to do when he grew up. But now, as he looked at all of his boys who were enjoying a well-performed play, he realized one thing. 982 Yunha was sure for sure that he just wanted to be happy and didn't want anyone to stop him from being happy. And now the boy is thinking that he has to give his mom an answer to what he wants to be. The boy, sitting on his father's shoulders, smilingly said that perhaps he would like to become a warrior. Yunha asked his daddy to let him down, which he of course agreed to, because that's what his rising warrior wanted. The mom looked at her son with pride and great love, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The boy was already running to his boys to celebrate his successful performance, and his mother added that he should do as he saw fit, and she would always support him. Yunhook, seeing Yunha immediately with a smile on his face, rushed to hug and congratulate his friend, his captain. After a while, there was no longer a kindergarten building, but an elementary school where all the kids went. The principal from the Price, standing behind the podium next to all the teachers, congratulated all the children who entered the elementary school on this beautiful spring day, along with the buds blooming. Among all these children was Yunha himself, who was already 8 years old at that time, and according to the goddess's calendar, it was year 3. When Minji saw Yunha standing in the row with everyone else, she was disrespectful because the boy was yawning and told him about it, because at that moment the principal was speaking. The boy could not keep silent and replied that he thought she was just as strange. Haiyan had already turned to the two of them and informed them that the teacher had asked them to be quiet. Yunhook couldn't keep quiet anymore and told Yuna that he thought there would be many strong children here and wanted to know when his captain would be in charge, but Yuna asked him to calm down because he wasn't going to do anything. The boy still didn't want to calm down and continued to speculate aloud that Yunha, as his boss, must be worried about Yunhook. While Yunha was tiredly trying to convince his comrade that he wasn't worried about him at all, the headmaster was finishing his speech for the junior high school students. After the principal's speech, all students were assigned to their classrooms for further introductions and instruction. A girl spoke in front of the class and introduced herself. She said her name was Kim Minji and she was from Manhwa district. The girl told everyone that she went to Duin kindergarten and she still wants to play and make friends, and she also likes to watch melodramas and listen to music, but listening to her Yunha did not understand why she had to talk so long. Delicately interrupting Minji, she was told that today they did not have much time for this, and offered to tell the girl about it all another time, and said all this class teacher of the first-year boys number 4, Eugenia. Minji had nothing to do but to finish his story and sit down at his desk and make sure to continue another time, to which all the guys exhaled a sigh of relief that they would listen not now. The teacher asked the next student to introduce himself in front of everyone, and it was Yunha who was already standing up from his desk ready to fulfill the teacher's request. The boy, unlike Minji, decided to tell his name briefly, that his name was No Yunha, that he was from Doan's kindergarten, and the last thing said was that he hoped they would become friends. Teacher Gina. As soon as she realized that this was the end, and the boy was not going to tell anything more about himself, began to think about who to ask next to speak and get acquainted. Gina looked in her journal and selected the next child from the whole list, and it was student Yang Hyan, and she also asked the girl to introduce herself. Hyan stood up from her desk, but the girl's head was down low, and it was clearly visible that she was uncomfortable with the whole situation. The girl could not start because she was very shy and embarrassed that the whole class was looking at her so intently. She was only able to say that her name was Yang Hyan, but the girl stopped there and could not continue, no matter how much she wanted to pull herself together and overcome this obstacle inside her. At this moment, Yuna was watching Hyan carefully and became a little worried for the girl, seeing how difficult it was for her to overcome herself, but he hoped that she would definitely be able to cope with everything. Hyan once again tried to pull herself together, and for some reason, she remembered an event that had happened earlier. On the porch next to the girl stood a man who introduced himself, saying he was Hyan's dad, and he was very pleased to meet his daughter's friends. The kids who all came to visit Hyan happily and with a smile on their faces said hello to her dad. The girl's dad knew that getting to their house was not so easy for the boys, and so he promised them that he would cook them a delicious dinner, and while they were waiting, he asked them what they wanted to drink. Yunha, meanwhile, was looking at the girl's dad very carefully, and something was bothering the boy. While the boy was wondering where he could have seen him, the boys were shouting to Hyan's dad about what they wanted to drink. One asked for a chocolate bar, another wanted mango juice, and Hyan herself told her dad she wanted yogurt. The man promised all the boys that he would bring the drinks they wanted and turned to Yunhei to see what the boy would like to drink. The boy first asked the man for an espresso for himself, but then came to his senses, smiled, and said he'd better get some banana juice. In front of the guys was set a fancy table on which stood a lot of plates with all sorts of sweets, and the guys themselves looked at it all admiringly. The guys started trying absolutely everything on the table and thought it was all very tasty and excellent. Minji said that Hyan's dad is a very good cook, to which Yunhook looked at her incomprehensibly and didn't understand why she was being clever, to which the girl replied that Hyan was her friend. Yunhook decided that Minji was a gourmet, which he immediately told the girl, but she shouted furiously for him not to call her that. The boy continued to tease and piss off the girl, and he was doing a great job at it, while Yunha watched from the sidelines. While Yunha drank his banana juice, he thought about how delicious everything on the table was that the guys reacted like that. The boy continued to drink his juice, and as suddenly, after a moment, his eyes rounded with incomprehension. Yunha was puzzled because he couldn't understand what he had just drunk, but his body was already covered in a blue glow. The boy looked at his glass in surprise and realized that his mana was being restored, and how it happened he could not understand. Yunha was finally able to realize what he had poured into his glass, which surprised him even more because it was a potion. Potions are elixirs that helped almost completely replenish mana in the human body. Players who fight monsters and beasts always carry this elixir with them since it was equal to their life for them. Hyan saw how Yunha had shoved that glass away from him and thought he didn't like his banana juice, but the boy assured that no, it was perfectly fine and it was delicious. Yunha asked the girl a question because he really wanted to know what her dad's name was, but Hyan herself thought that such a question sounded strange. The girl still decided to answer because it was not difficult for her that her father's surname was Yang and her name was Sokun. Yunha heard the girl's answer about her daddy's name, and the boy's eyes glistened with anticipation. The boy rushed over to Hyan and suggested that they become very close friends with him. Yunha clenched his eyes and once again said the name of Hyan's father, but the boy admired him because this man had revolutionized the potions market. Yang Sokun has always selected the ingredients very carefully, and he has the gift of filtration, which also allows him to extract the mana itself. This man would definitely become the king of the potion market in the future, and Alice Groups, which was one of the 3 biggest companies in South Korea. Yunha thought about the fact that he had never heard of this man having a daughter before, and it was incomprehensible to the boy. He finally realized the reason why he didn't know or hear anything about the man's daughter was because the girl had survived because Yunha had been able to save her. Yunha touched the girl's shoulder, wanting to tell her something very important. The boy told her in all seriousness that if anyone at school was harassing her, she had to report it to him and he wouldn't just let it go. The girl heard everything Yunha told her and lowered her eyes in embarrassment, but she agreed and thanked him for taking such care of her. Hai-an remembered all of this, and after coming back to reality, she clasped her hands tighter and had the courage to tell her story in front of the class. The girl began to say that she was also from Doan kindergarten like Yunha and Minji, and added that she liked to read and drink tea. Hai-an admitted that she is still very shy when talking to people who are new to her, but asked all the guys to talk to her. Yunha was pleased that Hai-an had the courage to talk about herself, but he didn't expect anything else from his best friend. Teacher Gina was pleased with the girl's story about herself and was sure to tell her what a good girl she was. Next, Gina informed all the guys that it was their turn to hear about another student whose name was Jin Sona. Yunha looked at the person their teacher had indicated and was surprised to find himself staring intently at another elementary school student. The boy noticed an unusual feature on the girl, and it was the furry ears on her head and more. Jin Sona stood up and lowered her eyes to the floor as the guys were paying attention, and the girl could hear them talking about her ears and tail, wondering if they were real and if she was a monster at all. The girl wasn't a monster, but she was a half-breed, and that was the name given to those people who were born with poor mana distribution. All people, when they met such half-breeds, were very wary of them and not at all friendly, and they had their reasons. People who lost their loved ones to monsters didn't like half-breeds because they were so similar to monsters. The girl, without raising her eyes, began to tell about herself that her name was Jin Sona, and she didn't go to kindergarten, but she would like to make friends with everyone. Yunha heard the boys discussing that some of them had been told by their parents not to go near this girl without much explanation, and the boy thought that apparently people just had too many stereotypes. Gina had no sooner announced the name of the next student than he jumped up from his seat and introduced himself to the class, and it was Cho Yunhook, who likes to swing a sword and thanks to his boss is learning to control his mana. One of the boys asked in surprise which boss he was talking about, to which Younghook himself only laughed that he didn't know who he was talking about. Yunhook didn't hesitate any longer and pointed his finger at the person he thought was his boss, and it was Yunha's disciple. He warned at once that Yunha was the most important and very strong in the class, and immediately warned the boy not to even think about anything. Yunhook did not calm down and started shouting very emotionally and loudly to the whole class what the best boss he had was, while the teacher was trying to calm down her student. Teacher Gina thought about the words she had just heard from Yunhook and made a decision for herself. Gina told Jinha to stay after school and bring his parents, because she needed to talk to them about something, and because of that, the boy was getting nervous because he hadn't done anything wrong. Yunha after class, as his teacher told him to sit waiting for his parents. It was all very tiring for him. Yunhook was shouting all over the school and kept shouting that his boss was the best, but Yunhook was sent to the teacher's room, and the boy got angry and decided that from now on, training for Yunhook would not be as easy as before. After a while in the dining hall, Yunha thought about the fact that the mana tests for the first-year students were finally over. According to the results of these tests, Yunhook and Sona were definitely above the average level, but Haiyan's mana was not even measurable, but the teachers thought it was a mistake, so they put her in the average level as well. Yunha thought about the fact that everything had gone without precedent, and that was the most important thing, so he could eat normally. But at this moment, his classmate Yunhook was already calling him to his table, shouting throughout the dining hall for the captain to go to him. Yunhook wanted to placate his captain somehow, so he said he would bring more food for them. Minji said in Yunhook's wake that this was the third time he was coming, and that his cook would soon remember him, but the boy himself was already standing near the food distribution and didn't understand how the cook knew his name. The girl decided to be concerned, and asked Yunhee if he had eaten enough, and added that she was thinking of going out and getting some more. The boy smiled and told Minji that he wasn't surprised at all because he thought the girl was a glutton. While there was an argument between the guys because the girl was proving that she was not a glutton, but just took less food from the other tables, the guys started talking about who had appeared in the dining room. The same guys kept whispering that the girl did have a tail. They couldn't understand why people like that girl were allowed to enter their elementary school. The guys started talking louder and asked each other not to make eye contact with that girl. Jingsona was walking with her tray of food among the rows, and she could hear very well what all the guys were talking about. Sona stopped near one of the tables since the one seat behind it was unoccupied. The girls who were sitting at the table looked at Sona in surprise and did not understand what she did not want from them and why she stopped near them. Jingsona plucked up her courage and quietly asked the girls if she could sit next to them and eat lunch. One of the girls proudly held her head up arrogantly and said that no, she would not allow her to sit at their table and eat lunch next to them. The guys who were watching all of this from the sidelines annoyingly said that out of all the possibilities, Sona decided to go to the table where Jinsena and her company were sitting. At that moment, this same Jinsena didn't understand and asked Jinsona what she was thinking, who she thought she was, and what she was counting on when she approached them and wanted to sit at their table. Jinsena's friends supported her and advised Sonia to know her place, and it was definitely not near them, and in general advised her to pay attention to her appearance and what she was wearing. The girls did not hesitate to discuss Sonia's clothes, and in general they thought it would be better if she never came here and stayed where she was. Jinsona was very confused and embarrassed, and so all she could squeeze out were words of apology for disturbing them. Minji couldn't keep silent anymore, and angrily asked why Jinsena was acting like that, and if she was rich, she thought she could do anything, and she didn't understand how she could be so mean, and Hyeon thought about how cruel that girl was. Even Yoonhook staggered at such cruelty to a strange girl and muttered the same thing to his captain. The boy pointed at the girl who couldn't bear the insults and cried, while Yoona himself at that moment remembered something from his past life. Yoonha remembered the time when he was an adult captain and destroyed monsters in his past life, and back then he knew for sure that not all half-breeds were good. In front of Yoonha sat at that moment one of such representatives who told the captain that he probably thought that the poorer a man was, the further he withdrew from society and the kinder his heart became, but only that it was not true. The half-breed added that of course there are good people among them, and there may even be good children, but the bad ones still outnumbered them. The man gave advice from himself to the captain that he shouldn't treat them any better, simply because they were half-breeds, and if he cared so much about them because of him, the man felt it should be stopped immediately. Yoonha turned to ask the man whose name was Jin Paran why he thought he was so kind, but Paran himself tried to explain that he wasn't talking about that at all. The captain suggested that perhaps Paran thought him weak and defiantly began to draw his sword, which was already endowed with mana. Jin Paran was frightened by what he saw and tried to justify himself to the captain that he didn't think he was weak at all, but Yoona went on to say that he had come to his tent in the middle of the night and was trying to harass him. Yoonha clearly and confidently told the man to get out of here and that he should go to the sentinel immediately if he still didn't want to get any from him. After some time in the Abyss dungeon, Paran had already fought one monster and successfully managed to defeat it. The man breathed out a sigh of relief after that battle, because that monster was quite strong compared to the ones that were here. No sooner had Paran finally gotten away from one fight than he was already being attacked by another monster. The man still couldn't react fast enough and missed this attack. The monster that attacked the man had long tentacles with spikes that were very dangerous. Paran saw a monster in front of him in his full height, which with its size was intimidating, and tried his best to come to his senses, but he did not succeed. Suddenly the captain came to the man's aid and rushed to the attack with his sword. Yoonha approached Paran, intent on protecting him from the monster, no matter what it cost him. The captain gathered all his strength and began to attack the monster, and it succeeded. Only the monster was even more enraged by this and lunged at Yoonhu with all his might, trying to reach him. Yunha reacted instantly, and that saved him, and the man thought it was a good time to use his mana. The captain, for all his battles with monsters, used his weapon, and it was a sword that served him faithfully. Using the same sword, Yunhee managed to successfully attack the monster again. The monster tried to fight back as best he could, but it was very difficult for him to fight the strong captain. Yunha concentrated on his mana and made a very strong attack on the monster, and this strike was the finishing blow. The captain, having successfully finished his battle with all his might, ran to Paran, who at that moment was lying unmoving. Yunha tried to give at least some help to the man to manage to save him. Paran advised the captain not to stop and to go as fast as possible, because he had already managed to get this far, and it was no time to hesitate. Yuan was already running towards the men with all her might, and the captain asked her to at least try to help Paran. But the girl was unfortunately unable to do it because she was very familiar with these wounds that no one can help, and as a result, Paran will soon go to the other world. Paran was calm because he knew from the beginning what he was doing and what the price of fighting monsters might be. The man was ready for it and didn't understand why the guys were still standing here instead of going on to fight the monsters. Yunhee had to accept this whole situation, and he waited for the last words from Paran. Paran reminded the man of their conversation when he said that not all half-breeds were kind and that they shouldn't be treated better just because they were half-breeds, and the captain replied that he remembered it well. He went on to say that there might be more bad guys in the world, and the captain shouldn't turn a blind eye because Paran himself was no different from them. Jin Paran, before he went to the other world, had one last thing to say, that he himself was not a good man. Yunha thought back to that whole situation with his comrade back in the old days and made a decision for himself. The boy got up from the table intending to leave, but at the last moment he asked Minji to do something. Yunha wanted Minji to make some room at their table and went to get the person who was supposed to have that seat. He approached Sonia, but the girl didn't even notice him. She was very upset and immersed in her own thoughts. Yunha took the girl under his arm and led her to his friends and told her that there was an empty seat at their table. Jin Sina and her friends saw what the boy was doing and froze in amazement watching them. Sona wanted to tell Yunhee that this was too much, and in doing so she accidentally touched his hand. The girl quickly yanked her hand apologizing, but Yunha said it was okay and called her to his table. Yunha pointed his hand at his friends and said that they had already found a place for her, but at this moment, Yunhuk was already actively gesturing and calling the guys over to them. The girl tried to stop Yunhu because she thought it would be worse for him and his friends if they helped her. But the boy was categorical and answered that he absolutely does not care about other people's opinions, and he will not change his decision. The girls who were sitting at Sina's table watching the kids wanted to know what kindergarten those kids were from and thought they should probably ask for information on all of them. But Sina talked them out of it and said there was no need and it shouldn't be done. The girl was convinced that it was obvious from these guys that they were nothing and she was not interested in them. Minji greeted her new acquaintance and told the one that Yunha could be a bit stubborn sometimes and she would have to get used to it. Yunhuk also said hello to the girl and told the one that lunch today was very tasty. Hyan offered barley tea to Sonia almost immediately, but the girl was embarrassed by such attention and care from the strangers. Hyan didn't hesitate to offer her friendship to Sonia right away, and the girl was even more embarrassed by it. Sona looked at them all attentively and didn't understand why they were so kind to her, and the guys themselves carefully advised to drink the tea slower because it was hot but very tasty. The girl, with her hands around the cup of tea, looked at her reflection and tried to understand for what kind of merits she deserved their kindness and care. Sona took one gulp of the tea, which was actually very tasty. The girl started to eat, but she was still too shy to raise her eyes. Sona choked on her food because she was eating in a hurry, and Yunha carefully asked her not to hurry because no one was going to take her food away, and from these words, the girl could not stand it and cried. The guys tried to understand why there were tears and tried to calm the girl, but she kept crying because she was not used to such attention and care, especially from strangers. After lunch, the guys decided to go out to the site together, and Yunha told them all that he would be driving, and added that when he started, the guys would have to suppress mana in order to hide their presence. The boy also said that if someone wanted to beat him and run away, then he should use mana to improve his physical abilities. Sona was worried because she didn't know how to hide her mana and told the boy that she knew how to hide and was in very good shape. Minji began to encourage the girl that she had to win with her strength, while Sona doubted that it was possible to win against him at all. Yunha realized that she couldn't use telepathy, which was her ability, and decided that he would teach her later. The boys started their game, and Yunha warned them that they couldn't hide inside the buildings and had to stay on the school grounds. Yunha turned away and started his countdown and warned all the guys that he would start after 100 seconds. The boy complied honestly and stood with his eyes closed and kept counting to 100. Yunha finished his countdown and shouted loudly to the entire site that he was going to search. The boy very quickly managed to find almost all the guys at once because of what they were upset and even a little angry. Yunha realized that only Heian and Sona were left, but he couldn't feel Heian's presence at all, which meant that the girl had excellent control over her mana, so he decided to find Sona first. As soon as he decided he was going to look for Sona first, his luck ran out. The boy was sure that behind the bushes now will find a girl, but this is where his luck ended, because the girl was no longer there. Yunha was able to spot the girl's tail when she was about to disappear around the corner. He tried to run as fast as he could, but he couldn't catch up with the girl. When Yunhee's hand was about to reach the target, Sona jumped so high up that it was impossible for him to reach it. The girl said loudly and seriously that she wouldn't lose until Yunha caught up with her, and so far there was no way the boy could do that. The guys stood back and watched as Yunha tried to persuade the girl to immediately descend from the roof, but she stubbornly refused to do so. Suddenly Unhook, who was standing on the sidelines, decided that he had been found but caught, and so he was going to resume his participation in the game. Minji didn't stand idly by, and in fact, she decided that she had been tricked, and now she was eager to run. Yuna, who was Yunhee's older sister, thought that it was fine because she really wanted to play again, and with the help of mana, she would be able to run much faster. Yunha, who saw that the guys had decided to take part in the game once again and not admit defeat, simply became furious. The boy grabbed his head and couldn't understand what was going on, and when he was the one who lost control in this game. Yunha pulled himself together and decided that if that was the case, he should definitely catch up with everyone and prove to the guys once again that they were still on the losing end, just like the first time. Sona watched the whole situation below with a smile, but still remained standing on the roof. A little earlier, Heian, who was also playing this game, had escaped into a building and was now trying to figure out where she could best hide. The girl heard Yunha shouting that he had already counted to 100 and was now going to look for them all, so she thought that she had to suppress her mana or the boy would be able to find her quickly. Heian tried her best to suppress her mana so that she wouldn't lose this game, or at least not so quickly. After a little while, she sort of succeeded, and then the girl remembered the rules of the game that she was not allowed to go inside and so needed to go outside. But before the girl could get out, she suddenly saw whole stacks of books unknown to her on the stairs ahead. Heian, of course, couldn't pass by because her curiosity was much stronger, and she wanted to find out what this place was and why there were so many books here. The girl walked inside the room and froze in amazement because there were many books around her, and it was intriguing and mesmerizing at the same time. She walked farther into the room and couldn't get enough of what she saw around her. The girl, after picking up a few books, decided that this must be her personal paradise because of so many. Heian suddenly snapped out of her reverie and began to think about where she was and what this place was all about, but she didn't forget that she needed to get out of here. The girl stopped abruptly because she saw a book that she was very interested in, and she could not pass by it until she recognized its title. Suddenly a man behind her said that the title of this book was Alice in Wonderland. The girl was a little frightened because she didn't expect that there was someone else here besides her, and now she looked at the unknown grandfather with glasses. The guys who went in search of Haiyan because they could not find her anywhere, suddenly from behind the door heard incomprehensible phrases that were about Alice, who went back and chased the rabbit. Yunha immediately went into the room, because he thought that the girl was in danger, but from what he saw, he could only menacingly say the girl's name, Yang Haiyang. Haiyan at this time sat on her grandfather's lap, and he read to her the book about Alice in Wonderland. But as soon as the girl heard the voice of her friend, immediately became nervous. Yunha said hello to the grandfather and explained that Haiyan had disappeared when they were all playing a game together, and that's why he was looking for her. But the grandfather told the girl that she should have warned him that she was with her friends. The rest of the guys watched the action in the doorway and tried to be quiet, but Haiyan told her friend that she'd just forgotten. Yunha was furious at this response and didn't understand how she could just forget, and the girl herself tried to apologize because she was actually ashamed of her act. He told Haiyan to warn them if she wanted to leave, and the girl said she would and apologized again for her actions. Yunha thought that if he continued to scold her, she would cry, and so he should stop. Yunha also apologized to his grandfather for interrupting him, but his grandfather replied that it was nothing bad and that he was bored until Haiyan came to visit him. The grandfather told the girl to visit him again because it was nice to have a friend who loves books as well, and from what Haiyan heard, she was very happy. Haiyan emotionally said that she would visit him tomorrow because she wanted to finish reading the book she had found, but Yunha tried to take her home because it was already late. When the boys were on their way out, Grandpa suddenly asked them to wait. Grandpa suddenly decided to offer the boys a ride home. A black premium car was already waiting outside the school and it looked very solid. Grandpa told all the guys that whoever wanted a ride home in this car should get in the back seat. Some of the guys ran to take their seats in the car without thinking, while Yunha watched from the sidelines and didn't understand who this grandfather was. Yunhook, Haiyan, and Sona took their seats and talked enthusiastically about what a great car it was and how soft it was for them to sit in. Grandpa took his seat in the car and told his driver to go. Minji and Yunha, as well as his older sister Yuna, refused Grandpa's offer to give them a ride home, so they stayed outside to watch the car drive away from them. Yunha thought about the fact that he had never ridden such a car before. The boy realized that at that moment he was very jealous of his friends who drove away in that car. In the school there was light in the windows, because there were classes for students, but the weather was rainy and overcast outside. Yunha, on the other hand, sat at his desk and watched the rain drumming on the windowsill at this moment. The boy was distracted from his dreams by the fact that he heard from the teacher his name and that he would be enrolled in some candidates, but he didn't understand what it was about. Yunha looked more closely at their blackboard on which the teacher had already written the election of the class president, and now the boy was even more surprised. The boy could not restrain his curiosity, and so raising his hand, immediately asked the teacher why his name was written down. Minji, sitting next to him, said that he didn't understand why his name was on the ballot, because she had been told that Yunha wanted to be elected class president. The girl did not hesitate to point at the one who was sitting in the next row of their school class. Yunhu was smilingly looking at the one he was basically thinking of, and it was a very pleased Yunhook. The boy raised his hand proudly, confirming that yes, he was the one who had recommended his captain. He was 100% sure that it was the captain who should be president, while Yunha himself thought about the fact that Yuhuku should no longer expect mercy from him. Yunha interrupted his teacher to inform him that he was declining his candidacy and did not wish to become the president of their class. The boy tried to explain his refusal by saying that he didn't think he was suitable, but the teacher said that he had already been chosen by Yunhook, and she didn't think he should ignore it. Teacher Gina added that all children have limitless potential. Yunha didn't know who to get back at, so he asked his roommate Minji why she hadn't told him anything about it before, except that the girl claimed that she had and no one had asked him to throw a tantrum. The teacher informed the whole class that Yunha was the only presidential candidate so far and wanted to know from the other kids if anyone else wanted to volunteer for this semester. Of all the kids, only one girl, Sina, responded by raising her hand up and thus attracted the teacher's attention. Yuha and the guys watched carefully what Sina was doing and were a bit surprised. Sina looked back and looked directly at the guys and said that she wanted to run for office. Yunha was already looking at her warily and directly sensed that the girl was already up to something. In a big box, there were a lot of burgers that attracted the attention of all the guys. Sina informed all the guys that they could dismantle and added that her dad bought all those burgers. All the guys were happily piling on the treats, happy to have burgers for lunch today, while repeating how great Sena is and that she's the best. Sena's girlfriends handed out treats to all the kids and told everyone that Sena said if she was president, she would buy them all burgers once a month, and that's why the girls advised them to choose Sena. Yunha and his friends were watching it all from the sidelines, and so far none of them were in a hurry to run out and treat themselves. Suddenly, one of Yunhee's classmates still held out a burger, but the boy didn't react in any way. That classmate was Sena herself, and she wanted to give Yunhu a treat because she noticed that the boy kept staying out of it all. On every burger package that the girl handed out, it was written that she was thankful for every precious vote, and it was a kind of marketing move. Yunha, however, was not going to give in to such publicity, and simply replied that he didn't want and wasn't going to eat that burger. The boy decided he wasn't really enjoying this interaction and so turned around and walked away from the girl. Yunha heard Sena continue to promise the boys something in return if she became president, and he was surprised that she was still a child, but she was already behaving like that. Yunhuk was also not left out and was handed a burger, and the boy looked at it all with big round eyes as if it was something scary. Yunhuk still resisted and didn't take the treat, basically like all of Yunhee's friends who refused the burgers. Yunha watched his friends and was proud that they were his friends who didn't give in, but instead stood tall with their heads held high. The boy looked once again at the whole situation and decided to himself that, well, let it be so. It was warm spring weather outside and the entire elementary school was heading outdoors. The kids gathered in front of their teacher were ready to go on their spring field trip. Gina tried to shout to all the kids and let them know that she was about to do roll call, and when she called out a name, that person should raise their hand. The teacher asked for help from her president and vice president to help her make the roll call of all the children faster. The first name the teacher called was Ji Sena, and she was the president of class number 4. The next one was Vice President Yunha, also a 4th grade student, but the fact that he held a position below Sena did not please the boy at all. The teacher continued onward with a roll call among all of her students. The children thoroughly enjoyed following their teacher Gina on the hike. Gina enjoyed telling her students about the different sights that came their way. After a short walk, it was time for lunch and they broke into small groups and spread out their plaids and started eating the food they had brought with them from home. Yunha opened his lunchbox and was surprised to see that "I love you" was written on top with ketchup, and that was the message his older sister Yuna had left him. The girls in his class read what was written on his lunch and exclaimed that it was wonderful and looked very appetizing, while the boy wondered when Yuna had time to write it. Minji couldn't keep silent either and said that such an act from his sister who loved him was very nice. Yunha asked the girl to show him what kind of dinner she was having. Yunha inside Minji's lunchbox saw foods that were neatly stacked and surely delicious. Hyeon showed her lunch to the girls, and in response, they did not keep silent because they thought it was very beautiful. She had a whole work of art in her lunchbox. Especially cute was a teddy bear made out of food. Yuna remembered Hyeon's dad as the one who loved and could create masterpieces in the kitchen and thought that everything was predictable. But Yunhook interrupted everyone and decided to loudly announce that for him, a bowl of noodles was the best food for the excursion. The guys were surprised at Yunhook's words and what kind of bowl of noodles he was talking about, and if he hadn't collected anything for himself. Yunhook told the guys that he didn't pack anything for himself because his mom told him that noodles were the best food for the excursion. The guys looked at Yunhook doubtfully and didn't know what to say to him, or if they should answer him at all. Minji felt sorry for Yunhook that his mother didn't bother to pack him a lunch, but Yunha supported his friend and added that he agreed with him because noodles were the best. Yunha thought to himself that he would have to reduce the amount of hard training. In the forest, a frightened man tried his best to escape from those who were chasing him. As he ran off trying to find a place to hide, he thought about what it was that was chasing him. He couldn't understand where the monsters came from in this area, and because he wasn't paying attention, he caught his foot on a stick. The man tried to keep his balance but could not and fell to the ground, hitting the ground hard. He tried to get up, but the blow was so strong that he could only crawl, because the desire to survive was stronger. In front of him a moment later, he saw the big furry black paw of the monster. The man was stared at by huge wolf-like creatures with red glowing eyes and jaws full of sharp teeth. The man took a closer look and was even more frightened because the 7th grade monsters in front of him were called Hound. He tried to call for help, but it was useless, and a 6th grade hellhound was already looming over him. The man realized that it seemed more and more unrealistic to save himself, and he did not know what to do next. The hounds didn't hesitate any longer, and in a matter of minutes pounced on the man in an attempt to take him down and destroy him, which they eventually succeeded in doing. The monster leader's jaws were coal black, and his fangs could take out anything without sparing anyone. He wanted to subdue everyone, so he let out a mental command for them all to stop where they were and wait for further orders. The entire pack obeyed their leader, and in the same instant their bodies were engulfed in a blue glow. All the riders froze in place at attention and waited for their ringleader's next order and prepared to comply. The ringleader conveyed mentally to all the racers that they were now allowed to run after him onward to the furtherance of their goal. The Hell Racers were running with great speed and trying to get as fast as possible to their goal, which was in the south. At this time, Yunha and his companions were laughing, remembering different stories and devouring each of their meals and suspecting nothing. All the guys had previously pulled out clue papers and started looking for surprises all over the area, and Yunhe's friends were going to do the same. Except that his companions were not very lucky, because their papers were empty, and the boy himself did not give it any importance, considering this occupation not the best. Yunhook, when he heard that some of the boys had managed to find what was hidden, decided that he too was obliged to find the treasure, and at that moment his captain tried to calm him down and explained that Yunhook was no pirate to look for treasure. Minji was also already involved, as the girl's sporting interest had kicked in and she didn't like to lose at all. The girls Haiyan and Sona also wanted to get to work on finding their treasure as soon as possible, and only one Yunha categorically didn't want to participate and was going to leave. Minji prevented the boys' escape and stopped him, saying that he had to go with them too. All of the boys were busy looking for something to do, and only Yunha was thinking about how much he wanted to go home, because this was no longer a picnic, but a hike. Yunha kept thinking that it would be better if they went to Kenboken Palace, which was much closer. Yunhu was flooded with memories that brought him little joy because the Yijongbu area was just beyond this mountain. All the guys suddenly stopped because they heard an incomprehensible rustle that was near them. Sona froze fearfully, not knowing what it was, and the same emotions were experienced by Minji. Yunha interrupted the girls' whispering and listened more closely, trying to figure out what had them all so wary. The noise along the road of the monster's huge paws was exactly what caused the noise that was heard by all the guys. Haiyan saw something ahead that she didn't expect and wasn't prepared for, and it scared the girl very much. A monster with red glowing eyes emerged from behind the trees and headed towards the boys. The monster looked with its fangs and claws on its paws very intimidating. Yunha was very angry when he could see who was coming at them, and remembered an event that had happened in his past life. It was the incident of seeing the flowers on Mount Bukhan when Seoul was protected by the cocoon. The monsters that flooded Yijongbu somehow managed to break through the cocoon and head south, and it was a tragic accident with many casualties. The guys were in great danger because they were the same monsters who were ruthless and very strong. The monster's mouth was full of sharp teeth from which saliva flowed, and the creature's gaze was insane. Minji froze with horror in her eyes and could not even move because the fear paralyzed her and she did not know what to do. The monster didn't hesitate any longer and jumped up to attack and completely destroy everyone he saw in front of him. Minji caught on something and, unable to keep her balance, fell to the ground and now looked even more defenseless. The monster was almost at its target, and the monster was separated from the girl by mere seconds. Minji already thought that she was about to go to the other side of the world and closed her eyes tightly and covered herself with her hand to try to delay the moment at least a little. Yunha came to the girl's aid and attacked the monster at the last moment and knocked it down with his foot. The boy with his strong punch was able to knock down and fell the monster, and it was very unexpected for the monster itself. Yunha activated his mana, wanted to attack the monster, and was immediately completely enveloped by the blue glow. The boy was going to attack with his weapon, and the first thing that came to hand was his lunchbox fork. Yunha was focused and ruthless, and all he wanted to do was to deal with the monster as quickly as possible before it could harm any of his comrades. They watched their friend's actions and were surprised because they didn't expect Yunha to be able to do such a thing. Yunha had managed to slay the monster and send it to the other world, and now stood watching as the fire engulfed the monster whole. The boy, without even turning to face Minji, asked if she was all right. The girl, though shocked, answered him that she was fine thanks to his help and further actions. Yunhook turned to his captain, thinking it would be more appropriate to ask him about it. But when Yunhee asked him what he wanted to know, the boy answered honestly that he didn't know how to put it into words. The boy was worried about his friend because it wasn't the same captain he knew, and that's exactly what Yunhook spouted. Yunha realized that his friend had noticed the changes that had happened to him because of his emotions and memories, but he still tried to assure him that he was fine, just a little nervous. He knew that when he destroys monsters, he becomes an invincible player who hates monsters and ends up losing his mind in battle with them. Yunha knew he shouldn't have shown his comrade this side of him, but to control himself at times like this is very difficult and almost impossible. The boy decided for himself that in the future he would try to make more efforts to make this side not so brightly visible and noticeable for others. Yunhook asked his captain what they should do now, but Yuna was ahead of Minji and said that it was not worth asking, because they should run away as soon as possible. Yunha agreed with that. The boy knew very well that hounds always travel in packs, and there were too many of them coming down from the mountains, and most likely he would not be able to save all of them, so there was only one way left. Yunha couldn't find any other way out, so he finally decided for himself and asked the guys to listen to him. The boy made a great deal of emphasis that they should listen to him very carefully, for it depended on it whether they could be saved. At this time, the students in their class unsuspectingly continued to search further for their hidden treasure. Spreading his napkin on a rock, one of the students decided he would take a break in this spot. Sina made herself comfortable on her napkin and told her boys to go and look for the treasure. The boys were not very happy with this instruction. The guys thought it was a bit too much and wanted to rest next to the sen. The girl's look was very contemptuous and promising them nothing good if they didn't start doing what she told them to do right now. The guys only had to take one look at their class president, which was clear without words, and so they immediately changed their minds and, leaving her alone, ran to find the treasure. Sina was relaxing, sitting in the sun and flipping through her cell phone, thus amusing herself. The girl was suddenly distracted from her study because she heard a foreign noise from outside. The boys ran away with frozen horror in their eyes and ran as fast as they could without sparing their strength. Sina was very surprised by all this, and she felt uncomfortable because she didn't understand what was going on. A whole pack of hounds raced after the boys, and the scraping of their claws against the ground was drowned out by the shouts that all the students raised. The girl ran past Sina and only managed to yell out that there were monsters chasing them, and from what she heard, she dropped her phone. One of the hounds was focused on Senya and intended to destroy the girl without hesitation. Sina was begging for someone to come to her aid, and at this point the monster was almost there. The girl kept calling for help and was more frightened than ever, but the monster only opened its mouth wider. Sina had no hope of being saved, and because she could no longer look at the monster in front of her, she closed her eyes tightly. At the last moment, a shot was fired at the monster, and it was the bullet that hit the monster that saved the girl. The monster was destroyed, but the girl herself could not recover from the stress. Sina still remained seated in her seat, and was even afraid to raise her head while the monster lay motionless beside her. The girl heard someone addressing her, and it was someone she didn't expect to see at all, but he still helped and saved her. Yunha was her savior, and the boy told Sena that if she didn't want to go to the other world, she should go downstairs immediately. Sena still didn't understand what was going on or what the boy was telling her, and Yunha continued to say that he had cleared the path and she could go. Yunha cleared the way for all the guys by mercilessly destroying the monsters one by one. The girl grabbed Yunhee's hand at the last moment when she realized he was going to leave and tearfully began to say that she couldn't just leave and had to stay and protect her. Sena held Yunhu tightly and was not going to let him go under any circumstances, realizing that she would be safer with him. Yunha let the girl's tantrums, and even at times like this, her commanding tone pass his ears, and said only one thing to Sena, not to dare stand in his way. The boy decided to explain again, but for this, Sena needed to listen to him very carefully and while telling. Everything he remembered how he had already told his friends about it. Yunha told them to run to the foot of the mountain, and if they met anyone on the way, they should be sure to ask to call the players. Only then, Yunhook was sure that his captain would go along with everyone. The boy replied that they would go on their own, and he would go to find the others. Yunhook immediately decided that he should be with the captain because he was learning to control his mana and could help Yunha. Yunha interrupted his speech and sternly told him to stop talking about everything and instead concentrate on saving himself and surviving. Yunhook obediently agreed and, lowering his head, apologized to the captain for his emotions. Yunha informed the boys that they were on the team from now on, and they needed to be sure to remember that the hounds have very good cores. The boy muttered some more that they would need to suppress their mana as much as possible. Yunha, after talking to the boys and giving them very important advice and instructions, went into the forest. The boy scattered food from Hei-An's lunchbox, knowing full well that there was some mana left in that food thanks to her father. But Yunha remembered that hounds have a special sense of smell, and so they can smell mana well, but it all comes in handy for distractions. The hounds, on the other hand, were wandering around the forest at this point, trying to smell their targets and figure out which direction they needed to go. Yunha finished scattering the food and used his abilities to find out where they were. Using his mana, the radius spread out over a great distance to determine an approximate location. The boy was pleased that he had managed to buy some time for his fleeing companions. Yunha used his strength to move through the forest with long-range jumps, and it gave him a considerable acceleration. The boy stopped because in front of the mountain he saw a black cloud and realized that he would not be easy because of so many monsters. Yunha reflected on the fact that he now had half as much mana as before he returned, and the good news was that he had Yuzu tea, but it would have to be saved. The boy suddenly heard hounds barking and growling in the distance, and realized that he was already close to the location of the monsters. In the clearing, monsters were attacking the men, and one of the men was begging hard for help. The jaws of the monster were so close that the man had no chance to escape, but he still continued to scream for help. The hound's mouth was full of sharp fangs, and saliva continuously kept dripping from it. The hounds were strong monsters and hardy, and their torso was made up of solid muscles. The monsters were suddenly attacked from the back by Yunha, who still managed to reach them. The boy rushed to the man's aid, but did not have time, and he was already sent to the other world, and now Yunha was surrounded on all sides by monsters, but with one, he managed to get even. Yunha turned his attention to something he thought he would definitely need in the near future. The boy turned his attention to the man who had been destroyed by the monsters, and thought that since he was a player, he must have a weapon. Yunha did not take the player's long sword because it would be too heavy for him, but saw a small dagger, and it was just right. The boy assumed that this metal had mana in it, and hoped that it did, because then he would be able to destroy the hounds. Yunha wanted to fight the monsters with the remaining mana in the metal of the dagger to avoid using his own. The boy with a cheeky smile on his face beckoned to the monsters, but with his weapon already aimed at them. The hounds, enraged by this call, could not delay any longer and rushed at the boy, wanting to destroy him as soon as possible. One of the monsters made a leap and was almost at the target, and its saliva from its mouth from anger was flying in different directions at this moment. Yunha held the weapon firmly in his hands and engaged his strength, intending to repel this attack. The boy was able not only to reflect, but also to attack himself, and very successfully, because with one blow, the monster was already destroyed. The monster was all engulfed in flames, and the others were already chasing on their paws, wanting to kill Yunha. Yunha was so engrossed in massacring one monster that he only noticed the others at the last moment. The boy managed to react in time and rushed into the fight, and with his weapon, he managed to walk over all the hounds, striking them. Because the monsters were outnumbered by times, one of them almost managed to pounce on Yunhu from behind. The boy was able to duck in time to avoid the attack, and the monster was almost on top of him. Yunha tried not to waste seconds and turned around and struck with his dagger that he had taken from the player. A pack of these hounds barked and growled and ran at Yunhu at full speed, while he was already at the ready to give a proper fight back. Yunha touched the ground with his hand and was about to do something that could make him a little safer because the pack of 100 running at him was big. The boy, using his strength, was able to push himself off the ground and jump up. The monsters looked at the one who was able to jump so high and were surprised that they opened their mouths. Yunha wanted to use something and used his weapon in the form of a small dagger to do so. The boy succeeded and scattered small needles over the monsters, which were hard to hide from. The sharp needles reached their targets, and the monsters were attacked one after another. The boy was already on the ground, while almost everything around him was already engulfed in fire and monsters were blazing, which meant that his plan had succeeded. Many hounds were covered in a blue glow because Yunha continued to use the mana that remained in the player's dagger. On the battlefield, there was a pillar of blue glow as Yunha didn't give the monsters even a moment to recover and continued to attack again and again. The boy was acting according to his clearly formed plan and was going to destroy absolutely everyone in this clearing. Yunha got his way, and all the hounds that were there at that moment were destroyed. From the noise of the battle that was taking place in that clearing, all the birds flew up into the sky, for even they were frightened by what was happening below on the ground. Yunha returned from his memories as he cleared the road of monsters to Senya, who stood motionless, and at her feet, the hound the boy had destroyed was already blazing. The girl still didn't want him to leave her alone. The boy once again said what he advised the girl to do next, and he had to go to the person he had noticed on the road, and obviously this person needed his help because he was already in a very bad condition. Yunha said one last sena. He went, and using his strength in his jumps, he had already practically disappeared from the horizon after a moment. The girl, watching all this and slowly realizing everything that had just happened here, suddenly realized what she wanted. And Sena wanted to get someone who was so strong and brave, and that was exactly what Yunha was. The boy was already running as fast as he could, trying to get as quickly as possible to those who needed his help. Yunha ran into the thick of the forest and thought only that he was obligated to destroy all these monsters. He ran on the ground and used his strength to leap above the trees, scaring all the birds that were sitting on the branches of those trees. After a little while, he managed to find what he was looking for, and he was determined. Yunha saw that there was a huge pack of monsters below, and leading them all was a 6th-grade monster hellhound. The hellhound was large in size, and the head was distinguished from the torso by bright red hues that separated it well visually from all the others. From the hellhound's mouth was released a blob of black smoke that covered practically the boy entirely. Yunha didn't care about such actions of the monster because he thought that letting the monster tag him as much as it wanted wouldn't change anything. The boy was confident, and so he knew no matter what he would destroy the monster under any circumstances. Yunha repeated the maneuver that he had used earlier and once again used his needles that crumbled everywhere. The monsters tried to run away to escape from this attack, but it was impossible for them to do so. All of them were under this attack, and there was no mercy for anyone, just what Yunha wanted. Yunha jumped down to the ground ready for further battle, and just from his one look, one could tell that he had no intention of retreating. The boy looked at all this pack in front of him, and a little farther away on the dais stood that hellhound. She was the one who gave the mental command to take, and it was meant for all hounds. Towering over the boy were two monsters who were going to make their leader's order come true and destroy Yunhu as soon as possible. Yunha wasn't going to give up, and he had successfully launched a counterattack himself, not feeling kindly towards the monsters. The boy was still armed and deftly handled these weapons, and these weapons had saved him many times before. He was destroying the undead one by one and wasn't going to stop until he sent the last monster to the other side. Yunha paused to assess the situation around him, and to his dismay, there were many more hounds. The boy had to simultaneously fight off several monsters at the same time. The small dagger still had mana in it, and this helped Yunhu and increased his chances of winning. The boy fought on instinct and was very good, and so the monsters did not have it easy. Almost the entire clearing was already on fire because Yunhei had managed to kill many hounds. The monsters didn't back down, and were also going to fight until the very end, and so Yunha thought they were stubborn creatures. Yunhee's friends were running through the forest to escape the monsters that attacked their school class. The boys recalled the words of Yunhee, who hoped that his comrades knew exactly what they had to do, and because the hounds had very good cores, the boy told them to suppress their mana as much as possible. All the boys then listened very attentively to the advice and instructions of their friend, and were going to carry out everything unquestioningly. They ran as hard as they could without stopping for even a moment's rest, for their safety depended on it. When they reached the nearest fork in the forest, they had to stop and figure out which way to go. Unhook hoped to get the answer to their question of where they should run to next from Hai-An. Hai-An was almost out of energy because she was tired from the rush, but she tried to pull herself together because she had to, and her friends could be hurt by her inaction. The girl remembered Yunhee's instructions that she and Sona would be the navigators for their company, but Hai-An would be the main navigator since she had excellent senses, and Sona would just help her. Hai-An just knew that she had to do it, because where she pointed the whole company would go and she couldn't afford to be wrong. The girl, as quickly as possible, gathered her thoughts, concentrated, and said that there was something bad behind the left turn. Hai-An also told Sona that she also had well-developed senses, so if there were monsters nearby, she would notice them too, and Sona confirmed that the place Hai-An was pointing to was filled with sounds that didn't bode well. Minji decided to take a little control of the situation, and so she told all the guys that they were all tired but had to pick themselves up and move on. Yunhook followed all his captain's instructions and obeyed the girls, but only one question constantly plagued him. The boy could not understand why there were no players in the area, and after a moment he stopped because he heard strange sounds. At that moment the boy's hand was firmly grasped by the girl, preventing him from doing anything. Minji was the girl who held Yunhook's hand tightly and told him not to look back in any way, but to just keep running. The girl hadn't forgotten her friend's instruction because Yunha had instructed her to make sure the guys didn't panic. She tried in her own manner to resent that all Yunha was advising her, but he was adamant and replied that yes, only that, but it was very important. Minji didn't dare to disobey because no matter what, she trusted Yunhei and knew that he wouldn't advise anything bad. Hai-An and Sona suddenly stopped because they saw a large blob of black energy in front of them. The girl stopped the other guys too and informed everyone that there was something ahead of them, and it was definitely not good. All the guys froze and did not understand what to do next, while the black clot was coming closer and closer to them. From beneath this clot, the creature's huge paw with long claws became visible to them. Then the guys could see a muscular torso of large size with sharp spikes that covered the entire back of this monster. The guys were very scared and could not even move and still did not understand what they should do now. In front of them stood a real hound, and how they could survive and save themselves now none of the boys knew. The hound came to its full height and howled loudly, and that didn't bode well either. Yunhook, with his stick in his hand, froze in horror and tried to figure out what this hound was doing. The boy later realized why the monster was howling like that, because the monster was just calling his pack to him. The guys were trapped because the monsters were now everywhere and were coming at them. Yunhook, before their escape, remembered the admonition of his captain, who said he was the only one who could fight, and added that he was the strongest of them, and so he would be able to protect them. The boy remembered all those words and tried to gather his courage and strength because he knew perfectly well that it was not worth waiting for help. Yunhook then heard that he would have to fight the monsters they encountered, no matter how much he wanted to. Hitting his hands, which consequently meant that Yunhook understood everything and would do whatever was required of him. Taking his stick, which in the near future would be his trusty weapon, the boy inhaled deeply and exhaled, trying to focus. He hoped and wanted to believe that he could, and yet remembered all the training with his captain, how time after time he repeated all the moves until Yunha was satisfied with him. Yunhook activated his mana and stood in front of his enemy, preparing to engage in this fight. The boy didn't hesitate any longer and swung his weapon at the monster with all his might. He still managed to hit the hound that was closest to the others. All the monsters froze with surprise, because they did not expect such a leap from the boy and now were more careful. Yunhook was very happy that he had succeeded, because he had little faith in his own strength. One of the hounds had one eye damaged thanks to the boy's efforts, but the others were even more angry. At the boy at full speed were two monsters who wanted to send him to the other world as soon as possible. Yunhook was not thinking of retreating and giving up. He was going to take this battle and try not only to survive but also to win. As the monsters attacked, one of them managed to snag the boy, but it was as if he felt nothing and continued to fight on with all his might. The other monsters no longer stood aside and all rushed into the very epicenter of the battle together. It was getting harder and harder for the boy to keep up, and his strength was running out, but he tried his best and did everything the captain taught him. The girls shrank from fear and sat aside as they suddenly saw that their friend was wounded, and from this they were frightened even more. Sona saw all the horror that was happening to her comrade, and it felt like those monsters were just playing with Yunhook. The girls heard the boy talking to himself that he was still not going to give up and would fight to the very end. There were a lot of hounds, and they all ran at the boy to destroy him and then get to the rest of the guys. Yunhook summoned his mana and tried to put all his power into the blow that was meant for the monster. The hound decided to attack Yunhook and was practically on target. They were only a short distance apart. An incredibly powerful blow was addressed to the monster, and it was all done by one boy, just through sheer persistence. The boy himself was very surprised at what he had just been able to do, and couldn't believe it until the end. Yunhook was beginning to think that this was a bit like some boss's ability. The boy missed one of the monsters and failed to react in time and was attacked by it. The hound was able to bring the boy to the ground with her strike, and she didn't plan on stopping there. Yunhook was wounded, and on top of that, the monster had pinned him to the ground with its powerful paw. The monster opened its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and was going to destroy its enemy. The girls were horrified at what was happening to their friend and tried to think of ways to help him. Sona was so shocked and frightened that she couldn't even move, and one by one memories flashed before her eyes. The girl remembered all their happy moments with her friend Yunhook, always by her side. Sona tried to call for help so that someone would come to them and this whole horror would end. She was still remembering all those moments that had happened to them and couldn't believe it would end like this. The monster, on the other hand, never gave up on his goal at this moment and had no intention of sparing anyone. The girls couldn't look at it anymore and rushed to their friend's aid, summoning all the strength they had. Sona, from wanting to help Yunhook badly, was in a moment engulfed in fire and tried her best to change something. The radius of her power spread farther and farther, and the girl couldn't stop saying that at least someone would come to their aid now. The monsters felt a strong wind suddenly blow around them, and it puzzled them so much that they froze. All the monsters swirled in a strong vortex that swept away one by one, and only the guys were untouched. The girls didn't understand what the whirlwinds were either, but for some reason, they were sure they wouldn't hurt them. Hyan looked around in amazement and tried to figure out what it was and if they should be wary of it. The girls, in spite of all the whirlwinds that were growing bigger and bigger, rushed to their comrade to find out how he was and if he needed help. Yunhuk, despite all his injuries, the first thing he did was apologize to the girls for having to see all of this and being scared for sure. The guys were distracted by what they saw a moment later, and it was a girl who was coming straight down from above them. The girl approached the guys, only they could not relax and realize if she was a threat to them, and so they huddled closer together. In front of the guys stood a girl from the 12 thrones who possessed divine wind, and her name was Shin Soyun. She asked the guys to close their eyes for a second. Soyun promised them that now these monsters would get what they deserved and would regret coming here at all. Yunha, on the other hand, was still fighting alone with the entire pack of hounds, and now only a small ring of fire separated him from the monsters. The boy had a little time to recover, and decided to get a thermos from his backpack, which was filled with Mgiali's potion. Yunha decided that if he was still here, he should drink it, because there might not be a better time. In a matter of seconds, the boy finished his potion and decided to pick up where he left off. Yunha, having gained strength from that potion, was ready to fight more than ever and was confident that he would soon deal with all the monsters. The boy concentrated on exerting his power and activated the heavenly walk. Yunhe's blows were very strong, and all the monsters flew away from him as soon as they approached the boy. The monsters were still raring to fight, and all rushed at the boy, and they had only one goal, to get rid of him as soon as possible. Yunha was collected and delivered his blows one by one until there was no one left who could threaten the safety of him and all the other people. The boy in this battle actively used his weapon, and it helped him a lot, but the battle did not end. Yunha involved not only the dagger but the gun too, and the hounds were unable to deal with him. The boy had no sooner destroyed one monster than dozens of other monsters swooped down on him from behind. He applied his mana, and at times like this the boy could think of nothing but getting to the last one. Yunha was ruthless in principle like all hounds, for in this they were very similar. It was not easy for the boy because this battle was not easy, and took a lot of energy and strength from him. Yunha was able to deal with all the monsters that came his way, and now there was only one left on the battlefield, and that was their leader. He gathered all of his remaining strength and used the heavenly action, hoping that it would help him win the victory. The boy's entire body was engulfed in a blue glow, and Yunha was well aware that he might not be able to get a second attempt. The boy felt his strength leaving him because it was already spent more than he could count on. It wasn't easy for the monster either, but like Yunha, he wasn't ready to give up and retreat, so he went all the way to the end. Yunha attacked the monster with his dagger, and it hit it right in the mouth. The boy followed without wasting a second and pulled the trigger on the gun. Yunha saw that this was unfortunately not the end, and defeating the ringleader was much harder than he had anticipated. Everything around them was already engulfed in fire, but no one was retreating, and this moment of their battle was very tense for both of them. In this vortex of fire and constant attacks from the side, it was very difficult to see anything, but the battle did not stop. Yunha was still focused and attentive to every detail, even though it was already very difficult for him. He did not stop for a moment to use his weapon on the monster. The monster was getting numerically wounded, but because the pack leader was very strong, he still continued to stay on all his paws. Yunha, in another fall, was able to barely get his dagger on the ground to keep from falling and continue to hold his opponent's gaze. The boy realized that he had no more ammunition, and so he was left to use only close combat. Yunha also realized that his mana was already almost at 0, but he was glad that the monster had it as well, and so it was fine. The odds were even. The monster, despite being attacked a large number of times, still had a very intimidating appearance. The monster thought the boy was an overconfident human and began launching large black clots of his energy at Yunha. Yunha turned to the monster with a sneer, wanting to know if it had any strength left for another attack. The boy noticed what the monster was releasing and at first thought it was a mark, but looking closer, he realized that the monster had begun to thicken the fog before attacking. The monster wanted only one thing, to get this boy to the other side of the world once and for all. Yuna was no longer standing still and pondering, he was already rushing to meet his opponent. The boy began to apply the rest of his mana and used his dagger to throw an attack, very much hoping it would be the final one. Yunha above him couldn't see anything around him, there was only a large black blob. The boy was trying to figure out what it was, and for reassurance held his breath for a moment, thinking maybe it was some kind of poison, but then realized it wasn't. Yunha decided to himself that if it wasn't poison, then he shouldn't delay any longer and should just get it over with. The boy acted only on instinct, and even now he realized that it was madness. He, despite the best efforts of the monster who was releasing fire, continued to burst through him. Yunha did not see anything around him and walked forward towards his goal as he suddenly realized that his mana was gone, that he had completely used up all of it. The boy had struggled to survive the fall, but now he could only hope. Yunha fell to the ground, breathing heavily, and all his clothes were smoldering from the fire that was released by the monster. After recovering a bit, Yunha realized that despite the large amount of mana he had spent on his defense, he was still badly injured. Yunha leaned, sitting on his knees on his weapon, and suddenly remembered a moment from his past life. The boy remembered how he was the captain of his team, and in one of the battles with monsters, he was also without strength and could only hold on to his enthusiasm. That captain was then bent down on his knees when many different monsters stood before him, and someone was rushing to his aid, but one of his comrades stopped him and told him not to touch him. That comrade then said that the captain's name was Berserk for a reason, and he didn't need anyone's help. Added only that the meaning of the name Berserk was that the gift is activated only in a critical situation. The same happened now with Yunha, his gift and ability only activated when the situation reached a critical point. The monster could not have expected this, and so it froze, trying to understand what it was doing to its opponent. Yunha came to his senses and was no longer so defenseless and decided that now was the final point of their battle, and the monster would no longer be able to escape. He attacked without sparing, and with one of his punches, Yunhee managed to reach the hound. The boy didn't stop using his gift and rushed with his blade in a leap to attack the monster. Yunha tried to pierce the black clot of fog behind the monster with his punch. The boy failed to land his blow, and this blob turned into a huge ball, and the monster was inside it. Yunha, looking at this transformation, decided that the monster was thus hiding from him. He glanced at his dagger, which he had decided to continue to use in this battle, thinking that this blob of mist was not so strong that he could break through it. The boy used his gift and decided to remind the monster of his words said earlier, that he would not be able to survive under any circumstances. Yunha was literally blasting his way through with his weapons and his strength. The boy repeated again his promise that the monster was about to go to the other world, no matter how hard he tried to hide from it. Yunha was able to get to the hound and was finally going to do what he had wanted to do all along. He put all his strength and attacked the monster one last time, and there was no more chance for it to survive. Yunha was finally able to win the victory, even though it was not easy for him, and the monster was already engulfed in fire. The boy sat exhaustedly on the ground and watched as everything blazed, and he managed to get his way no matter what. Yunha watched the sun set in the distance outside the city and was glad it was finally over. He didn't need to be strong anymore, and he was able to exhale, and from so much expended energy he just passed out. At the same time, the events with Yunhee's comrades took place on another battlefield where one of the 12 thrones, Shin So-yun, came to their aid. The girl was going to not spare them to deal with all the monsters that surrounded the guys. The guys themselves were shocked by her appearance and the abilities that So-yun possessed. The girl was very strong, and that fan that she always held in her hands was endowed with special powers. She remembered for a moment how, in the distant past, when running away from the hounds, she had thought about why those people couldn't just do their job to avoid such consequences. So-yun didn't wait any longer, and used her mana to reveal her fan, which was already covered in a blue glow. Using her gift, the girl was able to summon large vortices that absorbed everything in the area. Managing and fully controlling all the vortices that had formed, the girl thought about why no one had reported what was happening here. The girl pointed her finger at all the monsters and said with a creepy smile on her face that all of them had now come to pay and no one would be able to survive. Large funnels absorbed one monster after another, and only the guys sitting on the sidelines were untouched. Soyun actually spared no one and sent all the monsters to the other world, and the girl did it all very quickly. The girl was endowed with a special power against which it was basically impossible to resist. Finishing her work to perfection, the girl closed her fan with a light movement. Soyun was so engrossed in the massacre of monsters that she even forgot about the existence of children around. The girl coming down on her little whirlwind looked simply amazing. Soyun apologized to the guys for being so engrossed in their actions that she forgot about them, and also apparently frightened them very much. The girl kept reassuring the boys not to cry, and explained that they were no longer in danger. Yunhook interrupted Soyun, who was so enraptured by her that he couldn't hold back any longer and decided to say it out loud. The guys were so amazed that after a moment no one could hold back anymore, and interrupting each other, the guys shouted how cool the girl was. Yunhook wanted to know if Soyun was part of the 12 thrones, and Minji was trying to tell him that he should have been thankful for saving them in the first place. The boy was so amazed that he could meet personally one of the best players that he could not completely control himself and his emotions. The girl carefully watched all the guys and decided to herself that they must have lost their minds a little because of fear, because they all looked not very good. Soyun decided that she should immediately check them all for internal wounds and used her abilities. What the girl saw in Haiyan surprised her greatly because there was a large amount of mana around her. Haiyan, from such attention that was showered on her after a moment, was very surprised. Soyun rushed to hug the girl, and now all the guys were very surprised. The girl didn't hesitate and immediately decided to ask Haiyan about possibly wanting to become a player. Yunhook suddenly wedged himself between them and shouted indignantly that he was the one who should become a player. Soyun thought about the boy's words, because if you think about it, he had been doing fine on his own before she came. The girl decided all the same that it was fine and now hugging the two of them and thinking these guys were very cute. Soyun didn't forget to praise Sona too, because she was the one who sent the telepathic message to the girl, and only thanks to her they could be found. Sona froze with tears in her eyes at such praise, thinking that she had done nothing but help herself and all the guys. The girl now threw herself at Soyun with a hug, for Sena was grateful just for coming to their aid. Soyun told the boys to go down the mountain and added that the rescuers would be arriving soon. The girl herself didn't plan to go with them because she needed to help other people as well. After a moment, the guys heard a strange sound from outside, and it scared them a lot, but Soyun was completely calm. Behind the trees there was someone of enormous size with glowing red eyes. His hands were very large, and his body itself was unfathomable in size. The man who came out of the forest first asked how Soyun could leave him alone, because it was very difficult for him to get here. In front of the guys stood a representative of the Azure Ocean clan, nicknamed Bulldozer, and his name was Keng Chul. Soyun ignored the man's question and motioned for the boys to follow the man. Yunhook was against this plan because his captain had not yet returned. The girl was surprised at the boy's words and didn't understand what captain he was even talking about. Yunha, who was still unconscious, continued to lie in the same place, and in his memories there was a fragment from the past where he was reproachfully reprimanded for taking care of himself. In the tent, the girl was trying to convey to the guy that if it wasn't for her, Yunha had already been sent to the other world an unknown number of times. They tried to explain to the guy that not only was he seriously injured, but he had also injured himself in order not to lose consciousness, and it was not normal. The captain with indifference said only that who cares what he does with his body, and the girl was very angry with these words because she was the one who treated his body. He couldn't understand why the girl was swearing like that, and Yuan was trying to convey that if she was watching over this body, then she had every right to resent it for its condition. The guy decided that it would be easier to just apologize than to prove something to her, and the girl thought that such apologies are no good, and if he is even a little bit really ashamed, it is better to let him give her time on the weekend. The guys kept arguing and each tried to convince the other that he was right and no other way. Yunha struggled but opened his eyes and tried to recreate all the events that had happened to him. The boy looked around and realized that he woke up in the hospital, but he didn't know how he got here. Yunha was examining his body, surprised to find no wounds on them, and at that time a visitor came knocking. The boy was very surprised because he had no idea who had come to see him. Yunha looked at the man who entered his chamber with great surprise. Soyun appeared before the boy in all her glory and asked the boy if he was all right. While Yunha replied that he seemed to be fine, but his thoughts were occupied with the fact that the 12 Thrones player himself had come to see him, and he really wanted to know what she already knew. Soyun said that as soon as she found the boy, she took him to the hospital. Yunha thought that the girl should never find out that he was the one who fought the monsters. The girl said her name was Shin Soyun, but the boy could call her Soyun Nuna, to which Yunha couldn't help but laugh, but he had to be careful what he said. Yunha suddenly jumped up and asked the girl how long he had been lying here and what was wrong with his friends. The girl calmed him down and said that his friends were safe and that he had been here for about 6 hours. Soyun revealed that Sona and Hayan were very worried about Yunhee's condition and added that she had taken care and called his family, and they were on their way to the hospital. The boy was very happy to hear that his friends were all right, but he had no idea what he would tell his parents. Soyun said she needed to find out something, but to do so, the boy had to answer all her questions honestly. The girl recalled the moments that Yunha had experienced not too long ago, how he was surrounded by destroyed monsters, and Soyun wanted to know who had sent those monsters to the other world. The boy adhered to the version that he did not remember anything at all and said that he tried to run away, and that's probably why he was there. Yunha's theory was that someone had probably saved him when he lost consciousness. Soyun listened attentively to the boy's story about his experiences, but she did not understand what had happened to the monsters and who had destroyed them. The girl didn't really believe Yunhee's version of the story and told him that she thought it was the boy who had sent all the monsters to the other world. Yunha turned on his childish naivete and explained to the girl that there was no way he could have dealt with all those monsters by himself. Soyun said she thought of him after she was able to see his abilities, and it was also a big factor that Yunha had already received the Brave Child Award last year. The boy insisted that it was all just a coincidence. The girl was persistent and did not believe in such a coincidence that the boy, by sheer coincidence, was able to straighten out the hounds. Yunha was adamant that it wasn't him, and then Soyun asked what he would say about the fact that his fingerprints were found on the stele. The boy looked at the girl and realized that if he made another excuse, it would look too ridiculous. He realized that Soyun already knew that he was the one who destroyed the monsters, and unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Yunha looked at the girl carefully and decided that the right thing to do would be to try to negotiate with her. Soyun thought it was pointless to negotiate with the boy, but Juna was persistent and persuasive, so he informed her that he could share important information with the girl. Yunha mouthed that he wouldn't just tell her anything because it would be part of the contract. Soyun heard all the words said by the boy and realized that he was no longer trying to justify himself. The girl didn't know what Yunha could tell her that was so valuable and what he wanted in return. The boy surprised her with his answer because he didn't want anything special from her in return, and he wasn't going to ask for it. The girl didn't believe it at first, but Yunha told her again that he didn't need anything from her in return. The boy just wanted to live a normal life in his town like a kid his age should. The girl was already leaving the hospital late at night after a long conversation with Yunha. Soyun went outside where she was already met by the driver near the car, and he bowed low to the girl. The girl got into the car and told the man to take a closer look at the heirs of Dangun's company. Soyun recalled Yunhee's story once more and added that it was the heiresses who should be looked at more closely. And they also need to check all the relationships between them and the Azure Ocean clan leader. The girl warned the boy that she didn't like and wouldn't tolerate it if it all turned out to be some kind of joke. Soyun was still wondering if Yunhe would take responsibility for everything he said. Yunhe was as calm as ever and assured the girl that if they found nothing, he would join their clan. Soyun heard everything and tried to explain to the boy that the Azure Ocean could not be accessed by every person she met. Yunhe still remained calm and asked if Soyun wasn't already sure that he was the one who had killed all those hounds. Soyun didn't like this arrangement because she thought that this agreement only benefited the boy. Yunhe made the argument to her that she could either make sure her husband was faithful or she would have a valuable shot. She told the driver to check the heirs of Dangun's company, but advised him to focus on the female side. She also asked him to look for any suspicious connections to her husband and to update the report on the monster classes in Gangnam. Soyun said to update the report because Yunhe had advised her to do so because they were involved in the stabilization of the Gangnam area and should beware of new monsters. The boy insisted that if they underestimated them, they would regret it. The girl wanted to know how Yunhe knew all this, but the boy interrupted her and added that she should say that she was the one who handled the incident on the mountain herself. Soyun informed her driver that she would close the case of the incident on Bukhan herself. Yunhe then explained to Soyun in their conversation that it would all be very profitable for her herself if only she agreed to fulfill his terms of agreement. The boy added then that he just wants to continue being a regular student in elementary school. The girl heard everything and realized that she was very amused by Yunhee's self-confidence like this. His very worried parents came into the room and Yunhe realized that he must be in trouble again. There was news all over the city that at 2 o'clock this afternoon, a 7th grade monster and 100 hellhounds had attacked Bukhan Mountain. All the news channels reported back that player Shin Soyun, a member of 12 Thrones, had handled all the 6th grade hellhounds by herself. It was also reported that the girl is now investigating the incident on Mount Bukhan, and it has already become known that among the 34 victims was an elementary school student who at that time was just on a hike on Mount Bukhan. The television broadcasted that player Sil Sankan, Lord of the Azure Ocean clan, was expressing his sincere condolences over the tragedy. In all the newspapers, the biggest news was that the families involved in the incident on Mount Bukhan had started a protest against the Azure Ocean clan, claiming that they had turned a blind eye to what had happened. The next equally important news was that there was an unexpected event where Kim Kunwon resigned, and further on the headlines showed the Vice Lord bowing to the entire nation. The news did not end there, and then it was written in all newspapers that Vice Lord Kunwon was found in his house where, according to preliminary data, he came to an extreme decision. Further events at the school with the students took place a few months later. Student Sona was being congratulated by everyone that day on her upcoming 8th birthday. Sona was very impressed and didn't understand how they knew that today was her birthday. Minji replied that it was simple because she was their friend and they couldn't help but know for that day. Yunhe taunted the girl, saying that she was trying to be the best, even though she complained to her teacher all the time. Minji got angry and told the boy to shut up. Hyen congratulated her friend on her birthday and gave her some homemade chocolates, which touched Sona even more. Yunhook, meanwhile, while everyone's attention was focused on Sonia, tried to sneak out of their classroom. The boy couldn't stop thinking that that surprise house party they were throwing for the girl was going to be awesome. The guys were trying to discreetly discuss all the details and points about the surprise party itself. Sona paid her attention to their strange whispering and wanted to know what was going on, but the guys kept silent, saying that everything was fine and the girl just imagined it. Yunhook was someone who couldn't keep secrets a secret, and so just ran out of the classroom at full speed and shouted that she didn't need to know any of this. Minji tried to divert the girl's attention and said the first thing that came to her mind, and that was that the morning gathering had just started. Sona looked at all the guys and thought their behavior at that moment was very strange and not understandable to her. All the guys gathered in the house and they managed to get Sona herself in the house. The girl, as soon as she crossed the threshold of the house, she immediately heard congratulations and the explosion of clappers. The kids all shouted the word surprise very friendly and loudly and carried her presents. Sona could not hold back her tears because of her emotions and was very touched, even though she knew that her companions were secretly planning something for her. A very beautiful cake suddenly appeared in front of the girl's eyes, and she was jokingly told that she would cry later, and now it was not to that. Minji told the girl that she had to blow out the candles, make a wish, and cut the cake, so she had a lot to do. Sona closed her eyes to make her wish before blowing out the candles. The guys were having a really great time, and Sona was excited about her birthday like this. Minji was worried if Yunha was okay because Sena had threatened the worker to make sure his father came to the party. Yunha realized what he was talking about and remembered that KK's company was the 7th in all of South Korea. The main spheres of influence of this company were electricity, architecture, and advertising. They didn't have much influence on the medical industry, and Yang Seokun also merged medical companies to monopolize the potion market. Yunha unexpectedly tapped Minji lightly to make the girl immediately remove such a silly expression on her face. The boy reasoned that if Minji was KK's direct heir, then her last name should be Kim, but his last name was Jin, and so it was clearly not him. Yunha added for her to stop worrying and just eat. Minji was angry at the boy because she was very nervous, and Yunha told her to just calm down, so she told him to do what he wanted and left to eat the birthday cake. Yunha took a portion of cake for himself as well, and thought about how things had gotten a little complicated but seemed to stay fine. The boy looked at his family and realized that it didn't matter to him whether it was KK Pharmaceuticals or KK Company, because it wouldn't make a difference. Yunha knew for sure that if any of them were to disturb his family, he would destroy each one without a second thought. Yunhook was preparing for the competition and assured his captain that today he would show what he had learned all this time. Yunha advised him not to stumble. As Yunhook ran away, shouting that he would be okay and do his best for the team, Yunha thought about how much confidence he had in him. Yunha suddenly felt something, and it was some kind of tension, and the boy was trying to figure out what it was. The boy in front of him saw his classmates, and this tension was coming from them. But what it all meant, Yunha didn't realize yet. The boy asked for an explanation from the boys, and they revealed that the teacher said he would buy them nuggets and pizza if they won. The teacher at the same time counted out her money and tried to convince herself that everything would be fine, but then she realized that it was simply impossible to feed these guys. The start of the relay race was near, and all participants were given the command to get ready. Yunhuk with all the competitors was already at the start, and the boy couldn't stop thinking only about how surprised everyone would be at his speed. Before the boys could react, Yunhuk was already well ahead of them all, and only a column of smoke from beneath his feet remained behind the boy. Yuhuka comrades cheered for their classmate and supported him as best they could. Minji shouted out Yunhook's name very loudly, and Yuna was wondering what to do with him at this time. Unhook wanted to show off to his captain to see how fast he was so he could reach the finish line first. The boyfriend suddenly felt that something was wrong with him, and his body became too heavy, and it became harder and harder to move. Unhook collapsed to the ground exhausted just a few meters before the finish line. Yunha saw what was happening to his classmate and was not particularly surprised. Yunhook was suddenly picked up in the girl's arms, and she told him to hold on while the boy himself couldn't handle the fact that the sky above him was spinning very hard. Yunha knew that it would be that Yunhook would overdo it, and so the boy decided that he would definitely need to work on his temper and teach him to keep his composure. After a while, the boy rejoiced at the victory of his sister, who came first in the 100-meter race and became the first among the 5th graders. Yunha was very proud of Yuna's achievement and wished her good luck in the next event. Minji, looking at this whole picture of Yunhee and his sister, realized that he was not Mom's son, but Nuna's little brother. Sona came running in tired and told her friends that Yuna was very fast, and Yunha was proud of his sister. The girl reproachfully asked Yunhee why he was rooting for his sister and not their team, but the boy claimed that he wasn't, and he was just thinking about dinner. Minji added that she saw him looking only at his sister the whole time, and Yunha decided to divert the girl's attention by asking how Hyan was doing. The girls decided that they would let this situation go now, and in the distance, they spotted Hyan running. Hyan ran very happy and rejoiced that she was able to find the ones she was looking for. The girl ran up to Yunhee's neighbors, it was the couple Juliet and Bruno, and asked them for help. Hyan grabbed Juliet's hand and said that they should run as fast as possible, and she would explain everything on the way. The girl brought Juliet to the judge, and she tried to explain something to him and change his mind. Obviously, it worked out for the girls, as a moment later they both looked very happy and satisfied. Hyan was finally able to sit down and get some well-deserved rest, and Yunha, meanwhile, wanted to know how the girl had managed to get Juliet to come. The girl embarrassedly lowered her eyes and said that it was all about the American, and Junha didn't understand what that had to do with it, because Juliet was from Italy. Hyan said that she spoke to her in English and only Juliet was interested. Yunha was surprised that the girl had succeeded in deceiving them. For Yunhee, it was all unexpected, and he found it hard to believe that it was the same girl, Hyan. He remembered well how at their first meeting Hyan had been a common crybaby, and now she had even learned to be sly. Yunha noticed how the girl had already matured a lot since then, and had become much more confident. Yunhook, who still couldn't come to his senses, realized that this was how he felt after taking the potion. It was announced over the loudspeaker that the gathering of everyone would take place in the afternoon, and Yunha at this time hoped that Yunhook could become at least half of what Hyan had become. The boys settled down to finally taste their well-deserved and long-awaited lunch. Yunha gave the girls fruit and snacks, and added that his mother had asked him to give them some. The girls were grateful for such a treat. The boy quietly asked Hyan who the woman was next to her. Yunha was very puzzled because he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The boy decided to go for a little walk after lunch as he heard someone saying hello to him in one of the tents. At a sumptuous table inside the tent next to the man, and their guards, sat his classmate Sena, who asked the boy if he might be hungry and offered to buy him a cup of tea. Yunha completely ignored her suggestion and went on his way while Sena jumped out at the same time and tried to stop the boy. Sena pointed her finger to her daddy about Yunhu and that he was the one she had been talking about recently. A man of formidable appearance, who was the SEO of KK Pharmaceuticals, and his name was Jin Yenwun, realized that it was this boy who was bullying his daughter and wanted to know what Yunhee's father was doing. Yunha exhaled tiredly and realized that Sena had already managed to snitch to her father. The boy didn't hesitate to tell the man that in his opinion both father and daughter talked too much with just a small pharmaceutical company. Jing Yenwun was very angry at such words from the boy and swung around wanting to teach Yunhei a lesson and thus point out his place. The man didn't understand how this young man could talk about his lovely daughter, much less himself. The man wanted to know how such a young lad dared to allow himself to express himself like that. Yunha, looking at this man and the guards that were always by his side, thought that he acted as if he was the president. The boy didn't allow himself to be touched, and as if mockingly asked Eunwon that he was already scared. The man was furious at the boy's words and was now determined to teach him a lesson. Yunha remained completely calm and unwavering to all of these actions of the man. Suddenly, after a moment, the boy saw someone he didn't expect to see at all. To the boy's aid came his father, who decided to stand up for his own and punish the offender. The man managed to overpower Sena's father and threateningly told him that how dare he raise his hand against his son. The boy didn't understand what he was hanging himself for, but Dad was very worried about Yunhu and wanted to know if he was okay. Yenwon was still sitting on the ground, puzzled because he couldn't understand how someone so homeless could do such a thing. The man immediately gave orders to his guards to take Yunhee daddy and punish him. Yunha was angry that he was going to solve everything by himself, and in the end his father was already involved. The boy was certain that if Yunwoo dared to do anything to his father, he would destroy him. Yunha looked at the guards approaching them and began to worry, but his father reassured him that he would be fine. Yenwon was outraged and wanted to immediately find out who this man was, that he allowed himself to behave like this with him. The man remained completely calm and turned to Jing Yenwon with a question. Yunhee's father wanted to know if he took off his glasses and tucked his hair back, if he would be able to recognize him. The man in front of him froze in wild horror that he could still recognize who it was standing in front of him now. Yunhee's dad stood confidently, and he was also the head of the department in Sirius. Yenwon couldn't understand what he had forgotten in this place and how he had gotten involved in all this. Yunha, standing behind his protector's back, realized that Sena's father was a member of the higher Duhakas. Only the boy was himself surprised that his father was a superior in Sirius himself. Sirius was a top 2 company in South Korea, and not everyone could get in. This company was in the business of supplying cars and devices to players, and the boss of this particular company was Yunhee's father. Yunhee's dad saw on Yongwon's face that he finally recognized him, but he still didn't understand what the boss was doing here. The man abruptly changed the manner of his conversation and the last question, and more affectionately said that he was just very interested in what the head of the strategic department was doing here. Yunhee's father replied in a calm tone that he had come to see his children perform, but he saw that Yunwoon and his son must be having some problems. The man finally realized who the boy was to him. Yenwon was angry that people like KK couldn't even get close to big companies like Sirius. The man was also angry that he was one of the main workers in the development of Sirius's devices. Sena's father hoped very much that they would accept his most sincere apology. The man knew very well that he shouldn't have provoked his boss, but after all, he was one of the company's heirs. Yenwon pointed to his daughter Sena and said that she too wished to apologize. The man could barely contain his emotions and spoke through his teeth for Sena to apologize as soon as possible. Sena looked at the man in front of her in surprise, and even more surprised by her father's behavior. The girl still couldn't recover, and what she heard shocked her even more. She heard the guys whispering that there was an argument between Sena and Yunha they were fighting, but in the end, Sena lost. The guys laughed when they heard the news and were sure that this is how girls should be, because she always bullies everyone. The girl froze in horror as the guys started laughing at her and continued to make unflattering comments about her. Sena tried her best to squeeze out an apology, but her pride was higher. The girl could no longer fight her emotions and ended up running away in tears. The boy's dad decided that apparently that was the end of their conversation, and they would bow out. The man added about what had just happened. He thought they were even, and Yunwon assured him that nothing had happened at all. Yenwon bowed low to Papa Yunhee and wished him good luck, and that he take care of himself. Yunha thought that he might be in trouble because of this whole situation, but Dad managed to surprise him. The man insisted that if something like this happens in the future, the boy should not try to solve everything himself, but should inform his parent. The boy's dad was very convincing in his words and hoped that Yunha heard him. The man said that asking his parents for help a little more often is absolutely normal because the boy is still too young and he needs his mom and dad. Yunha experienced a pleasant emotion and felt warmth from such words of his father. The boy thanked his dad for everything and felt confident that he wouldn't let Yunhee lose him again. In a deserted place and in a partially destroyed house at sunset was a man waiting for an important meeting for him. The man turned to ask the man who was hiding his face from everyone that it was really necessary to go to this particular abandoned place to hire him. He wanted to offer the hooded man a big deal and added that he had some people bothering him. The man wanted the hooded man to help him with it. All the stranger was interested in was money, and he asked about it without taking his eyes off his phone. After this question, a small gray suitcase was brought into the room at the order of the customer. In that suitcase was a payment up front. It was $1.5 million, and if the stranger returned with success, the surcharge would be the same. The hooded man smiled a little too sinisterly and replied to the customer that he understood everything and used his abilities, which were directed at the suitcase with money. The man who continued to hold the suitcase was very surprised that a vortex suddenly began to form around the money. In a moment, that suitcase with 1.5 million disappeared, and so did the man hiding his face. The guards were shocked and even frightened because they could not understand what consequences awaited them. The male customer continued to stand quietly and finish his cigarette, only chuckled at the whole thing. The Don Mal was very large, and it took a while to get around. Big Sister Yuna, when she walked inside the mall, was very impressed. The girl inside saw many people moving non-stop up and down escalators. Juliet came up behind Yunyi and put her hands on his shoulders, while the boy was thinking about how long it had been since he had been to the mall, but it was still tiring. She said, looking at the boy, that they had all just gotten here and really hoped that Yunha wasn't tired yet. Yunha stayed with Brune, who made sure he was safe, while Juliet and his sister went shopping contentedly. The boy looked at the man and felt an ominous aura around him and couldn't understand what was wrong. Yunha couldn't understand how an ordinary office worker could hide his mana so perfectly. The boy applied his powers and decided to take a closer look at the man. Bruno noticed the boy's overly intense gaze, and so he immediately asked what Yunhu was worried about. Junya decided to create a bit of a distraction, so he mumbled that he wanted to know where his Nuna was and what was going on with Juliet. He was sure there was something wrong with the man. Bruno said that the girl and Yuna had gone to the 5th floor, and the boy realized that it would be hard to find them because his sister could now also mask her mana. The man took out and showed Yunhei a smartphone, and that meant he didn't need to worry. Yunha, when he looked a little closer and realized what it still meant, was very surprised. With this device, it was possible to track their location. Junya realized that Juliet herself probably didn't even know about it, and Bruno confirmed his guesses and said that it was a secret, and the girl shouldn't divulge it. Bruno suggested that the boy go up to look for the girls, but Yunha thought the man was suspicious. The man who was hiding his face from everyone was talking on the phone at the time and told his interlocutor that it was time to start. Yunha suddenly stopped and felt something very strange and tried to figure out what was going on. The boy turned his attention to that stranger and was even more surprised. Yunha remembered that he had already had the opportunity to meet this man in his past life, and the boy could recognize him by the tattoo that was depicted on the stranger's arm. And it was one and the same man, and his name was Nameless, and just by that name alone you could tell that the man wasn't all that easy. Yunha was trying to figure out what this nameless one was forgetting here, and in a coincidence the boy didn't believe in random coincidence. The boy decided to share with Bruno, and so informed the man that something very strange was going on here. Bruno took Yunhee's words seriously, and so he decided to look around, and he managed to spot 3 people. Bruno pointed out to the boy 3 suspicious people who he thought gave him a strange feeling of foreboding. One of these men was dressed all in black and was moving in his direction. The other man sat a little apart from everyone else and still hid his face the same way. Yunha was watching them all carefully, so he decided to use his mana and formed several small clots that glowed brightly with a blue color. The boy launched that energy at the 3 men who were in different directions. All the men reflected that energy without much difficulty at the same moment. Bruno decided at the same moment that it was time for them and Yunha to leave and informed the boy himself. Yunha looked at the men as he left and confirmed his conjecture because he had guessed that the 3 men were gamblers. Bruno looked at them and concluded that those men were very well trained. Yunha, for his own reasons, was interested in exactly the last person who was hiding his face. Nameless watched everyone but never revealed his position. The boy thought all such actions were extremely strange and suspicious because obviously something was wrong. Yunha saw one of the men slow down a bit and wanted to pull something out of his pants pocket. The man threw a small stone on the floor that had a bright blue glow. Yunha took a closer look and almost immediately recognized it as a magic stone, and it confused the boy. The boy could finally understand what these people were up to and couldn't believe it. Yunha saw how, after a moment, everything around him spiraled into a blue vortex and a black hole formed in the middle of it. The boy watching all this realized that somehow the mana was being redistributed. Through this vortex, a large number of monsters of different classes and categories began to appear. People panicked at the sight. The monsters did not hesitate and immediately began to attack anyone who got in their way. Monsters kept appearing one by one and were already everywhere, causing great harm to humans. The mall declared an emergency because the monster was inside the building, but all guests and employees were urged to stick to the plan and go to shelter. Yunha heard the man who was hiding his face at that moment talking on the phone, saying that if someone got in their way, they should be sent to the next world without a second thought. The boy understood that it was a terrorist attack on the mall, but before his return, no one would have thought of such a thing. He realized that after the incident with the Kraken, the future had completely changed its course, and it was hard to predict further developments. Yunha didn't immediately pay attention to how the monster behind him was about to attack in a leap. Bruno came to the rescue, and with his hand punch knocked down the monster, thus saving Yunhu. The man urged the boy to be more focused and attentive because his safety depends on it. Bruno told the boy that they now needed to find Yuna and Julie as soon as possible. Despite the chaos around them, the man and Yunhei went to the top floor because finding the girls was their first priority. Bruno used his phone to track the girls' location and saw that they were still on the 5th floor and became worried, thinking that something had probably happened since they were still there. A man and a boy were going up the escalator as suddenly they heard a question. In front of them stood a man in a Panama who wanted to know if Yunha was the one who had used mana first, and also wanted to know where they were rushing to so quickly. Yunha didn't hesitate because there wasn't much time and used mana at once. The boy was also thinking that the man's rank was about A, B, or C. The boy had not yet had time to fully use his abilities as the picture that appeared in front of him surprised him very much. Without wasting a second, Bruno immediately attacked the man and managed to knock him to the ground. Yunha watched this battle and thought to himself that if Bruno is this strong even without the device, then he has far from average level. The boy asked suddenly for Uncle Bruno to stop and calm down a bit. Yunha explained such a request by saying that there was no way they could send them to the other world. And the boy also thought Bruno should stop, because if he destroyed him, it would be too easy. Yunha remembered how many complaints he had heard before his return, because he simply didn't know who this nameless one really was. The boy was about to go up the escalator when he saw Bruno leaning over the man and doing something. Bruno wanted to shut the offender down, but he couldn't, because modern children are very curious. A couple of minutes ago, Yunha and Jilly had also heard that an emergency had been declared because the monster was inside the building. The guests and employees were urged to go to a safe place. The girls heard the screaming and panic of the people and couldn't fully understand what was going on and whether the mana had redistributed. Yuna tried to get her emotions under control and calm down because she had to see how many monsters there were first. The girl found 3 monsters behind the wall to their left, but that was unfortunately not all of them. Yuna saw that there were 2 monsters on the other side of the room and another monster in the center of the room. The girl was glad that there were only 6 of them and realized that she would have to run so as not to meet them all. The girl tried to be brave and told her aunt not to worry because she could protect them both. Juliet didn't even give Yuna a chance to speak and shouted danger to her. From behind Yuna, the monster was already almost at the target, who planned to destroy the girl in a matter of seconds. Juliet, without wasting a moment, grabbed the girl's arm to pull her away. The girl was able to save the girl and prevented the monster from harming Yuna, but she put herself in harm's way. Yuna was very worried about Aunt Juliet that she might get hurt because of her, but after a few seconds, the aunt herself amazed the girl. Julie at this point used the hanger as her own and applied her abilities using mana. The girl was very agile and was able to attack the monster and straighten it out in a matter of minutes. Yuna was surprised, for she had never known or suspected anything like this about Juliet's aunt. Juliet at this moment, apparently still under the effects of the recent battle, was looking at the broken rack with which she had attacked the monster a few minutes ago and thinking about whether she would have to pay for it. while Yuna was trying to realize the fact that Aunt Julie is a player, so told the girl that they need to evacuate immediately. Bruno and Yunha would be waiting for them. The other three monsters didn't waste any time and rushed towards the girls, intending to get even with them. Juliet was going to protect Yuna at all costs, but she needed a plan to do so. The girl didn't stand still any longer and grabbed Yuna's hand and said that they should run away now and as soon as possible. Julie stopped for a moment to apply mana and defend herself against the monsters. But the girl had underestimated the monsters a bit, and they were a lot faster than she had anticipated. Juliet knew that at this rate her mother would quickly run out, so she tried to find something nearby that could be used as a weapon. Yuna tried to run away and spotted an escalator ahead and immediately informed her aunt about it. Juliet tried to yell at the girl to run to the escalator and go down it. Suddenly she noticed one of the monsters trying to attack Yuna, but there was no way she could let that happen. Yuna froze with fear and couldn't budge while remembering in a fragment of her past. The girl remembered how she and her younger brother Yunha fought against the Kraken, and it wasn't easy. Yuna convinced herself that she wasn't afraid of anything anymore, and using her strength, the girl still ran. Running past the monster, she just pushed it with her foot, and it was a powerful kick. There was no way the monster could have expected such a turn of events from the girl, and this surprise was visible to the naked eye. Yuna thus managed to push the monster right over the railing, and it was very spectacular. The girl was now finally able to exhale a little and realize what was going on around her. But because of a bad landing, Yuna twisted her leg, and it was very painful. Juliet was able to get there just in time to pick up the girl so she wouldn't hit the floor. The girl was very scared for Yuna and asked her if she was okay, and as soon as she heard Yuna say that she was okay, she sighed in relief. But they could not afford to rest for long because they were surrounded by monsters on all sides. Juliet had a crazy idea. She wanted them to jump onto the escalator ahead of them, and Yuna supported her. They didn't wait long, and as soon as they applied their mana, they put their plan into action and jumped. The height was decent, but since the girls were very brave, it did not stop them, and even the monsters looked at them in surprise. Yuna and Juliet managed to land successfully without hurting themselves. The girls decided to go down as soon as possible, but the monsters were not going to let them go so easily and followed them. As Julie ran, she thought about the fact that without the device it would be very difficult for her to defeat the monsters, and she needed something she could swing. One of the monsters had almost caught up with Juliet and was about to kill her as soon as possible. Julie grabbed the first thing she could get her hands on, and it was a metal rack. The girl swung the same bar with all her might at the monster, trying to overpower it. The monster, not expecting such a blow, lost its balance and rolled down the stairs. Juliet, thanks to her strength, was able to defeat all the monsters that were blocking their way on the escalator. Yuna admired the girl and thought she was the best. Women's cosmetics were scattered on the floor because of the fuss and hurry. Yunha was just collecting this cosmetics and planned to use it as his weapon and attack his opponent with it. The man struggled but still managed to fend off the kind of weapon the boy had thrown at him. Getting angrier, the man lunged at Yunhu and tried to harm. Yunha wasn't that easy and was able to stand up for himself and not only dodge the attack, but also strike out on his own. The boy brought his case to an end and informed Bruno at once, but the latter had already disposed of everyone, and so they decided to go up. Yunha suddenly asked to wait because he thought they could see the girls from this spot. The boy actually managed to find them. Bruno and Yunha just stood astonished and watched one monster after another fall from the top floor. They could not immediately believe their eyes that someone could deal with monsters so skillfully and quickly. After they were able to see that they were the same girls that were only destroying the monsters, they realized that they were both perfectly fine. Unha decided that he and Bruno should take their weapons and go up. The man also wondered if they needed protection. The boy was sure that this weapon would be enough and showed the sword he had found. Bruno didn't immediately realize what was happening to Yunha because he became very focused and looked away very carefully. The man's attention was caught too, and his expression became as serious as the boy's. They stared intently at the man with the tattoo on his arm who was still hiding his face from everyone. Bruno suspected that this was the one in charge, and the boy agreed with him. Yunha asked the man to watch the girls. The boy has long ago decided for himself that he will take care of this character that hides his face. The two male bandits suddenly saw someone and couldn't help but be happy that they were lucky and that their fun was still going on. On their way, they met Juliet and Yuna, who was frightened and clung closer and closer to Aunt Julie. The men planned to leave as soon as possible before they were caught, but meeting the girls on their way, their plans changed a bit. They decided to have a little fun first, thus revealing their whole selves. Juliet found such actions of men disgusting, but Yuna only shrank more from fear and the words she heard. The girl asked Yuna to hide somewhere well for a while and then she would surely find her. The girl was against this plan and wanted to stay close to her because she could also fight and help her aunt, but Julie was persistent because she thought it was dangerous to stay close to her and it would be better to hide. The man who heard the girls' dialogue laughed, because they didn't plan to let anyone go, including Yuna. Yuna heard another man's voice behind her and he confirmed that they would not let anyone go. Juliet didn't waste any more time and rushed to attack whoever was communicating with Yuna at that moment. A gunshot suddenly sounded and it scared the girls even more, especially Yuna. By this action, the shooter prevented Juliet from attacking his partner with his weapon. His partner was a little stunned and indignant at such a loud pistol shot. Juliet was already furious and reprimanded her abuser that he shouldn't have done it. The man wanted to involve the girl in his games, which were of interest only to him and not to Julie. To Yuna, the man offered to leave one by one until the Sinra arrived, and then he would like to leave this place as soon as possible. The girl was inclined, though she was strongly against it, and tried to understand what she should do next. The man had cornered Yuna in a corner, cutting off all possible escape routes. He tried to convince the girl that he wasn't that bad of a person, even though his appearance said otherwise. Yuna didn't hesitate any longer and ducked to the side, trying to escape from the man. The girl started to use her abilities and use mana while he tried to reach her. The man still managed to reach through the mana and grab the girl's hand tightly. Yuna was able to break free and through her abilities pushed him back behind the dome, and now they were separated. The man was very surprised by what he saw and tried to understand how a girl at such a young age could have so much mana. He decided to use a different tactic by using his weapon to still break through Yuna's protective dome. The man looked at how the girl was strong and decided to sell afterwards, because for him, it will be a jackpot. He didn't understand why it was so hard for him to break through that barrier, but he kept trying over and over again. The girl was still able to block his attacks with difficulty, and she realized that it was only because of Yunhee's training. The man was frustrated and angry at the same time, because he realized that at this rate, he would not succeed. Yuna couldn't believe her eyes because she had managed to keep herself safe. When the girl had already relaxed a little, the man was still able to break through her lined dome. He grabbed Yuna's hand tightly and didn't plan to let go again, and finally bring his case to an end. The man was overjoyed and looking at the girl never stopped smiling wickedly. On the lower floors of the mall, the battle was already in full swing, and the evacuation of the injured by the greats of the Shinra clan, who were hurrying as fast as they could to help and save as many people as possible. Suddenly, the men who were involved in the rescue saw something terrible in front of them. An 8th-grade swamp slug had been discovered by them, and now their captain was commanding the others to bring in the ranged players immediately. One of the captain's subordinates felt overconfident and decided that they didn't need help, and he could handle this monster on his own. The captain tried to stop him, but the cocky man thought that all monsters were the same, and they just needed to be chopped up, and he would be finished. The swamp slug gripped the man's weapon tightly with its jaw and had no intention of letting go. The monster did not stop there, and further in the course of his tentacles that went around the man's body, and in a matter of seconds the monster was able to send him to the other world. The captain at the same time ordered everyone to retreat back because the monster could not be taken by physical damage, and then told them to report the situation so that they could bring mages to their aid as soon as possible while they were still holding on. One of the villains, who was watching from the upper floors, was glad that their arrival had just given them some time. The man then immediately turned to Juliet, who was hiding behind the column, and said that he should hurry up with her and finally get it over with. The girl saw how at this point still managed to get close to Yuna and was now holding her tightly. Yuna tried to figure out how he had managed to get through her dome, since she was already sure she was fully protected. The man thought about how he wouldn't be able to call himself a player anymore if this girl could stop him. He was able to put up a protective barrier around himself at the last moment, hiding from the flames that were trying to attack him. Juliet released those flames with all her might and tried to yell to Yuna to run away as fast as possible. The man struggled to hold his dome and was very angry that his prey was running away from him again. The second villain, who had approached the girl from behind, gave her a standing ovation, for he had not expected her to be capable of such a thing. The man immediately built a barrier around himself, using his mana so he could protect himself. Juliet tried her best to apply the same technique to the second villain, but unfortunately it was useless, and the man advised her to just give up. Yuna ran away as fast as she could, as Aunt Julie had asked her to. Juliet tried to calm down and figure out as quickly as possible what she should do next. The girl concentrated, gathered all her strength, and attacked the man with a new attempt. The man thought it was cute that Julie was trying to use her powers, but it wouldn't work with them, and he informed the girl about it. Juliet released a powerful jet trying to send the man to the other side of the world, no matter what it cost her. The man's self-confidence was a little shaken by the fact that Julie could reach him. He was also surprised that the girl's strength had increased dramatically. The girl didn't stop and kept attacking him again and again, very hopefully she would succeed. Meanwhile, another villain was trying to chase Yuna, who was hiding in a children's store. The man shouted at the girl that she shouldn't run away because it was useless and a waste of time. He tried to talk Yuna into stopping and being a good, obedient girl. Yuna used her mana and jumped to the top shelf of the racks thanks to her abilities. The girl started throwing all the boxes she could find on the shelf at the man. The man managed to react in time and set up a protective dome, thus saving himself from all the boxes that the girl threw at him, and could not fully believe that she was serious. Yuna was pissing him off with her actions and suddenly decided to jump off the top shelf. The man was starting to get excited that finally she was coming right at him and he could get even with her. But the girl was not going to give up so easily and used her power against him. Yuna attacked with all her might and really hoped that she could defeat her enemy. The man was angry but continued to hold his protective barrier and began to think that it was probably time to end these games. Yuna applied the attack very concentrated, trying to find the man's weaknesses. Each blow the girl threw at her opponent was harder and harder, and she couldn't afford to lose. The battle was very tense because no one was going to concede and believed that he should come out the winner after this fight. The man was very surprised that the girl was so strong and assertive because he had expected to deal with her in a moment. Yuna suddenly remembered Aunt Juliet's use of her powers and how she was able to release the flames, thus allowing the girl to escape. The girl tried to remember in the smallest detail all the actions of Aunt Julie and repeat them herself. Yuna was sure of one thing for sure: she needed to gather as much mana as possible before attacking. The man was not prepared for such a thing, and now he realized that in front of him was not just a girl, but a real threat. After a moment, Yuna was still able to gather mana, and as a result, there was a powerful explosion that blinded everyone around her. The man who had been injured by Juliet turned his attention to that explosion and tried to figure out what had happened there. Through the column of smoke, Yuna flew out with a bat in her hand and ran towards him with the sole purpose of helping Aunt Juliet. The man couldn't believe his eyes because it turns out that the girl was able to take out his partner. Not only had he run out of ammunition, but they were also delayed, and it would not be safe for him to go out against the two of them, but he could not run away because it would be a real disgrace for him. Juliet shouted with all her might for Yuna not to dare approach her and stay there. Julie was only distracted for a second, but it was enough for her opponent to chain her legs in strong chains, preventing her from moving. The man was no longer going to underestimate the girls, and so he took them on in full force. While Juliet was trying to get rid of those chains, a man stealthily approached her from behind and grabbed her in a tight grip, Juliet had not expected this, and the man was well aware of it, and so he could not contain his gloating grins. Yuna saw it all and was horrified and didn't know what to do, but she didn't plan to leave her Aunt Julie. The man advised the girl to stay away, or if she didn't obey, her Aunt Julie would have a hard time. Yuna continued to run to Julie's aid as suddenly the man threw her to the floor and held her tightly and angrily, said that people like her could not defeat a real player. The girl was lying on the floor and could not even move, and from this helplessness she was even more frightened. Juliet was very worried that if things continued like this, she just wouldn't be able to pass out. Yuna surrounded herself with a protective barrier at the last moment and thus gave herself a small amount of time to have a chance to recover. The man was again surprised to notice how the girl's mana was able to increase even more. He realized that if she was left like this, she would simply explode. But the girl herself could not think about anything, because all her thoughts were occupied with worries about Aunt Julie. Juliet tried her best to free herself to keep Yuna safe, and so she bit her enemy's hand with all her anger. The man decided that he had had enough and used his weapon to attack Juliet, rendering her unconscious. He shouted to his partner that they had no more time for games and should finish as soon as possible. The man decided it was a matter of principle and tried to reach Yuna to get even with her. He succeeded and was able to strike his blow, which was quite strong and went straight into the target. Yuna was completely disoriented from such an attack and struggled to stay on her feet. The girl still couldn't, and through the fog, she could hear a conversation between the men in which one insisted that she should be left behind, and the other regretted it because Yuna was quite pretty for him and she had plenty of mana. Yuna had already passed out, but her mind kept thinking that if she had been a little stronger, things might have turned out differently. The girl suddenly heard a voice, but she didn't know where it was coming from, asking if she wanted more power. The girl couldn't believe what she had heard, that someone could really give her more power. These musings were interrupted by a memory in which her younger brother Yunha urged her not to listen to anyone or ask for anything under any circumstances. Yunha had told the girl last time that it was very dangerous, and even though it had ended well, then didn't mean it would be the same next time. The boy then told his Yuna that he could teach her anything she wanted, but in return, his sister should just live a normal life. Yunha then held out his pinky finger to seal their pact and promised that Yuna would never listen to that voice again. The girl agreed without any hesitation and promised her brother that she would keep her word. Yuna mentally apologized to Yunhee and back in the present was certain she wanted to be able to protect others. The girl thought of her family and friends and wanted to be able to provide them with security with her own hands. Yuna was determined that she just needed the strength because she needed to protect her Aunt Julie, and the man at this point was surprised that the girl was rising again. He no longer wanted to give the possibility that Yuna had come to her senses, and decided at that very moment to send the girl to sleep while using his force. Yuna repeated and asked for only one thing, and she asked to get more power for herself. And the next moment, something happened that no one could have expected. A precise and strong attack in the form of a man's hand flew at the offender. The man who saved Yuna and punished her abuser turned out to be her uncle Bruno, who showed up right at the right moment. Bruno, having put his jacket on the girl, was now going to get even with the second offender. The man praised the girl, saying that she did a great job and made it through this time so honorably. Bruno added that now Yuna could exhale and relax because now it was his turn to take care of them. The man with Juliet on his shoulder, who was still unconscious, was not very happy about the appearance of this protector. Uncle Bruno did not waste another minute and rushed to the attack and was going to get even for all those moments that he had caused to his native girls. The man took the injured girl from the hands of the villain and had high hopes that his Julie would be okay. Bruno tried to bring the girl back to consciousness, but unfortunately he had no luck. The offender at this time wanted to get to his weapon unobtrusively and get even with the man. He had managed to pick up a weapon and was now running hard at Bruno to launch his attack. Uncle Bruno's counterpunch not only stopped the villain, but completely incapacitated him. The villain tried to escape and even called for help, but Bruno was ruthless, and was going to punish the man for all that he had done to Julia and Yuna. Uncle Bruno approached the man and said, before destroying him, that no one and nothing could help him. The last thing the man heard from Bruno was that one must always pay for one's actions, and he was no exception. A few days before the terrorist attack on the mall, in a cabin in the woods, a man struggled to convince his interlocutors that he had done everything possible that was asked of him, and now couldn't understand what else was wanted of him. The man who tried to persuade was Kim Kun-won, and he was not going to give up, but persistently proved that he was not at fault. When the man realized that the outcome was already decided for him, he desperately grabbed his weapon and was about to attack the man who had never shown his face to anyone. Kim Kun-woon was going to send his interlocutor to the other world and then do the same to Sang-hoon. But just before he could begin his battle, the man was immediately defeated by the hooded man, and a gift that distorts his opponent's perception was applied. The man who was hiding his face overpowered the man without much difficulty and mouthed that the man was talking too much. The man used the rope, and thus covering his tracks and distorting the event that happened there, and at the end added a message from the lord of his clan. The message said that his family would be looked after and that he would not worry about his wife, and that she would be taken care of too. The man was thanked for his hard work up to that point and said goodbye. These were all the words Kim Kun-woon heard before he went to the grave. In all the newspapers was the most sensational news that Vice Lord Kim Kun-woon was found in his house, and the investigation suggested that he had come to such an extreme decision on his own. At the Dawn Mall, the men were gathered at the distribution warehouse, and one of the men received a call from the captain informing him that the Shinhwa clan had already entered, and adding that they were not allowed to cross paths with them. The hooded man spoke to his interlocutor about how those were faster than expected, and now they needed to leave, and basically, he thought it was pointless. Suddenly his attention was caught by a child who was behind him, and turning around, the man looked at him carefully. There was no way the man could have expected this, but there was actually a boy standing behind him, and that boy was Yunha. Yunha considered and informed the man on the counter that it was very timely that he was able to spot him. The man was now trying to figure out who this boy was, and more importantly, how long he had been standing here and what he had been able to hear. Another man approaching them realized that the hooded man didn't know the boy, but couldn't understand why he was looking at Yunhu so intently, and decided that the best solution was to get rid of the boy, and that was it. The man who came up immediately turned to the boy and said that he should not have followed anyone like that. And he added that otherwise something very bad could happen, but you should have thought of that a little earlier. Yunha didn't want to listen to him anymore, and so in an instant he attacked the man with his weapon, and he was destroyed, while the rest of the team who were watching from the sidelines were shocked. The boy looked around and realized that he probably shouldn't have sent the man to the grave like that. The whole team jumped to their feet and were about to get even with the boy for their partner, but the hooded man managed to stop them and added that this wasn't just a kid, as it seemed at first glance. Yunha scoffed at them all, for they all began to shake as soon as the boy spoke to them in their language, and he did not understand why they were so afraid of a child who held a small weapon in his hands. The boy continued to taunt them, and again mouthed that they were scared of the kid after all. The boys were first shocked and then angry and lunged at the boy, intending to get even with him immediately. Yunha used mana to apply heavenly steps and was able to overpower their entire team in a matter of seconds. The boy turned to the hooded man and didn't understand why he was standing. Yunha warned him that if he didn't approach him, he would come to him. The man looked at this picture and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that it was impossible because the boy had destroyed all players above rank B in just a second. The man who hid his face realized to himself that he couldn't fight the boy in the open. The man speculated that perhaps Yunha was preparing to be a player of thrones, but even if that was the case, he still wouldn't be able to sense him. They didn't waste any more time talking or thinking and rushed to attack each other. The boy threw his blows one after another without giving the man a chance to do anything. Yunha looked at the man and realized that now he didn't think that the nameless man was such a big problem for him. and the field added that the only reason people still remembered the man was that he had always been an outcast. Nameless became furious at such words from the boy and was going to punish him for it. Each of the two of them applied mana and used their strength, and the man tried his best to attack the boy, but it was unsuccessful. Nameless couldn't understand how the child managed to dodge all of his attacks so deftly. The boy told the man that he was very familiar with the feeling, and he thought the man was useless without his gift. Yunha was able to get very close to the nameless one, and making his jump was almost at the target. The boy's attack was successful, and with his weapon he was able to dispatch the nameless one to the other world in a moment. A large number of people had gathered in the building and were trying to clean up the mess. Nuna arrived at the scene and said that the place was a mess, and Yunha asked her to cover for him. Soyun was willing to cover for Yunghu, but mentioned that he would then be owed a debt, and the boy was agreeable to such a condition. She wanted to know when the debt would be repaid, but Yunha assured her that he would do her a favor someday. The boy wanted Soyun to help him with the unnamed boy, and when the girl was already on her way to the man, Yunha decided to stop her. The boy wanted to start by taking off the man's glasses himself, because he was always very interested in what he was hiding under them. Soyun agreed and stood back waiting for Yunha to remove the glasses from her ring finger. What they saw amazed them both, for the sight was horrible and not for the faint of heart. The boy voiced his thoughts that he felt like he was looking at a flounder. Suddenly, Yunhe's attention was caught by the people who leisurely entered this room. Juliet came in holding her wounded arm, and next to her stood Uncle Bruno and his older sister Yuna, who was already actively waving to her brother. Yunha, seeing them all healthy and virtually unharmed, began to smile broadly in relief. The boy could no longer contain his emotions and ran to meet his sister Yuna. At this time, all the channels were reporting that today, on December 17th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Don Mall, a terrorist attack was committed by a group of mercenary and monster players. The organizer was a man known as Nameless. The man who had been closely following this news heard that Divine Wind Shin Soyun player 12 Thrones and the Shinra clan had arrested the players who were behind this attack. It is very unfortunate that 23 people could not be saved and went to the other side of the world. The goddess government expresses its deepest condolences to the families of the victims on this occasion. The man who was watching all this news held his attention on one of the video frames that was shot by the cameraman from the scene. He saw Yunha with his sister and Aunt Juliet with Uncle Bruno in this shot. The man looked at them more closely, especially the girl, and was suddenly happy because he could finally find her. A girl set up a barrier inconspicuous to other ordinary people in one of the cafes of the city. This was all quite similar to the greatest magician in Korea, Soyun, who was at this moment sitting at the table with Yunha. The girl emphasized that this was the first time the boy had ever decided to meet her. Yunha wanted to start by thanking her for her help, and he had something else for her. Soyun was intrigued and wanted to know what happened that the boy decided to have their private meeting. While the girl drank her lemonade, Yunha said what interested him, namely, that this was the first time the government had announced the execution of Nameless. The boy wanted to know who hired them, but Soyun apologized and said she couldn't share that information with him. The boy wanted to know what had happened to Dawn's company, so he asked her. Soyun revealed that President Lee Yunhee has returned and all the heirs have stopped work and are fully focused on the public. The girl decided that this was the end of their conversation and told Yunhee that she had to go, as she still had a lot to learn. The boy didn't want to delay her any longer and agreed, thinking to himself that the future of Dawn's company had changed. When Yunhee was alone, the man who was serving drinks came up to him and said that other children would be here soon and offered him to stay and play with them. The boy didn't mind the offer. While Yunha waited on the children, pondered the fact that before his return, the three sons had started a battle for the inheritance. And as a result of this struggle for the inheritance, the eldest son was able to sit on the throne and rule the company. Yunha recalled how his family had survived the Kraken attack and had not forgotten the miracle his sister had performed. The events that had happened in kindergarten and the minimal casualties from the Bukana incident added to the memories. The boy related to these memories the failure of the terrorist attack on Don Mall and how the future of the legacy at Don's company had changed. All this could only mean one thing, that the future had already changed, and this time everything would work out differently, and Yoonhoo couldn't help but be happy about it. The whole Yoonhee family was eating at the same table when his sister Yoona decided to announce something very important. The girl had the courage to tell her parents that she wanted to become a gambler. Yoonha didn't expect that. The boy looked at his sister in surprise and hoped that he had either heard it all or Yoona had just made a bad joke. Yoonha wondered and couldn't believe if this was all happening because the future had changed. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the whole family, the boy thumped his hand loudly on the table and announced that he was strongly against it. The boy did not calm down and began to express his opinion that it was very dangerous to be a player, and in general, he thought that this kind of activity would not suit Yoona. Yoona disagreed with her brother and told him that no one would know about it if she didn't at least try it, and the girl made a strong argument that she had talent and that Yoonha himself had said so. Yoonha explained that he was doing it so that the girl wouldn't get mana depletion and could live a long, healthy life. Yoona was determined and didn't care what her brother had to say because she still wanted to become a player. The boy convinced Yoona that she shouldn't do it because gamblers are honored, but it's far from luxury and riches. It's completely different. The girl was sure she wanted to be the kind of person who could help others. Yoona once again tried to explain to Yoonha that she no longer wanted to stand uselessly behind the backs of others. The mother held their little brother in her arms and told him to let Yoona do as she wanted. The child cried because of his brothers and sisters' screams. Yeonhae's mom said that his little brother's crying right now was his fault, and she tried to calm him down. The boy did not understand why his parents were so calm about such a decision of Yoona, and whether they do not realize the seriousness of the player's activities. My mom replied that she was well aware of how dangerous it was and what the consequences could be. She was of the opinion that since Yoona had already decided everything for herself, she wanted the girl to do it, and she and Dad would always support her. Yoonha didn't approve of his parents' reaction like this, but from the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to influence their opinion. In the office for the meeting, Seo Yanhong was asked to narrate a summary of the latest news for everyone. The man told everyone that the terrorist attack on Don Mal was for a reason, and there was definite confirmation that it was planned from inside the company. The story went on to say that the Dong company was currently divided between President Yoon-hee and his 3 sons. The main suspects were the middle son and the eldest son, while the youngest son had too little power, according to them. Bunzin was known for his violent nature, and in principle, many people thought that he would inherit the company because he was the eldest. But on the other hand, the middle son Yoonjin had very good personal qualities and was also a capable manager. The woman at the head of that table tiredly stated that the blundering Bunzin had initiated a terrorist attack on a shopping center that was in Yunzin's jurisdiction. A grown man who was also sitting at the table asked if the president himself knew about all this. The woman replied that of course the president was already aware of everything, and that is why he had returned from house arrest. The man who had initially started to bring everyone up to speed on the situation drew attention back to himself and asked everyone present to look at the information on the projector, because unfortunately, this was not their only problem. He told everyone that Bunzin had brought not only the Nameless Ones, but most likely it was the Azure Ocean clan. Some men, hearing this information, could not contain their emotions and thought it was too much. He explained that 92 hounds had been neutralized on Mount Bukan. The Azure Ocean clan had taken 7 mana stones, but they had only offered 3 for sale, so the terrorist attack had been caused by summoning hounds using the stones. There was a suggestion that perhaps the Azure Ocean clan was just waiting for the demand for mana stones to increase, but the man found a contradiction here as well, because 7th grade mana stones were easy to find. The woman really wanted to know what was the chance that Azure Ocean used mana stones to attack. The man said that he had previously scrutinized all the information on the number of mana stones allowed on the market by the Shinra clan, and the likelihood of their involvement was 0. The man of age made it a point to emphasize that it was somehow just a theory and no proof as such. But still, everyone should realize that such a version has the right to exist, and it should be taken into account. The man proceeded to bring everyone present at this meeting up to date on all the events. The woman suddenly decided to report that this April it was revealed that Jill Sangoon was having an affair with the Dangoon heiress, and when So Young found out about it, she was furious. It was obvious to everyone what Sangoon was thinking. As soon as the focus on Dangoon fell, they would immediately focus on Dangoon. The woman explained to everyone present that this was the reason she had called everyone now. There was speculation that whether this was the beginning of a real battle between them, and everyone was wary of the consequences. One of the men feared that the Azure Ocean clan had a divine wind, but the other assured him that Azure Ocean was not alone in having a throne under them and that they had a lightning king, which was not a bad thing either. But there were doubts about their advantage because the lightning king was still too young. Even though the guy was gifted, but for him, the battle against Soyun would be very difficult. The woman got up from the table and informed everyone that unfortunately they could not take part in this battle. But she knew for sure that they couldn't just leave the Azure Ocean clan behind. The woman destroyed all the information that was on the piece of paper and said that they would support Yunjin as Dawn's successor. They should all start a meeting so that they can discuss countermeasures to be able to contain the Azure Ocean clan. The boys had already advanced to 2nd grade, and all of this was happening in Heavenly Maiden's 4th year. Yunha looked at all the guys and realized that they were all in the same class again, and didn't know whether to be happy about it or not yet. Minji also noticed that they were in the same class again, and Sona told everyone that she was very worried about it, and worried that they would be in different classes. Yunha was very happy that Sena was in 1st grade, and it was a relief that he wouldn't have to be in contact with her. He hoped that they would get through the year in peace. The boys' thoughts were interrupted by Yunhuk, who persisted in trying to get his captain's attention. He pointed to the guys off to the side who had been staring at them for far too long and intently. Yunhuk was about to attack the ones he thought couldn't look properly. Yunha stopped his friend and asked him not to complicate things. When Yunha himself looked at the guys, they pretended that they weren't interested in anything or anyone. Minji wanted to know for herself if they were really going to ignore this misunderstanding, and Yunhuk was already raring to find out. Yunha didn't understand what the girl was even talking about, and then she explained that very quickly rumors spread that his father had successfully attacked Sina's father, President KK Medicines, and now because of that, the whole school was afraid of the boy. The boy couldn't understand why he and his father had become villains because of that situation. The boy couldn't understand why he and his father had become villains because of that situation. Sona was very worried about Yunhu and asked him if he was sure he was going to be okay. The boy was fine and thought about how comfortable it would be that no one would touch them. Yunhuk was very emotional, reporting that he had been practicing on the captain's advice and regularly drinking the juice that Jan's father makes. Yunha, on the other hand, remembered that he had told Minji and Seo to also drink this juice to get mana. The boy suddenly realized that in addition to the mana itself, his friends had also become taller, and now he was the shortest of them all. Yunha decided for himself that from now on he would also have a drink regularly, and his thoughts were interrupted by a classmate who informed everyone that their new teacher was approaching the class. As Yunhuk ran off to his seat, Yunha himself watched very carefully who entered their classroom. In front of the entire class stood a man named Im Do-hoon, and it was the man who would be their class teacher this school year. The man had a very presentable appearance and was scrutinizing the entire class with his gaze. Yunha was focused and attentive because the teacher's mana flow was clearly not that of a normal person, and it was all very suspicious. The boy wanted to know who he was. Grandfather was sitting in his favorite chair in the library, holding a book that the girl Hyan really liked. A man came up to him with a report in his hands. The man reported that the issue with the parents of the students who insisted on expelling half-human Jin Seo-na had been resolved as requested. Grandfather thought it was a job well done. The report also revealed that KK Medication tried to get into the class arrangement to separate the children involved, but the promise was kept, and Yunhu was enrolled in the same class as the rest of the kids. Grandpa, watching Haiyan from the window, decided to clarify KK Medicines was the company the family owned, Kim Giona. The man confirmed that this was the case, but now the grandfather was puzzled because how dare he interfere with the child that Min Junshik treats as his own granddaughter. Grandpa had heard afterward that the Haiyan class had been dealt with in such a way that they had put a man there who had retired earlier after being seriously injured, but was still competent. This person used to be part of a regular client agency, and they think it was a good choice. Grandpa listened to all this information about the man very carefully and decided that this man must be trustworthy. Grandpa remembered earlier asking Haiyan who she would like to study with in 2nd grade. The girl answered at once, because she would like to continue studying with her friends in the same class, but her father said that it is quite problematic. And then the grandfather promised that he would fulfill her request. Haiyan thought it probably wasn't necessary to do that, since she was old enough to understand how the world worked. Grandfather smiled and apologized for treating her like a little child. Then the man decided to be a little devious and suggested to Haiyan that he could make a prediction. The girl was first surprised and then very happy that even in the 2nd grade, everything would remain the same. The prediction was that Haiyan would continue to study with all her friends in the same class. Grandpa took great care of this book because Haiyan liked it so much, and in general, he found everything that was going on with this girl very interesting and amazing. The man himself could not believe that after so long, there would be a child to whom he would treat as his own granddaughter. The guys were alone in one of the old abandoned warehouses in town where everything was covered in dust. Yuna really wanted to hear the story of how Yunha met the girl who wielded the divine storm, but the boy himself was evasive and said that they just managed to get close after one meeting. The girl shifted her attention, looking to the side, where a large column of smoke rose, and Yuna realized it was her coming. Funnels of wind and dust formed in front of the guys, and it became very difficult to see everything around. Yuna watched the picture in front of her with admiration, and still couldn't believe that all this was really happening. A girl with a fan in her hands lowered herself in front of the boys and apologized if they had to wait long for her. Yunha was a bit picky, so he said that they had to wait for her after all. The girl just smiled and said that other people were getting nervous because they couldn't meet her at all. Yuna greeted the girl and bowed low in front of her, thus showing how she felt about her. The girl asked not to be called 12th Lord or Divine Storm, but could just be addressed as Sister Seo Jung. Sister Jung looked at the girl and saw that Yuna had an unbelievable amount of mana, and it was most likely just what she could control. The girl was well aware that as soon as others knew about her, she would become a hot commodity. Yunha, tired of listening to these pleasantries, did not ask if the girl had brought what she had promised. She answered in the affirmative and showed him what she had brought. The girl handed the boy a device and a magic stone that was covered in a bright blue glow. Yunha took the magic stone in his hands and began to examine it very carefully. After the boy examined it carefully, he concluded that the magic stone was in good condition. Yuna decided to make sure once again, so he asked his older sister Yuna if she was sure she would be all right. The girl replied convincingly that yes, she was sure she would be fine. The boy heard his sister's answer and decided that he would stop resisting it so much. Yunha warned Yuna that she would have to take the exam anyway, and showing her the device, he once again warned her to be very careful with it. The girl said confidently that she had it all figured out long ago. The boy didn't quite understand what his sister meant, but decided not to emphasize it. Yunha didn't hesitate any longer, and deciding that it was time to start, threw the magic stone to the side. Yuna gripped her sword harder, preparing to pass this exam with flying colors, but what she saw next left her in great surprise. A creature appeared in front of them, but it didn't look like a monster at all and instead had a cute appearance. The girl saw before her a porori creature that belonged to the 8th rank. Yuna couldn't believe that this was the monster she needed to deal with, but her brother was persuasive, saying that it was a true rank 8 monster in front of her. Yuna told his sister not to hesitate and send that monster to the other world, and thus confirmed that she was ready. The boy realized that even after everything that had happened and what he had talked to her about, he still hadn't managed to change her train of thought. But now Yunha was trying to make his older sister Yuna understand everything and could realize it. Yunha was trying to explain with this exam how brutal and hard the path of a player could actually be. Yuna looked carefully at the creature in front of her and was certain that he was not dangerous at all and carried no threat. The boy managed at the last moment to warn his sister not to be distracted and to be more attentive. Yuna couldn't understand what her brother was talking about because the monster had the appearance of a child's toy. But after a moment, something incredible began to happen to the monster, and it began to grow larger and covered with spikes. When the monster was already approaching the girl about to attack, Yunha managed to kick it away with his foot in time. The monster fell to the ground and didn't move, and its head part already looked like a real monster instead of a cute toy. Yunha was strict and so informed the girl that if she hesitated or judged the monster by appearance, she would end up going to the other world. The boy looked at his sister carefully and tried to see if she was ready to continue. Yuna was very thoughtful at this moment, and she was reminded of a fragment from the past, how Yunha had tried to protect her from the Kraken back then. Next, the girl remembered the moment when Aunt Juliet tried her best to save her from danger. Yuna clutched her weapon tighter and decided that she no longer wanted to be protected by others, but rather she wanted to protect those she cared about. Yuna was certain that she couldn't leave this burden on Yunhu alone, and so she had to deal with it herself. The girl did not hesitate any longer and attacked the monster and destroyed it once and for all. After him, there was only a rock that continued to glow brightly. After everything happened, Yuna was panic-stricken and afraid of what had happened and couldn't even move. The girl threw her weapon to the ground and tried to move as far away as possible from where the monster had been a couple minutes earlier. The girl, who was watching from the side, decided that it was good that Yuna was able to manage at least after the 15th attempt. Yuna could not hold back her emotions any longer and cried bitterly on her brother's shoulder while he tried to comfort the girl as best he could and kept repeating that she was good. Sister Yung watched and remembered that she too had once had a hard time becoming who she was now. Players must be strong. While Yuna continued to cry uninterruptedly, the girl thought about the fact that she had not expected the boy to make his sister destroy the monster so unexpectedly. The girl thought Yunhu was far from a simple child, and it was very difficult to predict his train of thought. A few days later in a school classroom, the teacher asked the leader to come out and get milk for everyone, and also reminded all the students to remember to return the empty milk cartons to the box. The boy came out and stood in front of the class, and then loudly asked all the students to line up and take the milk one by one. Yunha didn't want to, and offered to drink his milk too, but he refused. Yunha remembered the moment when Baek Len also didn't like to drink milk, but she was constantly told that she should drink it, and then she could grow big. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by Yunhook asking him to take what he was offering him as quickly as possible. Yunha had found a magic item in his hand that could turn ordinary milk into chocolate milk. The boy wanted to know where Yunhook had gotten it, but he decided to share with his captain that he had bought it today at the stationery store. Yunha was a little worried that Yunhook might be in trouble if his teacher caught him for that reason. Yunhook was very surprised that his captain was afraid of such a thing. The boy offered Yunhook that he could heat his milk for him, and the boy was very happy. Unhook, holding the milk carton in his hands, asked his captain if he knew what it said on the carton. Yunha saw that on the milk carton was written that they believe and hope that their compatriots who are suffering in Italy will be able to return safely. A boy at recess was walking up the stairs and thinking about whether he remembered correctly that his older sister Yuga was in the 4th grade of the 6th year. Yunha was well aware that that lesson with the monster was for her own good, but the picture of her crying tore the boy up inside. The boy walked to his sister and hoped only that she wasn't too upset after all that had happened. In the corridor, Yunha happened to run into a student who was older than him by the looks of it. The boy started to get emotionally indignant with his friends and tried to ask him who allowed him to come here, since he wasn't in 6th grade. Yunha told them that it seemed like he had been lucky enough to run into some strange people again. The guys demanded Yunhee apologize immediately for saying such words and tried to understand why he was so brazen and bold. Yunha looked closely at his interlocutor because he seemed very familiar to him. The boy in this young man recognized the one who was in Yunhee's past life, and his name was Lee Kang-hek. Lee Kang-hyuk in Yunhee's past life was a player who reigned over the nooks and crannies of Seonbuk-gu. He was not a very strong player, but he was good at manipulating people and successfully commanded his surroundings. Without any exaggeration, it was safe to say that absolutely all of Seonbuk-gu's information passed through his organization. Yunha came back from his memories and decided that the guy must have lived in this place since he was a kid, and maybe that was why he was able to become an information broker. One of the boy's companions pushed Yunhu from the back and said that children in their time had become too arrogant to stare so intently. Kang-hyuk decided to teach Yunhee a lesson and teach him the proper manners of how to behave with strangers. Yunha didn't resist and let himself be grabbed by his sweater. The boy was just trying to figure out what to do with his company. The boy didn't look worried and was completely calm because he had already used his mana and was about to use his abilities. But the guy was not given the opportunity to complete his work to the end of one girl who suddenly appeared for all in this school corridor. Kang-hyuk didn't expect to see this particular girl who addressed him personally by name. Yunhee's older sister stood in front of the guys and her expression let everyone know that she wasn't happy with what she had already seen. Yunha had already told the guy many times not to bully anyone else, and he was now trying to justify himself and said that it wasn't what she thought. Yunha was surprised to see that he liked his sister. The boy is very angry that Kang-hyuk dares to pay attention to his sister Yuna. One of the guys was trying to justify his comrade, so he told Yuna that Yunha ran into Kang-hyuk and didn't apologize for it, but they just decided to teach him a lesson. Yuna heard this ridiculous explanation and said loudly, and for all to hear, that no one dares to offend her younger brother Yunhu. The girl moved closer to her brother and decided to make sure he was perfectly fine. Kang-hyuk immediately apologized and tried to convince the girl that next time it wouldn't happen again. He tried to ask Yunhee if he was hurt, but the boy thought it was too much and let his sister lead him away. Kang-hyuk still shouted to Yunhee that if anyone dared to offend him, he should immediately contact them and they would deal with his offender. Yunha didn't understand what he was saying because the next time he met him, he would destroy him. When they were far away from the group of boys, the boy did not hold back and asked Yuna if she liked him. Yuna assured her little brother that he didn't have to worry about anything, and in general she liked Yunha himself the most. He froze and looked at his sister in surprise because he didn't expect her to say that. Yuna offered to take Yunha to his classroom. Yunha still accepted Yuna's offer and thought that her words were pleasing to him. A few days earlier, the woman was returning home at a late hour, and at that moment, it was raining heavily outside. The woman was carrying her purchases and suddenly thought about the fact that her children had been visiting her for quite some time. The grandmother spoke to her family via video link on her phone and realized how much her grandchildren had already grown up. The woman loved her family and missed them very much, but she hoped to be able to see them soon. Walking down a dark alleyway, the woman suddenly heard strange sounds and tried to understand where they were coming from. The grandmother stopped and listened, but the sounds were not repeated, and then she decided that perhaps she had imagined it all. 2327. As she was about to go on, the woman heard a rustling noise coming from the garbage cans that stood in the dark alley. Grandma was not afraid and decided to look inside the trash can, but she did not expect to see what was inside. In the trash can sat a half-human child who shrank from fear and cold, afraid to even raise his eyes. The woman was shocked that he was so young and already he had to go through such a hard journey. The grandmother hoped he was okay. She touched the half-human child with her hand and realized how cold he was, which meant that he had been sitting there for quite some time and was therefore frozen. The half-human, after the woman touched him, remembered all the moments from his past, and there was nothing good in those memories. People also touched it first and then wanted to sell it or use it as a punching bag and throw it away afterwards because no one cared if one half-man disappeared. So when he remembered it all, he couldn't stand it and screamed loudly, trying to curl up even more into a ball just so no one would touch him. The half-human jumped out of his hiding place and shouted for her to leave immediately and not touch him. The woman took a closer look at his appearance and realized that no one had taken care of him at all, and it was rainy weather, and he was injured. No matter how much the half-man shouted at his grandmother to go away, the woman realized almost immediately that she couldn't leave him here. The woman covered the half-man with her umbrella from the rain and said that if he had nowhere else to go, he could go to her house. The grandmother went outside to meet her children and grandchildren, who finally decided to visit her. The woman first hugged Yuna and Yunha and noticed how the children had already grown since the last time they saw each other. Dad said quietly to Yunhei that his mom was a little upset that the boy was acting like a child with his grandmother, but with her in a completely different way. The woman, smiling and looking at her daughter, said that even though she was able to give birth to 3 children, she still behaves like a child. Grandmother decided to make fun of her daughter and sympathized with her son-in-law because it is probably not easy for him to live with her daughter. The woman turned her attention to the youngest member of their family, and it was a girl named Yunai. They've met before, but that was last year, and apparently the girl doesn't remember her grandmother anymore. The grandmother asked her granddaughter how old she was, and she happily ran out of her mom's back showing 3 fingers and shouted that she was 3 years old. The woman hugged her granddaughter with great love because she missed them all very much. Grandma assumed they must all be very hungry, so she invited them into the house for dinner and added that she had ordered chicken for everyone. The whole family took their things from the car and walked to the backyard of the house and were in anticipation of a delicious dinner. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yunha immediately felt something, or rather felt the presence of someone else. The boy managed to warn his older sister Yuna not to rush into the house. Yunha scanned the house with his mana and noticed that it wasn't a monster as his sister had suggested, because whoever was inside was too calm. The guys assumed that maybe it was a thief who had broken into the house, but even if it was, Yunha couldn't let it go because he wouldn't let anyone break into his grandmother's house with impunity. They saw a half-man inside the room who was watching some program on TV at that moment. Yuna decided not to wait, and before the rest of his family members entered the house, he rushed in to attack whoever was inside. The grandmother was waiting for her children to get all their things and go into the house when she heard a sound. Yunha had already managed to scare the half-man at this moment and scattered some of the furniture around the room with his attack. The boy looked more closely at the intruder and could only recognize him as Jin Parang at a young age. The half-human didn't know what Yunha was talking about or who he was, and held his head, which had already developed a large bump from the fall. The grandmother told her family the story of the appearance of a half-man in her house, and the children in turn replied that the woman should have told them all this at once, because they had no reason to say no. The woman was not going to make a secret out of it, and was going to tell them everything as soon as they came to visit her. That's basically what she was doing now. Yunha looked at the guy who was eating chicken with great speed and thought that basically, if you think about it, this was his hometown too. The boy just couldn't even think of their relationship starting this way. And Yunha also didn't know from all the events that had happened how much the future had already changed. Jin Parang, devouring his chicken with great enthusiasm, asked Yunhee why he continued to stare at him so intently. The guy suddenly thought the woman wanted to take away his chicken, and he threateningly replied that it was his, and he wasn't going to share it with anyone. The grandmother reminded him that she had asked him to be polite. Yunha continued to scrutinize all of the half-man's actions, what he was doing, and what he was saying. The grandmother tried to smooth things over by saying that Yunhee's eyes always look like that, but Jin Parang continued to be rude and insolent to the woman. Yunha remembered that when he had met the guy for the first time in his past life, He had also thought he was not quite adequate, and apparently this change in the future had not affected him in any way. But the boy could not allow him or anyone else to insult and harass his grandmother. Yunha decided that he should then fix this guy's character from the beginning and told his grandmother that he wanted to play outside with him. Jin Parang didn't understand why Yunha suddenly thought he would go out with him at all, much less play any games. Grandma thought it would be great if the boys could get along. The boy's mom still asked him to be careful. Yuna wanted the boys to take her outside to play too, but Yunha was against it and said it would be best for her to stay inside and continue eating her chicken. The boy stood beside Parang and waited for him to finish his meal and go outside with him, but the half-human was in no hurry to go anywhere with Yunha. Yunha leaned over him and said so that only Parang could hear him that it would be better for him if he went without disturbance. The boy went outside the gate and was going to teach this guest good manners and that he would not even dare to be rude to his grandmother. So he didn't bother to be ceremonious and restrain himself and just threw the boy out into the street. Parang was angered that Yunha wasn't particularly trained in culture and manners either, for he didn't even give him a chance to finish his chicken. Yunha wasn't going to make excuses for his behavior to the guy and thought the guy deserved it. The boy placed a protective dome over them so no one could hear what was going on inside, and that's when Parang got really scared. Yunha said that the guy had himself to blame, and everyone should be able to take responsibility for their words and actions. The boy was sure that everything he was doing was just so that Jin Parang could become a normal person. Yunha didn't like him, and now he thought he wanted to fight him and teach him something. Parang was attacked by Yunha's abilities, and was able to realize that all talk was over, and now they were moving to action. Yunha didn't keep quiet and told the guy that he didn't like him because he hadn't been taught basic manners. Parang dodged the attacks as best he could, but Yunha still managed to hit him with a cannonball, and didn't plan to stop there. Yunha was punishing the lad for the harsh words spoken to his grandmother, who was a savior to Parang, for she fed him and sheltered him in her home. The woman took care of him and cured him, but he treated her so ungratefully, and this behavior was something Yunha was going to eradicate. Yunha was angry and determined and didn't plan on stopping until Parang had finally internalized everything. The guy's manners were completely absent, in Yunhee's opinion, and it was not good because he continued to live in his grandmother's house. Parang tried to call for help, but Yunha said it was all useless, and the adults wouldn't be able to hear him, and added, "Whatever happens inside stays here." Yunha suggested that he use his telepathy ability because that was the only way he could call someone for help. The boy didn't know how to do it and tried to crawl as far away from the boy as he could. Parang added that he was only 10 years old and that he had no idea how to use telepathy. Yunha remembered him from his past life and how he said he had been able to use telepathy since he was 10 kids, and realized that the guy had been deceiving him. The boy was angry that he had even dared to deceive him and decided that he would teach him a lesson for this act as well. Parang had already hoped it was over, but to his great regret, it was just beginning. Yunha had placed a protective dome where they were, and so whatever was going on inside was not audible to anyone at all. The next day, Parang could only think about how much it hurt him, because Yunha had hit places that were invisible to everyone else. He thought this behavior of a 9-year-old boy was very strange. The whole family was sitting in the living room, and the topic of their conversations was the half-breed Jin Parang. Yunhee's parents said that Parang is 6 years old, and then by his age, he should be in 3rd grade by now. The main topic of their discussion was the boy's education, except that Parang himself was not even going to go to school. The boy was gripped with fear that he would be forced to go to a middle school where there would be a large crowd of kids he didn't know. Yunha remembered that before he went back, he had heard that he was often bullied at the academy Parang had gotten to the year before him. The boy suggested that it would be better for Parang to go to the 2nd grade with him, because then Yunha would help him to adapt to the new environment. Yunha made the guy realize that it would be easiest for him to agree now or he would regret it. Parang had no choice but to tell everyone that he really wanted to go to school, but not to the 3rd grade, but to the 2nd grade. Yunha pretended to his family that he was very happy that they could go to high school together. Yunhee's folks noticed that the guys managed to become friends in just one day, and it was great. Pa Rang was trying to figure out what kind of friendship they were all talking about and how they couldn't see that Yunhe was threatening him right now. Yunhe leaned over the guy and once again tried to let him know just by looking at him that it wasn't worth resisting. The boy decided to reinforce the lesson and was going to go outside with Parang again to play and let him know that if he argued, he would only make things worse for himself. As soon as Parang heard that it was about their walk together again, he was horrified. There was a private meeting among a narrow circle and goddess Lim Kayul was present. Italian ambassador Albert Valentine announced that they intend to help 4,000 Korean citizens who are stranded in Italy to return back to Korea. Another Italian ambassador, Yanko Miron, was sitting next to him. The ambassadors voiced that they would do all this only on one condition, that they would help them deal with the monster in the North Atlantic. Theoretically, it was a powerful monster, but not even first class. This monster at worst could bring disaster that would further doom the entire country. The monster's class was Leviathan. For them it's all partly expected, only the waters of it all can lead to very bad consequences. The goddess replied that it wouldn't be convenient to send the Korean players to a place they were unfamiliar with, so she offered to supply them with potions. Albert Valentine believed it was simply an advanced technology that did not require direct injection into the body. The Italian ambassador was offered more that they could make in exchange for Mediterranean manna alloys. The goddess knew perfectly well that this was also something Italy badly needed. Ambassador Yanko Miron suddenly used his mana and directed his abilities towards the girl. The man was thus able to destroy the table and turn it into small splinters. The goddess, with one hand motion, stopped her guards who were about to attack Yanko, but the men didn't understand why the girl wouldn't let them. The ambassadors repeated that they were just asking for a little help in exchange for the return of their own men. Yakin Myron believed that the Korean players were weak, and for that reason, they cannot leave their goddess. Albert Valentine told Janko that he was already overreacting a bit and shouldn't be so harsh in his remarks. Yakin Miron saw that the girl continued her meal as if nothing had happened, and added that that was why he didn't like Koreans, because they were only interested in the proverbial kimchi. The goddess heard everything perfectly, and she didn't like what the man was saying and decided to teach him a lesson. A force unknown to the men and threw one off the chair, and one they certainly could not have expected. When the ambassadors were more than aggressive, the girl informed everyone that just for the sake of the Koreans who were stuck in Italy, they would give their full support. The goddess went on to say that besides divine spear Namgung Senwon, who was the strongest in their country, they were willing to send 2 more players from the 12 thrones. The girl believed that this would be enough to bring back their citizens. Goddess Lee Kayul snapped her fingers and once again decided to show the ambassadors that they should think about the consequences before saying anything. Force was used on the men, and it became very difficult for them to breathe, which might even have frightened them a little. Albert Valentine could hardly stand on his feet, but when he saw the girl leaving, he decided to shout that her actions would not go unpunished. The goddess replied that if the men wished to speak out against her decision, let them do so, for then the right people would know that Big Mama had sent someone disguised as ambassadors to the Mana Control Bureau. The ambassadors were furious at what they had heard. Yanko could no longer contain his emotions after such words of the girl and was about to rush to attack, but his comrade in time was able to stop him. Force was again used over him from a man whose eyes burned with a bright blue glow. At that moment, Yanko could realize that if he moved even a little bit, he would go straight to the other world. The goddess saw that the men were no longer trying to rush to fight, and was pleasantly surprised that they could at least reason adequately. Before slamming the door behind her, the girl informed the ambassadors that their meeting was over and they should leave the building immediately. Yanko was furious that because he couldn't respond and attack, and was now trying to deal with his emotions. The man in the blue house said that such an act was reckless, and in the future one should definitely control oneself. He explained to the girl those things that were obvious to him, that she was no longer a Korean folk artist, but a goddess. Goddess didn't realize he was saying all this as her bodyguard or as actress Lim Ka-yul's manager. Lee Yun-hong, who was also in the office with them, wanted to know if he was so confident in his words and actions and how a man could know for sure what the woman was thinking. The woman said he shouldn't say things like that and that the report was delayed because of him. Yen-hong asked the girl to reflect on the fact that Italy had imported the Maserati Gran Turismo as a gift, and it was for a reason. The man had heard about Big Mama sending this car as a token of friendship, and he suggested that maybe it was better than the ambassadors they had. The goddess was sure that this gift should be sent back and told that she didn't need it. The girl had never met Big Mama before, but had heard many times that she wasn't as friendly as she might seem at first. But the way she sent those men as ambassadors could mean she was up to something, or just being arrogant. The girl told Yen-hong to find trusted people to put the Italian ambassadors under surveillance, and if there was any trouble, it should be reported immediately. Park Sanjin thought that, luckily for them, the deal ended better than they thought. The girl agreed, but it was all thanks to the potion from Alice Pharmaceuticals, and they owed a lot to engineer Yang Xiao-kun and Alice's company. The goddess felt that they should definitely show their gratitude, but only after they had already finalized the deal with Italy. Sanjin repeated again that somehow it was extremely dangerous to provoke the Italian ambassadors. The girl knew that the man was speaking as her bodyguard, but she was calm, because at the moment of their negotiations in the next room was a man who wielded the divine spear, and so they were not threatened. The goddess understood perfectly and was sure that if there were any problems, it would only be with the ambassadors. On the streets of the city walked a girl in a very high spirits because she was just happy. The girl a little earlier, the doctor told the happy news that she was already 6 weeks pregnant. That girl was Juliet, and she was overwhelmed with emotion at such happy news. She decided to call her husband Bruno because he was the man who made her so happy. Juliet wanted to tell her husband everything right now, but she decided that it would be better to wait until they met in person. The man was interested in how the girl had gone to the hospital and whether she was all right. The girl reassured her man and replied that she was fine, but asked Bruno not to stay late at work and to come back early today because she had something to tell him. Juliet had finished talking and was already excited to see the man's happy face after she told him everything. The girl's happy thoughts were suddenly abruptly interrupted by the voice of someone she had never expected to hear, much less meet. Juliet saw Janko in front of her, and all the horror was written on the girl's face from this encounter. The man informed the girl that she had gotten a lot prettier since their last meeting. Only now the girl was not doing well at all, and she realized that she would not be able to escape. Janko grabbed the girl's face and thus prevented her from screaming and calling for help. The man informed Juliet that the games were over, and it was time to go back to her golden cage. Bruno was at work when suddenly his cell phone rang and he saw that it was Juliet calling. The man immediately thought that something had happened because they were just talking. The girl in their phone conversation was very brief and told the man only that she was very grateful to him for what he had done and asked Bruno not to look for her. Bruno was very excited and even a little scared and tried to understand what had happened to the girl, but their conversation was already cut short. Yanko, who was listening to all this conversation, said that the princess made the right choice and made the right decision. The man felt that Juliet should be allowed to live an ordinary life with the man she loved. The guys were returning from school, and because it was very hot outside, Hyen suggested that the whole group go to her father's cafe, because there is a good air conditioner there. All the boys agreed to the proposal, including Yunha. The boy only told everyone that he would go to his house to drop off his bag first and come back later. Minji warned Yoonghoo not to play with Yuna or he would forget the time and be late. The girl reminded him that she had to wait for him for a long time last time, and the boy tried to ward off these warnings by covering his ears. Suddenly, the attention of the boys was attracted by a car on a neighboring street in which Juliet was getting into. Yunha looked closer and saw those men who were accompanying the girl, and it seemed suspicious to him. In one of the men, the boy recognized Genko Muron and tried to figure out what the Italians were doing here in the first place. Yunha remembered that Italy and Korea were in the middle of negotiations. The milk carton said that Korea believes that its countrymen who are suffering in Italy at this moment will be able to return home safely. Yunha recalled a moment from a past life when there was the subjugation of a leviathan that was many times more powerful than the second rank. And in order to save the Koreans who were stuck in Italy at that moment, necessary measures were taken. The divine government at that time dispatched 3 of the 12 thrones, and because of that, Korea suffered serious battle losses. At that moment, divine spear Namgun Song-un lost his left arm in battle. And the Recentron player named Shin Mengwan became more incapacitated later on due to Berserk's mana, and the florist Bang Enji went to the other world during that mission, and that's what people thought. However, Bang Enji was not destroyed. She was kept in confinement in Italy, and Genko Moran was responsible for all this. This particular man was one of the ambassadors who was visiting Korea at the time. At that time, many countries, including Korea itself, held protests, and eventually ended up with Big Mom ordering him to be publicly sent to the other side of the world. Yuna came back to reality and realized the seriousness of the situation, because there was a man next to Juliet. The boy asked Minji to wait for him here and that she should not follow him. Minji couldn't understand what the matter was, but Yunha repeated to her once again, no way to follow him. The boy planned to determine where they were going, and after that, he wanted to contact Shin Seo-yoon, or Bruno. Yunha crouched down and tied his sneaker laces tighter and applied his mana. The boy used his powers not to miss that car, and so he ran as fast as he could. The car had stopped and people had already gotten out of it, and Yunha was just in time. The men wondered who was watching them so intently, and it turned out to be just a child. Yunha realized that there was no point in hiding anymore, since they had already noticed his presence. Myron stepped closer to the boy and asked him what questions he had for them and what he wanted in general. The man didn't make much of a fuss and sort of just patted his hand on Yunhee's shoulder to ask him his questions. Only he wasn't going to lower his strength. Yunha felt great discomfort about this, and so he did not tolerate it and bounced away from the man a great distance thanks to his abilities. Miran, looking at all this, came to the conclusion that even children in this country could handle their mana well. The other counselor thought that this child was very strange and that something was wrong with him. The man decided that he had no choice and therefore he should get rid of the child immediately. Miran wanted to destroy Yunhu and so he attacked him, but the boy managed to duck in time. Yunha had already realized that the man was not joking and was trying to send him to the other world, so the boy actively used his mana to survive. The boy used his abilities not only for his own defense but also to attack the man, and he did it well a few times. Because Yuna was doing all this in the air, which was not easy, he decided to use his mana in his foot and use it to strike. No one was particularly inferior to anyone else, and their battle continued. Yunha formed a small sphere in his hand. The boy threw this sphere at Myron, but he was able to put a block on it at the last moment. Yunha bounced off into the distance and was now planning his next moves on the attacks. The man was already looking at the boy differently, because his mana distribution was at a serious level. But even with all that, to Myron he was still just a kid. The man was able to get close to the boy and grabbed him firmly by the throat and thus blocked all his movements. Yunha tried to free himself, but he couldn't get free, and then the man looked at him and said that he wasn't the only one who could use mana. The boy realized that at this rate, he would soon go to the next world, so he had to think of a way to get free. Yoonghye's help suddenly came from a place he hadn't expected, and it was Juliet. Juliet turned to Genko and reminded him that he had made a promise that he would not harm her acquaintances. Myron heard the girl and was surprised that she knew this boy. Juliet tried to persuade the man to let him go because it was just an ordinary child. Miron didn't think Yoonghoo was a normal child, and in his experience they should be sent to the grave at the first meeting. The girl was already losing hope to save Yoonghoo, and so she tried her luck and turned to Albert Valentine. Yanko Miron realized that it was useless to argue with them since they decided to let Yunha go. The man threw the boy to the ground and he tried to catch his breath and regain consciousness. Juliet had already run to the boy's aid and was very worried about his condition. The girl thanked Young-hoo for helping her and asked him not to do it again and wanted to help him get up off the ground. The boy wanted to ask Juliet what was going on. Juliet suddenly took the ring off her finger and asked Yoon-hoo to be sure to give it to Bruno and said she was sorry. The girl added only that up to that moment she had been very happy and wanted Bruno to hear exactly those words. Juliet didn't bother to answer any of the boy's questions and just turned around and walked towards the car. Yoon-hoo didn't want to let Juliet go like this because he knew she wasn't happy, so he tried to catch up with her and stop her, but he wasn't allowed to do so. Yanko Miron pushed Yoon-hoo away with all his might and didn't give him even the slightest opportunity to approach the girl. The man warned the boy to get out of here while he was still kind. The car with Juliet had already left, but Yoon-hoo was still lying near the trash cans and trying to come to his senses, and until that moment, he was almost sure that his second life would be different. The boy remembered that he had managed to save his entire family, who were about to go to the other world. Yoon-hoo thought of his friends, whom he had also managed to save, and that was no small matter. The boy was also able to minimize the damage during that incident on Buchan Mountain, and all of these changed moments gave the boy confidence. He didn't understand why or with whose permission the girl had followed the past so much that it wouldn't let her go. Yoon-hoo tried to pull himself together and realized that Juliet should never follow the past when he himself was trying so hard to change the future. After all, a boy's happiness includes a girl's happiness as well. The boy was fully convinced that Juliet shouldn't exclude herself so arrogantly either. At the cafe, Father Hyan was working hard and was already very exhausted, but the man still had a lot of work to do. A man received an order he needed to hand over 100 potions by next week. In order to fulfill this order for potions from the state, he would have to minimize his sleep. The man thanked me for the glass of water and said that he was doing well, not to worry because he was happy. A phone call caught the man's attention, and he was called by his daughter's friend Yoon-hoo, who apologized that it was so sudden, but he had an urgent matter. Yoon-hoo said in a phone conversation that something had happened, and so he had a small favor to ask of the man. The boy's request was that he needed his potions from his uncle for a very important matter. In a deserted area amongst the trees, a training session was taking place where the girl was teaching her older sister Yoon-hee. Soyun applied her mana and engaged the roots of the trees in this training. All those roots were now aimed at Yuna, intending to attack the girl. Yuna dodged as best she could and tried to get away and not fall into this trap set by her sister. The girl stood back and watched Yuna and saw that the girl's reflexes were incredible. Soyun decided to complicate the task a bit and see what would happen if she used her ability with the vortex. In a matter of minutes, a large tornado formed and instantly engulfed Yuna. Now the girl wasn't particularly sure if Yuna's reaction was as good as she had thought just a short while ago. But then Soyun saw something that surprised her, namely how Yuna was able to cleverly get out of that vortex and get around it quite well. The girl thought that it was better to warn about such things in advance, but Soyun was sure that practice was more useful if it was similar to reality. Soyun was pleasantly surprised and convinced that Yuna was quite good and she was not wrong about her after all. The girl decided not to stop, but instead to make the task even more difficult for Yuna. Yuna had lost her footing after a moment and was now falling from quite a height. The girl was almost before the ground, and at the very last moment she used her mana and was able to form for herself a kind of cushion that would soften her fall. When it was only a few meters away from the ground, Yuna was still able to get her balance and rushed forward. Soyun was pleased with what she saw and thought the girl was persistent, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Yuna wanted to attack the girl, but naturally she failed, and Soyun herself thought her imagination was unbelievable, but that was probably because she was still a child. Soyun was surprised that Yuna had enough mana not only for defense magic, but also for restrictive magic. The girl knew that Yuna was a kind of diamond, but even so, she still had a lot of work to do and a long way to go. Yuna thought she was getting closer to her goal, but suddenly, a lot of roots appeared from under the ground and grabbed the girl's legs and lifted her up. But even so, Soyun still said that the girl had gotten much better during those 3 months. Yuna was already giving up and asking to just let her go, but Soyun was against it, because going down on her own was also part of her lesson. Soyun lost interest in the girl when her phone received a call from someone who rarely called her, and so the girl was even a little worried. Yu-ha was the person who called her. The girl listened to her interlocutor and couldn't believe that that man was causing trouble again. Bruno, at this moment in a small suitcase, was gathering all the necessary weapons that he would most likely be very useful in the near future. The man double-checked everything again and made sure he had packed the essentials. Bruno looked at himself in the mirror and noticed that, unfortunately, he was no longer in the same shape as before and could no longer be called Grizzly Valentine. The man remembered a moment from his past where, just at the mere sight of him, the men already had a frightened look on their faces. The girl pointed at the man and complained to Bruno that he had touched her, but the stranger tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't recognize Princess Valentine, and he fully admits that he was wrong, but the princess herself didn't think that was an excuse. Bruno didn't realize that there was still someone in Sicily who might not know this lady, namely Princess Juliet of the Valentine family. The stranger kept making excuses that he didn't really know the girl because he had come here on vacation. Bruno still didn't think it was an excuse. Bruno tentatively took off his jacket and informed the man that he was still hurting the girl one way or another. The bodyguard avenged the girl so that the stranger flew a very long distance away. The princess got her ice cream and was happy that Bruno was always there to protect her. Juliet informed her bodyguard that she would always be grateful for what he does for her. There was a meeting going on in the house, and the big news was that Big Mama had chosen Miran as rulers of Sicily. Not everyone agreed with this decision, and they didn't like the fact that they had to be under some Mirans, and were generally worried about what would happen to them now. One of the men informed everyone that there were those in this room who had already defected to their side, and they considered it nonchalant. The man who was at the head of the table could not stand it any longer and did not tolerate this balaganza, so he shouted loudly that it was enough, and after that there was complete silence in the hall. He added that it's already been decided that Valentine will team up with Mayron, and it's not up for discussion. Juliet could not keep silent and told her father that it was not an alliance, and she was supported in the belief that the Mayrons would just control them. The man insisted on his decision and said that it was all for the protection of their family. He was sure he was doing the right thing, and they were just temporary allies who benefited them in this situation. The man added that as a symbol of their union, Juliet and Vincent Mayron would go to the wedding and it would all be for the good. The girl couldn't believe that her father meant it. The girl remembered Mayron's club party lover, and if it was the son of their family's boss, then it was definitely someone who was not pleasant to Juliet, to say the least. The father also told his daughter that not only was she to marry Vincent Mayron, but that she was also to have a child with him. The man was sure that with the help of the girl's gift of enhancement that increases the effectiveness of mana, the child that would be born as a result of their union would be able to get this effect. Which all meant that that child could get a gift stronger than any of Valentine and Myron, and then they would take him away so he could carry on the Valentine family's work. Juliet listened to all this and still couldn't believe that her father was serious. Bruno thought about the fact that the man was going to team up with those people whom he disliked, to say the least, and regarded others as things. Bruno didn't realize that the boss now only cared about the stability of the family. All the men at the table began to say to the girl that she should think carefully, because Valentine's future was in her hands. They kept convincing the girl, saying that the guy was quite good, and they were sure they would have a great heir. Her father said that if Juliet considers herself part of Valentine's family, then she must endure her new status, and thus do her best for their family. Juliet did not want to put up with this state of affairs and tried once again to reason with her father, but the man was adamant and said that the girl, as the owner of the surname Valentine, just has to do everything possible for their well-being. The girl then decided to turn to someone who was dear to her, and she hoped that he could help her in this situation, and it was her brother. The man lowered his head and looked away, and that could only mean one thing, that Juliet could not rely on his support. The girl had nothing else to do but to agree, and that was the end of the meeting, and everyone left the room except Juliet and her bodyguard. Bruno looked at the girl and saw how hard it was for her, and tried to think how he could help her in this situation. Already in the girl's room, Bruno said that Juliet could tell him everything that was on her mind. The man read near the girl and took her hands and hoped that the girl would not shut herself in, but on the contrary would tell about her worries. Juliet couldn't take it anymore and screamed that she didn't want to get married like that, and even more, she didn't want her baby to be considered a thing. Bruno was a little shocked, and it surprised him that the girl said she didn't like the place. The man looked at the girl and promised her that he would protect her even if he had to fight the whole world, and offered Juliet to leave with him. Juliet had not expected such words from men and was now a little confused at his suggestion. It took the girl only a little while to think it over, and after a moment she smiled and said yes. Bruno and Juliet did not hesitate, and left through the window that was in her bedroom. They went against all odds, and the man gave Juliet hope that all was not yet lost. Bruno came back from his memories to the present and tracked Juliet's location through his phone. The man was not going to back down and promised himself that he would definitely get the girl out. When Bruno went out the door to look for Juliet, he didn't expect to see someone there. Yunha stood in the hallway and informed the man that he was going with him, and it was not negotiable. Bruno was well aware that Yunha would be stronger than many of the players, but now they were up against the Gredishes, and the man didn't want to drag the boy into a dangerous situation. So the man told the boy that it was not too late to turn around because it would be dangerous there, but the boy refused, knowing it all perfectly well. Yunha reminded that they had discussed all this earlier and he was still going with him and he wasn't intimidated by the danger. Bruno did not change Yunhu's mind any further, thinking that he had warned him as much as he could, and if the boy wanted to go with him, so be it. Yunha asked Bruno if he knew where Juliet was now, and the man said yes, and it was all thanks to her phone. Bruno reported that the girl was now at Alice's hotel, and also advised Yunhei to put on armor, because it was dangerous to go unprotected. Yunha didn't mind the armor, but because he was too young, none of it would fit him. And then the many armor straps he was wearing also restricted his movements a bit. Bruno looked at the boy and listened to his reasoning, noticing that for Yunhei it was like a routine rather than an upcoming battle. The boy told Bruno that he had taken the ring the man had given him earlier, and the most important thing was that Yunha knew how to use it. It was a mana-enhancing wedding ring, and it was actually ingenious. The boy thought Julia had done a good job. Yunha recalled a moment from a past life when, in the 26th year of the goddess calendar, the Southern Alliance had made a successful foray into the abyss. At that time, everyone on Earth thought that it was simply impossible to survive there, and everyone then admired the team that was able to return from the Black Dungeon. The joy after a successful sortie took absolutely everyone, because previously it was considered impossible to do it. The players were excitedly and very carefully studying the mission summary and noting all the smallest details, except that the truth that was written there was disgusting. The Italian players who went to Vanguard were now named Mayron, and the woman who was used only to reproduce the strong DNA of Mayron was then called their mother. Yunha thought that most likely, before his regression, Bruno was unable to save Juliet and went to the other world. Bruno and the boy arrived on the scene, and the man really hoped that Yunha wouldn't regret his decision. There were two men standing on the doorstep of the hotel trying to figure out what the two men were doing here. They were already walking towards Bruno and Yunhei and chasing them away, saying that this was a restricted area and they didn't belong here. Yunha and Bruno didn't waste any more of their precious time and rushed into the attack, intending to clear the way for themselves. And in the hotel itself, Yakin Myron sat relaxed on the couch and was angry that he didn't understand why they had decided to change the hotel. One of the men was sure there was probably some reason for it, but the strange thing was that they had decided to do it the day they found out about their meeting. Juliet was also in that room and decided to sarcasm Myron a bit and said that just people like him are not liked anywhere. But one man correctly pointed out that no one knew then that Miss Juliet would be here. Yakin Miran added that he too would not have known where the girl was if one day the news had not shown her. In fact, if it hadn't been for that, it would have been unknown when they arrived. Myron, that time when he saw Juliet on the news, he didn't believe it, but only when it was confirmed by the girl's own brother, there were no more doubts. Juliet could not keep silent, for it was very amusing to her that several men were chasing one girl all the way to Korea. She thought that the Meron guys must be familiar with the feeling of shame. Myron warned Princess Valentine that she had better sit still and preferably quiet, and he advised the girl not to be so sure that they wouldn't hurt her. The man said they didn't touch it because they felt so sorry for the girl, and Juliet should watch her language after all. Yakin Myron loomed over the girl and said that if he wanted to, he would have had his own kind of fun with her a long time ago. The man's words made Juliet very angry, and she couldn't cope with her emotions and spat in his face. The man couldn't believe that the girl could afford such an act, and apparently she was ready to go to the other world right now. This showdown between them was suddenly stopped by the girl's brother, and thus stopped Myron and prevented him from striking. Yakin Myron chuckled and teased at the fact that, is this really how brotherly love played out in a man? He couldn't listen to any more of this absurdity, and told Juliet's brother that he'd better get away from here for a while and get some fresh air. Juliet suddenly decided to ask her brother Albert Valentine to go to a convenience store and get her a bento, because she was already very hungry. She added that she would also like bread and dessert. 2646, Albert redirected this request to Tom Mayron, but here was a man thinking it would be much easier to just call a servant to do it. Juliet's brother reminded him that his sister wanted food specifically from the convenience store. Tom, as he left to fulfill the girl's request, suddenly decided to remind Albert that he was no longer Valentine, but Mayron. Albert looked at the man intently and advised him not to worry about it. Juliet got up from the couch, and before she could even take a step, Albert informed her that she had been told not to leave the room. The girl looked at the man and realized that he had never been able to learn tact. Juliet yelled out that she just wanted to go to the bathroom and slammed the restroom door loudly behind her. The girl only in the restroom gave vent to her real emotions and did not know what she should do now with all this. She remembered the words of Bruno, who had promised to protect her always, even if he had to fight the whole world, and after those words had offered Juliet to leave with him. Juliet missed Bruno dearly, but realized that his safety was far more important to her than herself. Yakin Myron also visited the restroom and thought about calling a servant on the way back. Suddenly the man sensed through his abilities that right next to him there is someone who intends to destroy the man. The man rushed to attack Yunha himself with his weapon in hand and was very determined. Yakin Myron did not expect this attack in any way and therefore was unable to react to this attack in time. The man was unable to stay on his feet and hit his head painfully as he fell. But when Miran looked closer and saw who had attacked him, a look of astonishment froze on his face. Yunha was more collected than ever and decided to give the man a chance to pull up his pants. The boy gave the man a couple seconds to do all of this, and was going to continue fighting him no matter what. An hour before breaking into the hotel, Soyun was giving speed lessons to Yunhee. The girl was explaining the magic spell Haste was good because it incredibly increased speed. And the amplification magic spell itself could increase muscle and boosted strength. The girl talked about a lot of things, namely for mana regeneration, for defense regeneration, and also for magic resistance. Yunha thanked the girl for her help, but didn't understand what they would do with the hotel guests if they were somehow drawn into the battle. Soyun said that they didn't have to worry about it, since the Heavenly Maiden administration had ordered the hotel to be vacated. Yunha buckled his belt and was relieved that nothing was broken, and thought that with the magic potion, he was much stronger. The boy looked at his opponent and realized that now was his chance, because there wasn't much space and the man was unarmed at the moment. He realized that he couldn't make a mistake, because there might not be such an opportunity again. Yakin Myron was going to destroy the boy just for daring to attack him and being able to catch him in such an awkward moment. Yunha was ready, and so he managed to dodge the man's blow without much difficulty, but the man wasn't going to stop. Yunha looked at the man and realized that with such a preponderance of enhancements and potions, they could fight each other for a very long time. The man was angry that he was not a grown man, but a child, and he had to admit to himself that the boy was good. Yakin Myron formed a huge shield in front of him with his mana, behind which he was going to take cover. Yunhu was not frightened by this, much less stopped. The boy rushed forward with great zeal and was about to destroy this barrier. Miran could tell with certainty that the boy now was completely different from last time, because the man had already put up 3 lines of shield, but he still managed to break through it, and it was incredible. Yunha was confident in his abilities, and so he even mocked the man a bit, saying that was really all he was capable of. The boy struck hard, and the man lost his balance and flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. The man realized that because this room was too narrow, and that's why he couldn't get his full load out. Yakin Myron realized that he had to get out of here at any cost, and only then would he have a chance to survive. The man tried to evade the attack as best he could and tried to figure out how to proceed. Myron remembered his weapon and pulled out his gun and pointed it at Yunhu at the same moment. The boy reacted in time and created a barrier around himself, thus protecting himself from the bullet. While Yunha was behind the barrier, the man decided to take advantage of the situation and tried to escape. The boy was starting to get angry that Yakin Myron had dared to run away from him, but Yunha didn't plan on letting him get away. He directed his abilities to where the man had been moments ago, but the man had managed to secure himself in time. Yunha realized his mistake of not being careful enough and not taking into account the man's cunning, but he wasn't going to make that mistake again. Yakin Myron looked back and saw that Yunha was almost able to catch up with him, and he didn't like it. The man used his gun and on the move shot back and shouted that he would definitely send the boy to the other side of the world. Yunha ran as fast as he could and dodged the bullets in parallel, thinking that if anyone was going to go to the other side today, it would definitely be the man himself. The boy realized that he should hurry up because he didn't have much time left because the reinforcement and the mana itself was running out. Yunha took out another vial of potion without stopping and emptied it immediately, which was all Myron could see. The man had already guessed that this was the potion the Heavenly Maiden had spoken of earlier, and it didn't mean anything good. Yakin Myron regretted that he had not destroyed Yunhu the first time they met, because now it was much more difficult to do so, as the boy was well prepared for this battle. The man was trying to find something he could use as a weapon when he ran away, and his eyes caught on the knives that were on the table in the room. Yunha was still trying to catch up with the man and followed him into the room where the man was taking shelter. The boy had already dodged sideways from the attack at the last moment, and it wasn't easy at all. The man didn't hide anymore and used the knives he found in the next room to attack Yunhu. Myron was getting pretty tired of this battle, and he would really like to understand who this kid was. Yunhee's answer was simple because the boy didn't explain anything and just said that he was the one who would send the man to the other side. Their battle began anew, and no one was going to yield to anyone, but on the contrary, everyone was confident in their abilities. Yunha used his weapon to try to strike the man again, but his movements were no longer as fast as they had been from the beginning. The man thought gloatingly that the boy had finally run out of steam, and now he would be able to overpower him. Yakin Myron struggled, but still managed to grab Yunhu's arm, and now it was not easy for the boy to free himself. The man held him firmly, and thus blocked all his attempts to attack, while Yunha tried to figure out what to do now. The boy realized that he should have destroyed the man as soon as he had the chance, but Yunha had missed it, and now regretted it. Myron took his sword away from Yunhee and shouted over his ear that it would be fair for him to have a weapon now as well. Yunha was able to use Vengeful Spirit at the last moment thanks to his skill, and now the man had a new problem. Yakin Myron once again only became even more angry because this skill was not so easy because it absorbed all the mana in his body. The man tried to dodge as best he could from this magical attack to save his strength and mana. Yunhane decided not to hesitate, and with his next attack, he used his heavenly step skill and flew towards the man at high speed. The man was surprised but reacted in time, and now he could only fight back and try not to let the boy hurt himself. Yunha didn't stop there, and the unstoppable dance went on, and now the man thought that this child was not only strong, but also stubborn, who wasn't going to stop at all. The room where their battle was taking place was a real mess, and almost everything around it was destroyed. The man saw the boy trying to come to his senses, and was very glad that his attacks had dulled a bit. Myron decided to tease the boy and muttered that it was a pity that Yunhee's fighting spirit was no longer so prominent. Albert Valentine stood in front of the closed door and tried to explain to his sister that this was all for the good of the family, and she should not only understand, but accept it. The man informed the girl that he would be gone for a while, and if she needed anything, he told her to ask Tom or use the communicator. Albert had not yet had time to take a couple of steps before he suddenly felt the presence of an intruder nearby. The man adjusted his glasses and calmly greeted the intruder, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen him. Bruno was walking down the corridor towards Albert, very serious and determined to free Juliet at all costs. Bruno, without further greetings, but got straight to the point, and asked the man where Juliet was now. Albert Valentine looked at Bruno very carefully and tried to gauge the full extent of the danger from this guest. He decided to remind Bruno that he had committed a crime when he took Juliet away from her family, and the man said bluntly that now the only outcome for him would be far from happy. But at the very end, Albert added that he was willing to give him another chance. The man suggested that Bruno go back to the Valentine family, and then things could be completely different. Albert hoped that the man would agree and help them destroy their enemy, but a sudden heavy blow on the wall that was a little further down the corridor prevented the man from even finishing his sentence. Bruno made it clear that he had nothing to talk to the man about and would not agree to any terms. Albert Valentine was a little upset that Bruno refused, but pulling out his weapon, he made it clear that the outcome would then be obvious. The man told him to attack because Albert's affiliation was hunter, and Bruno had the type of player guardian. In Yunhee's previous life, it was Bruno who was defeated in this fight. At this time, Yakin Myron was happy to see that Yunha's attacks were getting weaker and weaker, and now the man was sure that he had a little more time left. The man continued to taunt that the boy had lost all his fighting spirit, and now he looked pathetic. Yunha, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that he had brought another potion with him and drank it, and replied that now Myron would be able to appreciate his full fighting spirit. The boy looked much more confident now and began to taunt the man as well, saying how much he wished he had some potion to spare. The man, of course, did not like such words of the boy, and decided to use the effect of surprise, and did not comment on anything, and just started his attack. Yunha wasn't prepared for this, but he was still able to block with his weapon, and it was obvious that he was struggling to hold it in place. The man's blow was very strong, and the boy could hardly stay on his feet and struggled as hard as he could. Miron grew more confident when he saw how difficult it was for Yunhee to resist him, and the man realized that the potion didn't help him much either. The man summoned the hounds, and seeing that the boy was much weaker, already tasted his victory. Myron offered to let the boy have a little fun and entertain his hounds, while he enjoyed watching it all in the meantime. Yunha pushed back hard and jumped high up, intending to destroy all those hounds and the man himself included. The boy didn't hold out much hope, but decided to give it a try, and began twisting his power into a strong spiral. Yunha applied his pinpoint targeting skill, which was intended and aimed directly at the man. Miron didn't expect this, and now tried to dodge, and it wasn't easy to do so. Yunha didn't give up trying and continued to attack the man and didn't give the man a chance to think of anything new. Yaquin Miron, behind his protective barrier, drew his gun and pointed it at the boy, hoping that maybe he could get him that way. Yunha, on the other hand, also put up his protective barrier around himself, and just like the man used the gun. This battle had not been easy, and now they looked at each other, and Myron was a little glad that now he could finally breathe. The man looked much more confident, and looking at the boy said that this was his territory. felt more confident because Genko Myron's specialty and affiliation was a ranger type of player. Yunha saw the man use his skill and apply the scattered shot ability, and it didn't make the boy happy at all. The boy tried to evade this attack as best he could, for just one careless move, and he would be in trouble. Myron decided to take advantage of the moment and pulled out his gun, and now the man was almost certain that the boy would not be able to dodge this time. It was hard for Yunhei to dodge because he was attacked with both magic and a gun at the same time. One bullet still managed to hit the boy's leg. The boy stood in the middle of the ruined room and tried to come to his senses and figure out how he should proceed. Myron looked at Yunhu carefully and shouted that that was the end of it, and now he would definitely send him to the other world. Yunha missed the moment when several hounds clamped their jaws on the boy's legs. Above his head, the boy managed to spot a funnel that didn't bode well either. Yunha assessed his speed and strength and realized that he simply wouldn't be able to dodge, and then decided to use a point-breaking strike on the target. The boy took out his gun too, and with this weapon he planned to get rid of the hounds. He succeeded, and his legs were finally free of the creature's jaws. His next target was a man, and it was to him that he flew, attacking him with his sword. The man was able to hold the blow even though it was not easy for him because he was very strong. Myron, in the reflection on the sword blade, noticed the boy's crazed look that just made his whole body shudder. But the man was not so simple and was able to push the boy away and at the same time used another skill of his. Yunha stood on his feet, but he saw magic symbols under his feet. Where the boy landed and what he was standing on was very dangerous for him, and in a matter of seconds he needed to think of something. They were magical mines that after a moment were activated and turned everything around into small shards. The explosion was very powerful, and now the whole room looked like ruins, because almost nothing had survived. Yunhu had miraculously escaped, and was now lying on the floor trying to catch his breath, and realized that in this state he would definitely not be able to escape. The boy pulled a vial of potion from his supply and realized that this was most likely his last chance. The man was next to Yunha, and the boy wasn't prepared for this at all, and even froze in place out of surprise. He grabbed the boy's hand with the potion and wasn't about to let it go, thinking that Yunhei should have shared it with him instead of being so greedy. Yunha jumped to his feet, really regretting that he hadn't been careful, and managed to let the man take the vial of potion away from him. The man had no doubt that the potions in Korea were good because they could quickly restore mana and strength. Yunha tried to leave while the man was busy looking at the vial. Yunha used heavenly steps, but unfortunately it didn't help him because the man had already attacked him. The man wasn't going to let the boy go until he'd finished his job. After they lost their swords, Miron struck the boy a hard blow, and Yunha began to lose his balance. The man had already changed his mind and wasn't going to send the boy to the other world just like that. He didn't want to do it so easily. Because Yunhu was thrown a distance away by the shockwave, he caught the magic mines that were placed earlier. After coming into contact with the magic mines, they were activated and there was a powerful explosion at that place. The man looking at all this thought that this was the end of it all, and he would have no one to fight with after that. He was fully convinced that the boy had gotten what he deserved for daring to attack a man. There was a very large column of smoke from the explosion, and it was impossible to see anything. The man couldn't see Yunhu in the smoke, and was beginning to think that he had gone to the next world, even though he didn't expect it. The empty potion vial fell at the boy's feet, and he thought he should have done it much sooner. The man was able to see the silhouette of a boy appear in a column of smoke, and it looked very spectacular. Yunha came out completely surrounded by mana, and outwardly he was completely collected and determined. Miron realized that the boy had managed to drink his potion again, and most likely their battle was about to begin anew. Yunha didn't see anything wrong with it, since to him these potions were like a fruit set. The man was amazed, because the mana stamina recovery alone was already amazing in itself, but the boy had also renewed his buffs without any rollback. Miron also noticed that there was probably more mana than before, and he began to think that it was a gift. The boy heard this reasoning of the man and decided to add that it was not all, and pointed to the ring that merrily around his neck. It was the same ring that could be used to amplify almost anything, and its value was tangible. The man couldn't believe it, and was now only thinking about how much stronger Yunha was able to become and what he now had to be prepared for. Miran remembered something and realized that he still had one chance, and he did not want to miss it. The man looked at the sword that was lying on the floor and thought about the fact that Yunha wasn't very good at shooting, and he was going to take advantage of this disadvantage of his. Myron was quite sure that he was certainly much better at this than the boy. Yunha decided to use his weapon, namely his gun, and pointed it at the man. The man thought it was Yunhe's mistake for pulling the trigger too quickly. Miran now pointed his gun at Yunhu, and was sure that he could defeat him now. Yunha didn't stand still but dodged those bullets in every way possible, and did so with incredible speed. The man was definitely not prepared for this, and looking at the speed at which Yunha was doing all of this, he simply froze with a look of surprise on his face. Yunha was so fast that he could barely stop at the last moment and was already standing behind the man. The boy this man thought was not very smart since he hoped to win so easily and quickly. Yunhe managed to wound the man in the arm with his speed and agility, and now he was already taunting him, saying that this was just the beginning. The boy decided to act by his own methods, and to show sympathy was not intended because the man was not worthy of it. The man was angry because he had underestimated the boy and managed to let him lose his hand, but was going to fix it in no time. He stood across from the boy and realized one thing, that this had gone on too long, and it was time to finally end it all. Yunha didn't look frightened, but on the contrary, he was ready for any further action of the man, because he had no doubts about his own strength. At this time, an equally important battle between two men was taking place in the corridors of the hotel, and one of them was thrown back by the shockwave. Bruno put all his strength into the punch, and it was meant for Albert Valentine. The man was nicknamed the Livid Beast for a reason, and was now clearly demonstrating his abilities. Albert Valentine decided to use his weapon, and it was the gun he was going to use to send Bruno to the other side. Bruno was destroying everything around him with his powerful blow, and Albert had no choice but to get away from it in an attempt to survive. The man was only thinking about how to rescue and free his Juliet as soon as possible, and so he attacked Albert Valentine again. Albert was only able to dodge this blow at the last moment thanks to his skills, but he was able to notice that Bruno's level had remained the same during this time. Valentine was able to block his attack and was a little disappointed because he wanted to see what the man was capable of now. Bruno wasn't in the best position right now because Valentine's gun was pointed directly at him. Albert Valentine took advantage of the situation and did not hesitate and pulled the trigger of his gun. The men froze against each other, and Albert wondered what Bruno now planned to do next. Bruno was able to surround himself with mana at the last moment and set up a protective barrier that allowed him to survive. The man had already pointed his fist at the man, but Adabert was surprisingly calm and had no doubt at all that Bruno would lose today. Albert Valentine thought so because Bruno's moves hadn't changed at all in the meantime, and the main reason was that Bruno's mana and buffs were also running low. The man also noticed that Bruno still continues to use protective magic despite everything, but that it affects his mobility. Albert Valentine believed that the man had brought this defeat upon himself, and that he alone was to blame for it. Bruno, on the other hand, had realized and understood all this, and now he was trying to figure out what to do next. Valentine didn't wait for anything more, and so he immediately pointed the muzzle of his gun at Bruno and planned to finish with him as soon as possible. But the man was prevented from pulling the trigger by his sister Juliet, who suddenly appeared in this hallway. Juliet was outraged that Albert had promised her that he would not touch the people around her, and she was angry that he had kept his word. Albert Valentine listened to the girl and didn't see the problem and didn't understand why Juliet was here, unless it was to tell him again. The man threatened the girl with his weapon and told her to stand still and preferably in silence, and added that it would all be over soon. Juliet came so close to her brother that the muzzle of his gun now rested against her forehead. The girl, without any extra emotion, told her brother that he could pull the trigger if he could do it, of course. Juliet also asked Bruno to leave immediately. The girl was more afraid than anything that he might get hurt. The girl said that not only her brother was here, but also Tom Myron and Jenko. Juliet thought that all of Bruno's actions were meaningless, and she was not happy about it. Bruno didn't even let the girl finish and said he didn't care because he had already promised to protect her at all costs. The man needed only one word from Juliet, and that would be enough. Albert threatened with his weapon and told the man not to move. Bruno wasn't afraid, and he wasn't going to listen to anyone. Only Juliet's words were important to the man. Albert Valentine saw that Bruno had already started moving toward them, so he didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. Bruno used his mana to keep the bullet from hitting the target with a single hand movement and thus remained unharmed. Albert Valentine saw it all and was surprised to say the least that Bruno did it. Bruno clenched his knuckles tightly and repeated again that only one word from Juliet would be enough. He reminded the girl of the words he had told her earlier, that even if the whole world was against Juliet, it could not change anything. A man would still only need the girl herself, and he said it all more than seriously. Bruno was almost ready to attack Albert, but he was also waiting for Juliet to answer his question. The man used magic power, and a large jet of fire was directed towards Albert. Not that Albert wasn't ready, but he didn't expect Bruno to be so quick and hit like that. He managed to bounce away with difficulty, but Juliet remained in place at that moment, but was surrounded by a protective barrier, so she could not be harmed by the fire. Albert Valentine looked closely at this protective dome and even partially tried to hide behind it himself. Bruno's appearance was already pretty shabby, and the man was holding on to his wounded arm, but it didn't matter. He waited to hear what Juliet had to say. Juliet looked at the man and didn't know what she should do because her feelings and common sense had different answers. But a little time passed, and the girl, after her deliberations and weighing all the nuances, extended her hand to the man. A smile appeared on Juliet's face for the first time in all this time, and the girl gave her answer because she really wanted Bruno to save her. The girl at the same moment used her magic power to strengthen her abilities. In the other room, the battle between the man and the boy was still going on, and neither of them was going to give up. Jenko didn't look good at that moment and held on to the place where his hand had been a while ago. But Yunha couldn't help but mock him and said that it wasn't usual to see him like that. Yunha knew that if no more harm came to the man's hand, he would be able to heal it with magic in the future. Jenko realized exactly what Yunha was talking about and tried to stop him and give him opportunities to carry out what he had planned. Yunha was ruthless and stepped on her after all, and thus deprived the man of the opportunity to heal her and further restore her. Jenko was outraged at such an act by Yunhee, and anger filled him completely. The man was inside the magic symbol, and because he was very angry, he decided to activate the explosion. Yunha saw all these actions of the man and realized that the man had used magic to undermine a large area. The boy thought it was not worth the delay, so he would try to get as far away as possible before the whole place exploded. Yunhee's plan didn't work because the magic reacted to his Heaven Step mana, and at the same moment, there was a violent explosion. Yunha tried to throw a protective barrier over himself at the last moment, but the shockwave still threw the boy away. The boy used his sword and tried to use it to grab onto something on the floor and slow his movement. Yunha had not yet had time to move away from that explosion before the man used a scatter shot, and now the boy was in even more trouble. The boy tried to block this attack because it would be unpleasant for him to go such a long way, and now to lose. Yunha tried to mentally come up with a new plan of action for himself in a short time, to not only defend himself, but also to be able to attack himself. So the boy made a decision and used the point strike ability and hoped that it would help him. It wasn't easy for Yunha, and he kept telling himself that he had to push a little more and he would succeed. Jenko, on the other hand, was in pretty much the same position and was giving himself encouragement and incentive that he needed to be a little faster. It was as if two complete opposites were fighting each other, and each of them thought that just a little more would do it. The man managed to pull off his attack so that he managed to lure Yunhu into his trap, and that was something he was very happy about. Yunha was paralyzed and very angry that this was all happening now, and the fault was his childish body's limitations. Genko himself did not fully understand how he did it, but he knew for sure that he had to take this chance. Yunha was surrounded by bars on all sides after a moment, and was trying to figure out how he could get out of here. The man was able to use magical shackles on the boy, and now Yunha was in a very vulnerable state. The boy had set himself a goal and was persistently going towards it, and he wanted to finish with the man as soon as possible before his childish body gave up completely. Yunha used his sword to break through these bars and thus free himself from these shackles. The boy was able to cope with this cage, but his sword unfortunately was not, and he could no longer fight with it. Yunha freed himself, but it was clearly not the time to relax, because the man was not going to stop there and was preparing a new attack. Genko attacked at once, and the shockwave was so strong that it knocked Younghu right off his feet, and he barely had time to cover himself. Yunha, though with difficulty, but still managed to slow down, and his gun helped in this case, because he used it for this purpose. The boy decided to act with his own methods and immediately started using magic and applied the vindictive soul skill. The man couldn't even immediately realize what it was the boy was doing, but he was already surrounded on all sides by this magic. Genko tried to fight and not get caught in these nets, because he was not yet able to recover from the hand he had lost. After a few minutes of their attacks and resistance with each other, a shockwave threw both of them off. Yunha had gotten up and was now trying to gather his strength and thoughts, while clutching his gun tightly in his hands. The man had already thrown himself at the boy with his last strength, and hoped that this was the moment he would be able to send Yunhu to the other world. But he didn't succeed, but Yunha, on the contrary, was able to deftly evade the blow and was almost behind the man. And as soon as the boy had the opportunity, he decided to take advantage of it that second and took aim at the man and pulled the trigger. Genko could not have expected such a turn of events, and he did not have time to react, so the bullet hit the target. The man staggered, and as he could no longer stand on his feet, he leaned on his knees, but at the same time he did not stop and wove magic ropes. He held his sword and aimed it at the boy, hoping that maybe now he could do something. Genko had gotten his way, and the magical ropes were tightly wrapped around the boy's leg, preventing him from moving. The man jerked his sword to the side and thus managed to topple the boy to the floor, who hit his head painfully. As he fell, Yunha unfortunately missed his gun and was now completely unarmed in front of his opponent. A huge force wave went through the boy, and it wasn't the most pleasant of sensations. The man was ready to strike again at any second, but apparently it was no longer necessary. Yunha hadn't been able to dodge it all and now lay motionless without much indication that he was going to be okay. The man was so angry at what had happened, and he was especially furious at his loss, that he couldn't help but attack Yunhe once more, even though Yunhe didn't offer any resistance. The boy was still immobile and showed no signs that he might still be okay. The man stood over Yunha and still continued to wait, and he was ready for any further action from the boy, but there was still complete silence in response. And then Genko finally experienced the satisfaction that at last it was over, and he was able to win. The man had already learned from bitter experience, so he decided to take precautions and applied the rapid fire skill to the place where Yunha was. The man looked at the column of smoke that had not yet settled completely, but he didn't see anything strange. Genko smiled with relief because he was able to defeat and send the boy to the other world, and it was the best news for the last time. The man during this time of their battle had already stopped being surprised by anything, and so he began to think that maybe the boy was faking it, and he was still fine. Genko decided to use harsh methods, but just to be sure of everything, and stretched out his hand towards Yunhu. And then something happened that he had feared so much but still hoped it would not happen again. Yunha grabbed the man's hand tightly. Genko tried to break free, but Yunha held him tightly and then bit him on the arm, and it was very unexpected. The man tried to free his hand and only succeeded when he used all his strength and was able to throw Yunhu aside. The boy flew straight into the wall and hit it hard. Genko stood aside and started to say only one insult towards the boy, but at the same time, he thought that Yunhee had no chance. But after a few seconds, something strange began to happen to the man, namely, that his health deteriorated dramatically. The man couldn't believe he had such a serious wound that he felt so sick so suddenly. Genko realized that this was unfortunately not all because his mana had become unmanageable, and that was very, very bad. The man could no longer stand on his feet because of all these deteriorations, and had to fall to his knees to keep his balance. The mana counterflow skill was applied, and the man was getting worse and worse with each passing second. Genko tried to understand what Yuna had done, but the man couldn't solve the mystery himself, so he asked the boy. Yunha decided he would give an answer and showed the vial and added that the potion in it belonged to the 6th class. In the boy's hands in that vial was the poison of the shadow spider, which, if ingested, would immediately undermine the flow of mana and cause it to explode. All of this had an unfortunate outcome, and there was no way to escape. The man, as he heard about all this, experienced an incredible shock and could not fully believe that it all happened in reality. Genko realized that before Yunha bit his hand, he had managed to hide the poison in his mouth, and it even sounded incredible. The man sat on the floor on his knees, and he was getting worse and did not understand Yunhee's logic, because with his actions, he would destroy himself as well. Yunha thought the man was not very sensible if he pondered like that. The boy muttered that who would carry only one poison with him. The next thing the boy did was to pull out another vial and was going to drink it immediately. Yunha thought it was obvious, but for the man once again said that of course he had brought the antidote with him. There was nothing else the man could do except to once again insult Yunhu, which he basically did. Yunha walked over to his weapon and picked up his gun and told the man that his pronunciation didn't sound good. The boy decided that this was the end of their conversation, and there was nothing more to discuss, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at Genko. Genko tried to dissuade the boy and urged him not to do it, because if he destroyed him, it would affect the situation in the world. The man went on to say that if the boy sent him to the other world, then the whole planet would then turn against him, and Genko didn't think that Yunha was ready to confront the whole world. Yunha listened with an indifferent expression on his face, but he was already tired of this chatter, so he told the man to shut up and shoved the gun directly into his mouth, thus preventing him from speaking further. The boy crouched down and, looking the man in the eyes, said only that the survivor determines the price of destruction itself. Yunha was absolutely certain that it was up to him alone to decide whether the entire world would become his opponent or not, but no one else. The boy told the man what was already obvious to everyone. He said that Genko had lost and advised him to accept it with dignity. Yuna still pulled the trigger and brought the matter to an end, and thus finally sent the man to the other side. Looking at the room where their battle had taken place, it was impossible to find a single surviving object because they had destroyed everything. Yunha threw his weapon to the floor and was now able to exhale at least a little, and he needed to figure out how to proceed. The boy was completely out of strength because this fight was not easy for him, but he was glad that he was able to win. Yunha looked at his supplies and saw that he only had one potion left and would most likely drink it now and go to Uncle Bruno. There was a man watching the whole thing who no one had ever noticed, but he had seen enough to know what was going on. It was Tom, whom Albert Valentine had sent earlier to get groceries for his sister Juliet. The man did not immediately believe his eyes, because it turns out that some child was able to destroy Tredici himself, and this in itself was simply impossible. Tom realized perfectly well that even he would need much more time if Genko was in front of him in the same deplorable condition. So Jung was telling the girl in the office that until the Korean players arrived, Juliet Valentine would be everyone's priority, and it was doubtful that Azure Ocean herself would land at Alice's hotel. Tom, on the other hand, at that moment ran to the room where Albert and Juliet Valentine were as fast as he could, and near that room, Bruno continued his battle, attacking Albert Valentine while Juliet watched from the sidelines. Bruno was serious and was going to defeat the man by any means necessary to free his Juliet. Albert was barely able to dodge after another attack from Bruno, and it wasn't as easy as he had originally hoped. The man looking at all of this noticed that things were a little different than they used to be, and suggested that maybe it was the amplification itself. Bruno didn't let the man recover and continued to attack him over and over again, and each time his blows were harder and harder. Albert Valentine, looking at all this, realized that he had to change tactics as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would not end well for him. But suddenly the men had to stop attacking each other, and it came as a complete surprise to the two of them. The man who held the sharp knife at Juliet's throat told the man that his game was over. It was Tom who told the man that if he wanted Juliet Valentine to remain unharmed, he should remove his mana immediately. Bruno was very worried that the girl was now in such a situation, and was also very afraid that Tom could still hurt her. In order for Bruno to realize the seriousness of Tom and continue to stay in his seat, he put a little pressure on the blade of the knife, and the men could see everything clearly. Tom demanded of the man to stand straight now, and put both his hands up. The man warned that if he thought he didn't dare send Juliet to the other side of the world, he was sorely mistaken. Bruno didn't want to risk the girl, and so immediately both of his hands went up in the air. Tom told Albert that it was time to end it all as they had very little time left, and added that he had seen Genko destroyed. Albert listened carefully to Tom about Genko being destroyed, but at the same time the man reloaded his gun. Tom said they had to get out of here before the Korean players arrived, only the man never finished his sentence, because he was destroyed by a bullet fired by Albert. Before closing his eyes for good, he wanted to understand what was wrong, but he never got to find out. Juliet Valentine was slightly surprised by what had recently happened and tried to understand her brother's logic. Albert Valentine looked very pleased now that Tom had finally gone to the other side of the world. The man has been waiting a long time for the right moment to destroy Tom. Bruno, having seen all this, was not against such an outcome of events, and he did not feel sorry for the man, because if not, Albert would have had to do it anyway. Albert Valentine was glad that with Tom Myron eliminated, there were probably no more of their men left in the country. The man had another offer for Bruno and Juliet. Albert wanted the boys to return to Valentine's. For after it was known that Genko had been destroyed, Albert wanted to destroy all the Myrons. The man believed it was time to rebuild Valentine. Juliet thought that her brother had some problems and was not in his right mind for suggesting such things to them, because the Myrons would not fall apart simply because Genko was no longer with them. She thought that Albert could not be so crazy as to say such things. Juliet supposed that perhaps the burden of Boss Valentine had affected him so much, for now it was as if he were no longer the man she knew. Albert insisted on his proposal and continued to reason that they could take advantage of the fact that Genko had been destroyed in Korea. The Myrons would then turn against Korea and destroy themselves completely. The man hoped the boys would return to Valentine and told his sister that he could protect her now. Albert Valentine believed that Bruno should return out of gratitude for all that the family had done for him. The man wanted him to return to the family with Juliet and continue to live for the family. But Bruno could not understand why the man was so sure that they would go back to the family. Suddenly, Albert heard a strange sound. The man was suddenly attacked by a boy who was outraged that Albert wanted to take his men without any authorization. Yunhei, because he was attacking, unexpectedly managed to hit Albert's leg with his weapon, but the man still managed to dodge this attack a bit. A new battle had begun, and everyone was trying to win in a short time. Albert Valentine looked down at the boy and tried to understand how he could have allowed such a thing to happen. Yunhe was now a child, but his experience in battle was irreplaceable, and he managed to wound the man again. Albert Valentine summoned his mana and decided it was time to use his weapon and pointed the muzzle of his gun at the boy. Yunhe saw it all and reacted almost in time and tried to knock the gun out of the man's hands with his foot, but his leg was still injured in the attack. They bounced off each other, and now each was trying to recover from their wounds and think of a plan for how they would proceed. Albert Valentine realized that he had already wasted too much time on all this, and decided that first get rid of Bruno. Except he was a little late with that, and Juliet's arms around Bruno surrounded the two of them with her magical powers. Yunha, who still hadn't fully recovered, said confidently that he would decide whether to let the guys go or not. The boy asked Juliet not to even think about leaving without saying goodbye. Yunha wondered to himself if he had already bought enough time. The girl looked at the boy carefully and promised him she wouldn't leave again. Juliet Valentine's next action was to use magical enhancement, and it was all thanks to Yunha's ability to stall for time and distract her brother. Juliet and Bruno were completely covered by a magical dome that protected them from everything that was happening outside. Albert Valentine saw all these actions and was angry that he couldn't prevent it all from happening in the first place. Bruno, who was completely enveloped in Juliet's magical amplification, decided that he would not hide anymore and was going to attack the man. Bruno, who was completely enveloped in Juliet's magic amplification, decided that he would not hide anymore and was going to attack the man. The man pushed back so hard that cracks formed on the floor where he had been standing a second before. Bruno was almost at the target and was ready to launch his attack on Albert Valentine. Albert used his mana and wanted to dodge as soon as possible, but because Yunha had managed to injure his legs earlier, it was already very difficult to do so. So the man had no choice but to take the blows from Bruno that followed one after another. The shockwave was very strong, and so the man was thrown back and almost caught Yunhu. The boy tried to dodge as best he could and hoped Bruno had not forgotten him. Albert Valentine was only able to slow down when he hit the wall opposite, and it was a hard blow. Bruno didn't stop for a second and deprived the man of any chance to regain his senses. He was already trying to attack Albert again. Albert struggled to get to his feet and decided that he could use his weapon and maybe he would have a small chance to win. The man applied mana to his two pistols and planned to use the magical power of sustained firing. Albert Valentine gathered all his strength and pointed two barrels in the direction where Bruno was and pulled the trigger. Bruno, despite all this, did not move away, but instead approached Albert and blocked all of his shots in parallel. The man swung his arm and he didn't care about anything right now. Bruno thought only of the fact that he'd promised Juliet he'd protect her. Bruno was able to get very close to Albert and attacked the man as hard as he could. The impact was so strong that after Albert was thrown back by the shockwave, he was able to completely break through the wall behind him. Albert Valentine was thrown very far away, and in his flight, the man thought only of the fact that he could not go to the other world like that. The man remembered all the humiliation he'd suffered. He had promised the Valentines he could destroy the Myrans. Albert had not forgotten how he had made a last-minute promise to his father that he would restore the name Valentine. The man tried to indoctrinate and convince himself that all this was just the beginning and he couldn't just give up. Albert Valentine, at the last moment, though desperate, grasped the rocky ledge with his hand. The man, despite his deplorable condition, managed to get out and told himself that he still had every chance and had no right to give up. Albert could not see anything because of the column of smoke that stood around him, and the man decided that he had to get out of here as soon as possible, but suddenly he felt that the wind direction had changed. When the man was able to get a good look, the first thing he saw was a woman's shoes. Soyang, who was standing in front of the man, informed him that he, Albert Valentine, who was an ambassador of Italy, has been arrested for the planned terrorist attack on Alice's hotel. In the blue house on the basement floor in the reception area, the girl informed them that the situation had changed, and it would now be problematic if a man went rogue in their country. This was all said to Albert Valentine, who was chained up and in custody because the man was the instigator of the terrorist attack. Albert insisted that he had not organized any act of terrorism and that they were now slandering the Italian ambassador and holding an innocent man in custody. The girl was calm and confident in her words, because she had a video on which Albert destroys Tom Myron and therefore realized that the man would not do anything to them. They also had another video on which Albert and Genko Myron kidnapped the girl. Albert Valentine was very angry after these words, and informed everyone that actually Genko was destroyed by their elementary school student. The girl laughed at this statement of the man, because everyone understood that no one would believe it, and even sounds unrealistic that it was done by a high school student. Albert Valentine himself was well aware of how it sounded from the outside, and it made him even angrier. The goddess said that she had analyzed information about the political situation in Italy. It seemed that Albert and Big Mama had destroyed Genko Myron. This conclusion was made because they were trying to exterminate the entire Myron family. But the girl added that apparently their previously conceived plan had not succeeded as well as they had hoped. The girl added that she had heard rumors that other Italian players had been spotted besides them. When Albert heard all this, he realized that Tom Myron was not the only one who had been sent to watch him. The man only now realized that he was not alone and that their minions were always lurking nearby. The girl did not hold back and said that they already had all these people and therefore she was ready to offer Albert something. Albert Valentine realized that he had no choice as such, and so he asked what they wanted him to do. The girl said she wanted as much from him as there were lies she could turn into truth. She walked over to Albert and leaned over him and quietly said that she wanted a lot of things from him. In a university hospital, in one of the wards, there was Yunha, who was angrily asked by his mother why he didn't obey her at all. The woman took her son by the ear and reminded him that he had already been hurt last time, and now it would take 3 months to recover. The boy tried to calm his mother down a little and said that he was wrong. When Yunhee's mom was able to calm down at least a little, she informed the boy that she just didn't want her son to overwork himself, and to her it was obvious things. The boy looked at his mom, who was just concerned about his health and therefore very worried. The woman took another close look at her son and really hoped that Yunha would recover soon and never have a situation like this again. Mom left Yunhu in the ward herself, but promised that she would definitely visit him later and told the boy to get well as soon as possible. The boy remembered that the rest of his family would be coming soon, namely his dad and Yuna, who were also very worried about him. Yunha decided that since he had nothing to do for now, he would watch the news on TV. The boy picked up the remote and turned on the news channel. Yunha decided to find out what everyone was saying about this on the news. The news reported that last night there were loud noises coming from the Hotel Alice. This suspicious noise made the residents afraid, but thanks to the help of Italian players, the situation was somehow resolved. The news said that due to unstable mana, a red dungeon opened in the building, and Italian players went on a raid, and unfortunately, except for Ambassador Albert Valentine, no one else could survive. The boy listened to the news and decided that if he did not know the truth, this version of events was not hard to believe. Perhaps Korea and Italy had made some kind of treaty. Bruno and Juliet came to visit Yunha, and the girl called the boy only boss and no other way. Junya asked the girl not to call him that, but Juliet was persistent and said that Junha was the boss and that he was someone to be proud of. The boy recalled that the boys did not feel sorry for him when they had forgotten all about him while admiring each other. The boys looked at each other fondly, and they were not going to argue with the boy. Juliet came closer to Yunhee and bowed her head, thanking the boy for saving her, because if it wasn't for him, she would have been forced to live the rest of her life locked up. Bruno, on the other hand, did the same thing as the girl and said he could never repay Yunhee for all he had done for them. Yunha started to feel uncomfortable and asked the guys to get off their knees immediately and added that it was all unnecessary. The boys decided on their knees to recite the oath and said that in this silence of the night, under the shining moon, and in the starlight, they humbly create a sacred bond. They give their whole selves to whoever is willing to accept and vow to defend the honor of their brothers. If they are ever asked who they are, the answer is that their father is the sun and their mother the moon. Yunha looked at the boys with a smile on her face, and then the girl said that she could definitely call Yunha her boss, and offered to raise the child that would be born to be the boy's assistant. The boy said that it was all unnecessary, because he wasn't going to become a player and certainly wasn't planning to join the mafia. Yunha felt that it was not a good idea to do that without first getting his opinion. Yunha once again remembered everything Juliet had just said and was now trying to figure out what kind of child she was talking about. Juliet began to smile and told the boy that he had gotten it right and that she and Bruno were expecting a new addition. The guys decided to show the boy something else, and it surprised him as much as the news that they were expecting a baby. The boy was given 2 documents in his hands to look closer, and they were the new documents of Juliet and Bruno. Junya looked at them attentively, but could not understand anything, and then Juliet gave the boy a hint and told him to pay attention to the surname that was written on these documents. Junya finally realized what was going on, but he didn't understand why they had done it. Juliet explained that, in a way, she and Bruno had decided to start a new life, and that was why they had changed their names. The girl added that since that was the case, they thought the boss's last name would suit them best, and so Yunha can call them No Juliet and No Bruno. The boy was shocked by this news and shouted throughout the hospital that he did not agree with their decision. Grandpa was sitting by the window in his favorite chair reading his favorite book, and was only distracted when a guest came to visit him. The man who came in started talking about how he had heard that this man was the one who had helped to keep information about them from leaking out. He bowed low to the man and said they owed him a debt of gratitude and called the man an elder. Bruno was the one who came to see his grandfather, and for what he had done for them, from the house where he had allowed them to stay in Korea to that incident at the hotel. The man realized that he would always be grateful for that. Grandpa didn't hide the fact that he had actually asked the right people to do what he wanted. He also asked Bruno to get up. He decided to tell that their personalities were extremely interesting to the saint, and it was very difficult to do so. Bruno thought they had no excuse and simply said thank you to the man. Grandpa started to say that during their conversation they had talked about potions, because Alice's hotel was inferior to its competitors in many ways. The grandfather said that since everything was going so well, he decided to get out of the business and invest more in pharmaceuticals. He warned Bruno to be as careful as possible. The saint had said she would not investigate further, but Grandpa didn't think he should trust her word completely. Bruno thanked again and added that he and Juliet would be very careful in the future. The grandfather decided to make Bruno an offer to become his personal player, because the man is now unemployed. Bruno didn't say anything, and his grandfather said that if he didn't want to, there was nothing he could do about it, because he wasn't going to force him. But he added that he didn't have to follow him. Grandpa pointed to the picture on his desk and said that as long as Bruno wasn't guarding him, he should protect those children, just like he'd been doing all along. Bruno thought the man was a very good and kind man. The man asked Bruno not to look at him so closely because he was beginning to feel embarrassed. Grandpa didn't have any ulterior motives towards the children. These kids just came into his life, and he really wanted them to always smile. Bruno did not hesitate long and replied to the man that he accepted his offer and repeated again that he was indebted to him. The man kept looking at the picture and thought that he must be really getting old if he had become so sentimental. The man had no idea he could be so emotional before. The man held his favorite book tightly in his hands and began to remember his past. One of the photos showed a woman next to him, and it was the woman the man always remembered with fondness. Many ships and helicopters were now in the sea, which at this moment was very rough, and from it big waves were rising. The men held their spears tightly in their hands, and one of them, looking fearfully into the distance, said that an attack had begun on them. In this seawater there was a monster whose mouth was of enormous size with sharp teeth inside. The monster used its mana, and it released a magical wave that demolished everything in its path. The monster then began to hide under the water, and on the surface only its large spikes that were located all over the spine remained visible. The men on the deck were frightened by the size of the monster and were also afraid of its capabilities. One of them gave the command that as soon as the monster was on the surface, they should immediately load their weapons. In a few moments, the tail of this monster was visible to everyone, and the size of this tail was incredible, and yet it could be of use to us all. People looking at all this froze motionless and did not understand what they should do now. From the seabed appeared a monster that was of the second rank, and his name was Leviathan. It was a very strong creature, and it was not so easy to defeat him. The monster almost completely appeared on the surface, and the water around it began to freeze under the use of mana. The man who had used magic to freeze the water around the monster a few minutes earlier ordered everyone else to start moving. The man's nickname was Divine Spear, and his name was Namgung Sunwon. The monster tried to get back underwater, but everything around it was already covered in solid ice. Namgung Sunwon informed everyone that the way was open and was the first to jump off the ship, but held his weapon tightly. The man, after jumping off a moment later, was already walking confidently on solid ice. Sunwoon approached the place where the silhouette of the monster could be seen under the thick layer of ice and said that he would give him one of his hands. Large blocks of ice began to rise up and were already several times larger than the ship itself. After a while, the monster burst out and all the splinters from it scattered around. Namgung Sunwon was determined and was about to attack the monster with his weapon. The man was almost at his target and applied his magic, used a magic spell. Namgung Sunwon decided not to hesitate and used Northern Blizzard, which was aimed directly at the monster. The monster didn't have a single chance to avoid this attack, and its outcome was obvious. Yuna looked at the news on his phone and thought about how the familiar future he knew hadn't changed much. The boy remembered that after that, a few years later, Namgung Sunwon would retire from the 12 Thrones. It was exam day at the middle school, and Yunha and his whole family came to hold Yuna. Her younger sister, who was 4 years old, jumped into Yunhei's arms and asked him to play with her because she was bored. Yunha stood outside the middle school examination hall and didn't understand why Yuna hadn't come out yet. He remembered hearing that there were a lot of applicants this year, so they decided to extend the exam time, but he was still worried. A few hours earlier on the sports ground, the boys were demonstrating different exercises for the exam. It was the same entrance exam in high school, and this exam was conducted not to look at the talents of the applicants, but to see which of these guys could become a player in the future. In a separate room, there were people who watched all the actions of the guys looking at the monitors. The general overseer ordered all cells to be moved to numbers 2, then 49 and 40. One of the men, when he heard that the warden general wanted to take a closer look at number 40, said that he didn't see the point of it because it was about Ryu Enghwa, who had the highest level of internal mana of all the applicants. The man was certain that there was no point in doubting the girl's skills even before her admission. This was the child who had been recognized as a seed. It was about that girl whose name was Ryu Enghwa and her data was top-notch. The general overseer decided to take another closer look at number 39, and that number was now going through one of the exercises given. The girl who was number 39 was named Yuna, and she was Yunhee's older sister. The girl was very dexterous and quick in passing all the tests she was assigned. The warden watched the screen carefully, watching Yuna, and began to think that she too was recognized as a seed, but it was not so, and it was confirmed to him. The man heard all this and realized that they had another talented newcomer, not counting Enghwa. The general concluded from all this that after what they had seen then, they would be all for the seed and the new girl. One of the men suggested that they might reserve the throne in this round. The man picked up on another very important fact, that none of the girls had used their mana at all. This all meant only one thing, that they passed the exam and used only their physical abilities in doing so. Girl number 40, Yunhwa, came first to the finish line, while Yuna, number 39, came second just 3 seconds later. Yuna did not forget the words of Soyun, who had said just before the exam that a girl should not use mana while taking the test. Soyun then said that if Yuna couldn't do without mana, it couldn't be helped, but she should try not to use it after all. Yuna didn't realize that if she wanted to become a player, then shouldn't she have good mana control? She explained her words by saying that players are always at a disadvantage, so Yuna should learn how to deal with such things beforehand. The girl realized that Soyun was then completely right due to the fact that the girl would be inclined to use mana. Yuna didn't realize that there would be another person who wouldn't use mana to pass the exams, and that person was faster than the girl. The girl came over and informed her that she was a very fast runner and was delighted by it. Yuna informed the girl that she didn't think the girl would run as fast and not use her mana as Yuna herself. The girl listened attentively and did not react in any way, but just turned around and went about her business. Yuna didn't know how to react to this and decided that the girl was just not sociable. A man in the audience gathered all the guys to tell them about the details of the last exam. He pointed his finger at the door and said that behind it was a large maze that they would have to pass through. The man said that the structure of this maze changes at set times, and all the guys will enter it from random positions. He also added that there will be helpers with food and drinks in specially arranged areas of the maze so the guys can take a break. The man said that mana and weapons are allowed to be used during the exam. The man also said that it would be possible to work in teams with other applicants. One of the girls suddenly asked Yuna if it was true that they had won first and second place in the last exam. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Choi Hiji, and Yuna was very pleased to meet her. Hiji told her that she was from Jonggak Junior High School, which was near Cocoon, and said that she was good at using mana in school. The girl seemed very confident to Yuna. The girl Yuna offered to team up with them, but Yuna thought that after they entered the labyrinth, they would be separated immediately. Hiji clarified that after they entered the labyrinth, and if they managed to meet, they would now promise each other that they wouldn't do anything bad. Yuna was fine with that kind of association. Yuna suggested that Enkvi join them too, but the girl refused and said she didn't see any need for it, because she was fine with it herself. The girl was not at all upset by this answer and wished Enkvi good luck in passing the exam. The guys that were next to Yuna asked the girl how she was doing, because they thought it was not nice to ignore someone like that, and Yonghua was obviously overdoing it, and they were sure she didn't have any friends at school. Yuna convinced everyone that she was fine and that they didn't have to cheer her up because the girl hadn't done anything bad to her. But the guys still kept saying that it was not a good idea to behave like that. She began to think that it must be very difficult for her to make friends with these girls. Yuna instead, just for some reason, thought that she could easily end up befriending Enkwi specifically. The guys suddenly stopped all their discussions because a man approached them again. He informed everyone that the time for the last exam was starting and the door to the maze began to open. All the boys were led into the room where the labyrinth itself was located, and the size of it was amazing. Yuna was in no hurry to run anywhere, but decided to think and weigh everything first. For starters, the girl was trying to figure out which way she should go, and it wasn't as easy as she originally thought it would be. Yuna tried to remember the instructions So-Yoon had given her the last time they saw each other. So-Yoon told her that if she didn't know how to proceed, Yuna should try to feel the flow of mana first. Yuna did as So-Yoon advised her and used her mana to figure out which way she would be better off going now. The girl, after she activated her abilities, immediately saw a path that was illuminated with a bright blue glow. Yuna noticed that a stream of mana was leading to the exit, and she decided that she should just follow that stream. The girl followed strictly the indicated path until she heard the voice of the man who greeted her. A man stood near a table with food and drinks and told Yuna that she was the first one to come here. He offered the girl some water after taking the cap off the bottle and asked Yuna if it was difficult for her to get here. Yuna, for all this, was actually very thirsty, and so the girl was now drinking water with great relish. The man decided to give the girl a hint, but Yuna doubted whether it was allowed to do so in the exam. But he answered that it was allowed since it was the last exam they would take. He pointed the way and told Yuna that this was the right way and she should go that way. Yuna bowed low and thanked the man sincerely for his help. The man said goodbye to the girl and wished her a good journey and to get there as soon as possible. The girl walked some distance in the direction indicated and suddenly stopped. Yuna no longer saw the mana flow and began to wonder if her teacher might have lied to her and pointed her in the wrong direction. The girl until that moment thought she was going in the right direction because the teacher was there. Hijie, who was standing at that moment with the guys near the teacher, suddenly saw Yuna to the side. Yuna was very happy to meet the girl, and Hiji told her that she was just in time because they were just asking the teacher which way to go. The teacher gave them a clue and told them to go in the direction the sun rises, and the boys had no problem guessing that this meant east. Hiji was glad that they now knew the way and called Yuna to come along with them. Yuna didn't understand what was going on, but to the girl, everything that was happening was very strange. She hesitated for one simple reason, because her mana flow was pointing in the exact opposite direction. Hiji took the girl's hand and was already leading the way, only Yuna wasn't sure if it was the right way. Yuna immediately guessed that it all looked very strange and suspicious to her. The teachers keep leading them in the wrong direction. One of the teachers suddenly shouted to all the kids that they were doing great and had made it this far and informed them that they had one last intersection left. The man told the boys that one of the 3 paths led directly to the exit and that the exam would be over very soon. The boys asked him to give them a clue and tell them which one it was. The teacher looked at all the kids and said that there was no way he could give them such important information. But then he winked his eye, and all the boys realized where they should run to. They were very happy that their work had been well done and thought they would be the first to arrive. Except that Yuna alone remained motionless, and so she called out to the boys and thus stopped them. Yuna told everyone that he didn't think the path indicated by the teacher was the right one and pointed in the opposite direction. The girl explained her words by saying that the mana flow was going in a completely different direction. The guys only believed the teacher's words and didn't understand why Yuna started acting like that at the very end. Yuna heard from the guys that the exit was right in front of them and they should only go that way. They were very grateful to the teacher for showing them the way, and in general the boys added that they were already very tired of all this and Yuna should not behave like this. Yuna once again tried to change their minds about them all, and her acquaintance Fiji included, but all the guys disagreed with what she said. Hiji, looking at Yuna, was sure that the girl was wrong and she should stop complicating things immediately. The guys thought it was because Yuna had won second place and therefore thought she was the smartest and even smarter than the teacher. Yuna was beginning to doubt her own words. The girl just told what she saw and didn't understand what to do now. Yuna introduced her brother Yunhu and began to think about what he would do in such a situation. Yuna remembered her younger brother Yunhee's words about never trusting anyone. Yunha had reiterated back then that players couldn't trust anyone, and it was his words that Yuna remembered now. The boy then tried to convey to her the most important thing, that a player should only believe in himself. Yuna then heard her little brother's advice and promised that she would do so in the future. The girl came back from her memories and remembered Yunhee's words that he asked her to never forget. Yuna didn't know why she remembered it now, but now she was sure where the exit was and pointed it out to the other guys. The boys didn't believe her and told her to go where she wanted to go, but they would obey the teacher. Yuna didn't mind this outcome anymore. The girl, after a few minutes, was already using her mana to get to the exit as quickly as possible. The guys looked at Yuna in surprise and couldn't believe that she had made such a decision. They considered Yuna's action unwise, but the girl was glad that she had finally made up her mind and now ran as fast as she could. Hiji told all the guys that they shouldn't care and shouldn't pay attention to Yuna at all. The girl was sure that the answer was already right in front of them, and what Yuna had chosen was not their concern, and they would still go the way they chose. The boys did not hesitate any longer and ran to the exit the teacher had pointed out to them and were already mentally celebrating their victory. Hiji was even happy about this outcome because she would then be able to come in ahead of second place, and that meant a lot to her. And as soon as the girl reached the end and was practically celebrating her victory, as suddenly mana was activated to her. As it turned out, there was nothing to be happy about, because all the guys were once again scattered throughout the labyrinth and returned to the places where their exam had started. Yuna stood by the drink machine trying to catch her breath and still couldn't believe the exit was right next to her. The girl thought about the fact that the test had ended later than she had expected and was worried that she was probably expected. Yuna wanted to drink something and go, but suddenly, an open can of lemonade was handed to her from the side. Manhwa walked over to Yuna and held out one of her drinks and explained that she happened to have 2 cans and wanted to share. The girl began to explain that she had refused Yuna's offer to team up before the exam, not because she didn't like her. Yuna thought Yunhua was just very shy, and that was nice for her. The girl started to say that she didn't know what the result of the exam would be, and didn't even guess, but it didn't matter. Yuna offered the girl to be friends if they did meet at the academy. Yunhua didn't mind at all and accepted Yuna's offer with great pleasure. Yunha, who at this moment was holding his little sister who had fallen asleep in his arms, was thinking about the fact that Yuna's exam had already lasted for a very long time. Yunhee's parents also already looked tired and dozed, sitting on a bench continuing to wait for their daughter. The classroom was in full swing, and one of the students was reading out the material to all the kids at that moment. Yunhook tried to discreetly get his boss Yunhoo's attention from the teacher. He wanted to tell his friend that Teacher Dohun was their class teacher again this year, and Yunha noticed that they were also in the same class together. Yunhook guessed that they would be together in the bottom of the class, but he still thought it was great. Sona, who was sitting behind the guys, thought it was weird. Sona suddenly remembered their conversation with her grandfather, who was interested in who the girl wanted to be in the class with, and in the end, it all happened. Even the class teacher remained the same as Sona wanted. She turned to Yunhei because she was sure that the boy had also paid attention to all this, and he also thought this coincidence was quite strange. Yunha remembered how his grandfather had asked the doctors to take care of him because he had just been discharged, and they had promised to take good care of him because they had been asked to do so by the president of the Alice Group. Sona was sure the boy knew something, but for some reason he didn't want to share it. The girl did not notice how the teacher came to her desk and attracted Sona's attention only because of the textbook. The teacher was not happy with this behavior of the girl and considered her even brave since she was ready to skip new material at the very beginning of the school year. Sonia was very ashamed because it was the first time she was scolded like that, and the teacher at that time said that the girl should stay after lessons to clean the teacher's room, and it was a small punishment for her. The teacher added that Yunha would join her too, who was also talking during the lesson, and it would be fair, in his opinion. Yunha did not argue with his teacher, for he knew that he was right and that their punishment was deserved. Yunhook sat quietly on the sidelines and was glad that he had gotten away with it. But after a moment, the teacher called out the name of Yunhook, who would also be joining the boys, and this news did not please the boy. The teacher told Yunhook that laughing when he scolded his friends was inappropriate at that moment. Yuna and Sona were very angry with the boy when they heard this. The guys gave Yunhook a stern look and said that they would definitely have fun with him while cleaning together. Minji looked at the boys and didn't understand why they were already in 3rd grade, but still continued to act like children. The Special Player Academy for high school players also held training sessions. Yuna was in a special uniform and was very happy about being able to enroll. The girl met Yunhua in the corridor of the school and was even happier because she had also managed to enter and pass the exams. Yuna couldn't be happy and gave her new friend a big hug and told her that they would be in the same class, and it was wonderful news for Yuna. Suddenly, Yuna thought about the fact that they probably should have gone into the classroom first. The school children in the corridor, all their attention was directed to the man who had just entered, and were surprised. The girls noticed it and thought that some celebrity must have come to them. This was a girl who had been chosen for one of the thrones at only 22 years old, and it was amazing. She was one of the 12 thrones under the nickname Holy Mother, and the girl's name was Pak Harem. The children were very surprised by her appearance and did not understand why the Holy Mother was at their school. Harem smiled sweetly and heard all the enthusiastic words in her address, but she thought to herself that she was no Holy Mother. She didn't like being called that when she was only 20 years old. The girl looking at the girl realized that it had been 4 years since she had seen her since the Kraken incident. Harem knew she would have a hard time determining how much mana the girl had because she had already grown so much. Yuna began to suspect that Harem wanted something from her if she was staring at her so intently. Yuna was already beginning to think that this girl was very strange, but Harem herself had turned her attention to Yunhua because she seemed familiar to her. Harem recognized the girl as the daughter of Elder Namgoon's seed, and the girl suspected that because she had a lot of mana in her, and that was why she had such an effect on Enqui's physiology, and it was amazing. The girl was most interested in Yuna herself, and she was sure the girl knew who was standing in front of her now. Harem did not delay the moment and went straight to Yuna and offered to become the girl her seed. The girl thought that if Yuna wasn't a celebrity or a time witch, or similar to Soyun, it only meant one thing. She was well aware that no one could teach her how to control such a large reserve. Harem knew that there was no way to delay in this situation and that it was necessary to act quickly at this moment. Yuna had been proposed to, and now Harem wanted to know if the girl wanted to be her seed. But suddenly, Harem heard from Yuna that she didn't want to and was against such a proposal. Yuna politely declined and replied that she already had a great teacher and didn't know the girl at all. The girl politely declined and said goodbye to the girl and went on about her business. Harem was very surprised at this response from Yuna and looked at the girl with bewilderment. The girl was most surprised that Yuna said she didn't know her, and that was strange to Harem. Harem received a call on her phone from the lord of the Gu Yensu clan, and the girl didn't know what happened or why she was getting a call. The girl received a new assignment saying that she must deal with a horde of monsters. In all the papers, the top story was about the missing people in Guangchon. When the first person disappeared, everyone ignored it and thought he was just a missing person. But soon people were found with footprints as if they had been dealt with by a beast, and only then everything became clear. It was only after these factors that the authorities finally realized it was the work of a monster. The people who were able to find out about it and who heard the rumors were very frightened. They protested against the government of the goddess. In order to dispel all this fear, the clans of Guachan City, namely the Regulus Kings and the Blades, were called to attention. At one point, the Guangchon Reservoir was completely engulfed in flames. A 6th-grade sharp-tailed monster was merciless, and there were a lot of such monsters. The man at that moment was using his weapon to fight those monsters using mana. He used his abilities to spray fire everywhere, and that made the monsters uncomfortable. The monster, one by one, burst into bright flames and were instantly sent to the other world. The monsters were fought by the Lord of the Blade Clan of the 12 Thrones, who was nicknamed Fire Demon, and his name was Kang Henschel. The man wondered at that moment how the monsters had managed to hide like that. One of the men was certain that these monsters possessed intelligence, and so were not as simple as they seemed. He reasoned that if the monster was capable of controlling a horde of this size, he could safely order them to hide from the danger in the form of humans. It was a man, Lord Gu Yongsu of the Regulus clan. Henschel didn't understand how Ensu knew what these monsters were thinking, because if they needed mana, these monsters couldn't move their limbs. Ensu advised the fire demon not to look down on the monsters. The man was sure that if he didn't change his mind, he would be recklessly destroyed by these monsters. Henschel realized this and asked Harem if this was the entire unit against the monsters. The girl replied that they had dealt with most of the monsters in the area, but that some had managed to escape, and so a pursuit group had to be formed. Ensu was surprised that the 12 Thrones were able to miss the monsters, but one of the people informed the man that it was all planned and done on purpose. It was Lord Duwanjun of the King clan. Wanjun believed that if they were able to create such a horde, they would definitely run to hide in the shelter of their camp when danger struck. After this explanation, everything became clear to Yensu, and apparently they were looking for a shelter right now. But suddenly, the girl who had appeared said that they had already found everything. This girl was one of the 12 Thrones Ban Enji under the nickname of Florist, and she was related to the King's clans. Enji, after slowly descending to the ground, pointed the men in the right direction. The girl was pointing to a place where there was a reservoir of large size, and that was where the shelter was located. At the very bottom of this reservoir was just that monster leader, and the monster was not happy with the appearance of humans. The whole detachment gathered near the shore of that very reservoir, which was thinking over all its further actions. Harem thought it was all amazing because the entire lake was engulfed in mana and glowing with a bright blue glow. The girl was sure that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to pull off such magic. Harem realized that their talents were very different, but she still thought it was amazing without any doubts. But she was brought out of her thoughts by a man who caught her attention. The fire demon caught the girl's attention with a flick of his finger on her forehead, and did so because he wanted to know what it was that Harem was thinking about. Harem was angry that the man had allowed himself such a thing. Then the man said that the girl knew exactly what she was here for. The girl tried to convince the fire demon that she was here for support and healing. Yensu told the guys to stop flirting and look at something more important. Harem blushed at such words, for she had no intention of playing the sympathy game with any of them, and Henschel looked in that direction. Right next to the reservoir itself was a pipe, and the kings decided that they would explore the area and take control. Yensu told Clinks and Regulus to gather groups of available people, and then go straight to the shelter one by one. The man asked Enji how long she would be able to maintain her magic, and the girl said that if she had enough mana, it would be 4 hours. Ensu told Enji that he would leave a couple of players with her for protection, and added that the girl would be wearing a reservoir defense. Henschel wasted no more time and immediately started down to the water on a very steep slope. He had already informed all the other guys at the very entrance to the pipe that he would go first. Harem thought it was very stupid and was not happy, while the other guys thought that the fire demon did it because he was still very young. The other players began to descend as fast as they could and asked the fire demon to wait for them. All the news channels said that the goddess government said that it would make every effort to deal with the monsters that inhabited the Gwacheon Reservoir. According to the Korean Mana Control Bureau, there are 12 thrones involved in the case, namely players Ban Enji and Park Harem, as well as Kang Henschel. All of this news was on the TV in the room where Yunha and his family were sitting. The boy was eating lunch, and when he heard about everything on TV, he was sure that this assignment would be bad for the future. Yunha didn't know what to do, or what the right thing to do was. The boy remembered that the mission to subdue the monsters had been half successful. However, all those players who took an active part in the mission were unlucky, because they were waiting for failure. The fire demon had not expected what they would soon see in front of them, and it surprised him greatly. The monsters did terrible things to those who were trapped by them, and it was even hard to watch. All players have seen this unpleasant sight of monsters showing off their abuse. Harem, looking at this picture, began to realize where all the missing people were. The monsters were so engrossed in what they were doing that they didn't even immediately notice that they had watchers. Some monsters from the player immediately got everything they deserved, and from that, they did not have a sweet time. The fire demon used his power and gave no hope to the monsters that their destruction would be swift. Henschel was now completely in his element and planned to get even with every monster. The other players didn't stand by any longer and joined the man trying to point out to the monsters their place. Yensu told everyone to immediately stop attacking and search for the wounded and those people who had survived. It was as if Henschel did not hear or see anyone, but only stubbornly pursued his goal to make sure that all monsters got what they deserved. Yensu tried to get through to the man and advised the fire demon to calm down as soon as possible and not to forget about the missing people. The fire demon refused to hear and tried to point out his place to the man, but Yensu reiterated that this place would not allow him to do as he pleased. Jensu reminded that if Henschel is a player who represents a nation or a clan, he should match it, and in general, it would not hurt to start gaining experience. The other players noticed the argument between the men and hoped they wouldn't quarrel and start to work out their relationship in such a small space. Henschel reluctantly apologized, and Ensu said with a smile that it was unnecessary and the fire demon shouldn't bow to him. Yensu now turned his attention to the other players who were watching in amazement and threatened them to stop and resume their search immediately. The players were able to find survivors while Harem worried about the fire demon's condition. Henschel told the girl that she had nothing to worry about, and all those words he had heard some time ago from Jensu were on point and deserved. The fire demon could clearly see and realize that the other experienced players were secretly looking down on him. The man knew that Ensu had specifically called him a fire demon rather than addressing him by his name or the title of clan lord. Henschel was well aware that he was still growing and growing to some players, but from this anger did not become less. The girl suddenly and unexpectedly took Henschel's hand and offered him to study with her. Harem also realized that compared to the experienced players, he essentially looked like rookies, and she would like to change that picture. The girl thought it was right and commendable if they could learn when their mistakes were pointed out to them. The fire demon addressed the girl by name, which surprised Harem, because Henschel hadn't done that for a long time. The man didn't deny that he wasn't himself, but he wasn't going to make the same mistake again. The fire demon promised first of all to himself that one day he would definitely be able to catch up with the guys. After a while, the players apparently managed to find the ringleader and pointed to the door. Ensu gathered all the players and announced to everyone that the monster leader was in the next room. The man asked for everyone's attention and said that they would now be forming a squad to attack. Gensu suddenly asked the fire demon if he minded if he was the leader, to which Henschel replied that he didn't mind at all if they made him the damage leader. The man didn't mind the condition and added that he'd be on hand in case of anything. She hoped that the fire demon was all right. And the girl was told that she would be in charge of supporting, and she was ready to apply acceleration amulets and protections and blessings. Yensu informed the boys that once they were in, they would need to hold the line. The man separately told the guides to stay close to the spellcasters and rangers under no circumstances. After handing out instructions to everyone, and after everyone had already held their weapons in their hands, they went forward. The fire demon was raring to go and was ready to fight and defeat the monster that was inside the room. The monster who was guarding the eggs suddenly heard a strange noise and realized that uninvited guests had come to him. The entire squad rushed forward to deal with the monster first, avoiding the eggs. Henel on the run immediately used his magical abilities and summoned fire. The fire demon, without wasting a moment, attacked the monster, and the monster at this moment first covered the egg and thus tried to keep it safe. Henkel spared no effort with his weapons to enter the battle and strike. The monster tried to throw the man off with one paw, while the other was still guarding and protecting the egg so that no one could harm it. The monster managed to fend off the fire demon and unleash its own attack that knocked Henschel aside. Ensu came to the man's aid and used his magical abilities, firmly holding the weapon in his hand. The monster noticed that it was being attacked from the other side and tried to defend itself. Yensu, using mana with his sword, was almost at the target and hoped that this attack would be successful. He used all his strength and thrust his sword in while trying to stay on his feet and not fall. Ensu left the sword where he had stuck it a moment ago and was now trying to get away from the monster as quickly as possible. Henschel was already ready to join in and applied his abilities in the form of fire. The sword that Yensu had previously thrust in flamed out and burst into flames while engulfing everything around him. The monster was completely engulfed in fire, and there was no way for it to escape. Yensu realized that it was not Henschel's sword and thought that other people's things should be handled with care, but the fire demon replied that he had no choice, because the most important thing was to defeat the monster. Harem told the men not to get distracted and not to relax, because this was not the end, and so they had to concentrate and finish the job. The girl did not waste time using her abilities and threw ropes on the monster, thus binding it from all sides. Harem ordered all the other players to brace themselves and be ready for a wild shot. The players used the catapult and rained arrows after being commanded to do so, and it all rained down on the monster. The men behind all these actions stood and watched from the sidelines and hoped it would be enough. But the monster had managed to break all the ropes and now looked at them angrily and said that they would regret that they had decided to attack him. The fire demon was surprised that the monster could not only think, but was also trying to sarcasm them. Immediately, a command was given for all players to prepare for battle, and the very eggs began to hatch behind them. One of the monsters had managed to hatch from the egg and was ready to join the battle. The men did not immediately notice this, and some were attacked by these monsters, and then a command was given for the rangers to attack the monsters that hatched from the eggs now. The fire demon was distracted by what was happening behind him and was surprised because no one expected that someone could hatch from the eggs. The monster took advantage of this moment and wanted to strike the man with his paw while he was engrossed in other events. At the last moment, Ensu warned the fire demon of the danger, and they were able to bounce back, albeit with difficulty. From the side on, Yensu wanted to attack the monster, which not so long ago hatched from the egg, but the man did not notice it. One of the men noticed this and tried to shout to the man to warn him of the danger and threw him a gun. Yensu heard this warning and was grateful for it, as well as ready to catch the very weapon that had been thrown to him. He still managed to catch it, and it was a sword and was now ready to fight on par with everyone else. Ensu told the fire demon that he would personally take care of all those monsters that hatched from the eggs. Henschel told the man to be careful and ran to meet the monster. The monster saw what was going on around him and wanted only one thing, to send all these people to the other world as soon as possible. The monster concentrated and began to use his magical abilities and released something from his mouth. The fire demon covered his mouth because it was very hard for him to breathe, and his eyes began to sting, all because the monster had released its poison. Harem stood next to the girl who had said that the man should move to the right at the moment. The fire demon did, and it helped him avoid an attack that would have caused great harm. Henschel couldn't fight fully because he couldn't breathe due to the poison the monster released. The man thought that the only thing he needed now was to get the antidote as soon as possible, and the girl said he shouldn't worry about that. She asked the man to trust her and attack. The fire demon didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to attack. A moment later, the fire demon was engulfed in a magical glow and rushed forward to attack the monster. The man was handed the detoxification amulet, and it was expected of him by the Holy Mother. She said indignantly that she had asked him many times not to call her that. The monster did not expect this outcome of events, and now did not know how to proceed. The monster tried to attack, only the fire demon was not intimidated by it, and it still raced towards its target. Henschel was already almost at his target and readied his weapons that they would inflict their attack. Yensu hoped that the fire demon would succeed this time and be able to destroy this monster. Henschel wanted the same, and for this battle to finally end with them defeating the monster. The fire demon used a purple flame, and it was aimed directly at the monster. The monster was trapped but still kept fighting, hoping to escape and survive. Harem waited for the right moment and gave the command to open fire on the monster. Most of their squad opened fire at that moment at the monster, and it was no longer possible to take cover from so many bullets. The monster thought only of one thing, that he could not surrender, because he had to protect the king. The monster lay motionless in its nest, and next to it was a single surviving egg. The fire demon was really hoping that this monster was already finished, and that was the end of it, except that Ensu said that wasn't quite true. The man meant that the eggs were still intact and drew his sword and broke one of them. Ensu told the rest of the guys to immediately get to work on destroying all those eggs. The monster was watching and couldn't do anything. It wasn't easy for the monster to watch it all, because he was so careful to protect all those eggs. One of those eggs was destroyed and clearly showed the monster that the boys would spare no one. Hiding in the chimney was another monster, and it was the king. The monster hoped that all his efforts were not in vain, and the king would not only survive, but grow very strong. The monster king wouldn't stay there anymore and decided to get out of there. In the middle of the night, a monster wandered through the park looking lost and not knowing what to do. It had been a week since the Guachon monster had been successfully defeated, and it was only through the active participation of the 12 thrones that many people had been saved. At this moment, Yunhee's friends were actively and carefree playing outside. The victims were admitted to a hospital in Kanam after the incident. The boys were not affected by any of these problems and had nothing to worry about. While some were having fun, and others, namely the inspection of the King clan in Guachon, came to the conclusion in the end that there were no monsters left in the reservoir area. Yunha was with all the guys at the Guachon campground and watched his friends having fun. During the game, a ball accidentally flew into Yunhook, and the boy experienced a lot of discomfort, and the girls started to worry about him. Yunhook decided that after this, He wanted to move to another team, namely to be with Sona, and from the outside looking at them, Yunha thought it was cute. At this moment, Uncle Bruno was preparing lunch for everyone, and Yunha thought that all the guys should thank the man for that. Unhee's parents only went here because they could convince Bruno to be with them, otherwise it would have happened. Yunha decided to thank the man for agreeing to go with them, but Bruno replied that it wasn't necessary since everything was fine. The boy even apologized for having to drive out of them too, and was genuinely grateful for it. Unha peeled all the potatoes and said that he had some business to attend to and needed to go away for a while. Bruno knew what he was talking about and didn't mind, but offered to help him. The boy thought about his plan and decided that he would pour curry sauce into the empty bottle. Then Yunha asked Uncle Bruno if he would mind if he took a knife with him. Bruno replied that the knife Yuni needed was in the bag and reminded the boy that the lock code was still the same. Yunha informed the man that he would be back today, and if they were looking for him, he asked Bruno to think of something to explain. Bruno wanted to go along with the boy and help in case of trouble, but Yunha was adamantly against it and asked the man to stay where he was and protect the others in case of danger. Yunha answered the man confidently that he could handle everything on his own and he shouldn't worry about him. The boy after a while arrived at a small park that was behind a fence. Yunha repeated to himself that he had already arrived at the location and was now mentally thinking through his plan. The boy, unlike in his previous life, no longer felt helpless now and was determined to deal with the Lizard King. A moment later, the very same Lizard King rushed at Yunhu and wanted to destroy the boy as soon as possible. Their clash was strong, but while no one was going to yield to anyone, as Yunha suddenly recognized this monster as someone who had already been in his past life. Yunha plunged into his memories when the invasion of Seoul occurred, where the monster leaders invaded during the absence of Elmim Ga'il, the first goddess, and led whole regiments of monsters behind them. He had just graduated from the academy and was about to receive his nickname. At that time, there were only a total of 4 ringleaders who invaded the city. Many players, and including Yunha himself, didn't know at that time how to defeat these monsters. Everyone was confused at the sight of such monsters, and there were still many henchmen with them. Among all those monsters was someone who resembled a lizard king, and this monster instilled fear in the players with a potent poison. The Lizard King was exactly the kind of monster that belonged to the 3rd class, and it looked ominous. Yunha came back from his memories and thought that how ridiculous this whole thing was, because no one even realized that the monster had been here all this time until the monster reached the 3rd grade. The boy, using his mana and his own, launched his attack at that very same Lizard King. It wasn't easy for Yunhei to fight him already, and this monster hadn't grown yet. The monster looked at the man in front of him and tried to think of a way to trick him into surviving. Yunha, looking at this monster, suddenly recalled a fragment from his past life, and it was about cloaking. After all, even before he was able to recover, this monster was able to do a lot of damage with this ability. The boy thought that such an act was pathetic and continued his attacks. Yunha said that the monster's lust for harm was visible from a kilometer away. Yunha realized that this thirst was so great that the monster couldn't even manage to hide this presence. The boy took out a bottle of carrier sauce, and thinking he took it for a reason, and so applied it to prevent the monster from using the disguise. Yunha opened the bottle and in the next moment poured all the sauce that was on the monster. The boy thought it wasn't so bad in principle because the sauce itself was tasty and apparently prepared especially for the monster. The monster heard Yunha mocking him and telling him to eat and not to starve because this was his last time. The monster climbed high up a tree and from there used its magic abilities to attack Yunhu. Yunha noticed exactly what the monster was doing and couldn't believe he was actually serious and decided to use everything against the boy. The boy gathered himself and with renewed vigor rushed into the attack while actively using mana. Yunha, in this battle against the monster, decided to use the Heaven's Tread ability. The boy had managed to send the monster to the other world, and now he stood looking at the place where the monster had been a moment ago. Before its destruction, the monster was still trying to fight, but it was almost impossible. Yunha thought that this time the monster was very weak, and generally looking at the monster as it was already engulfed in fire, thought that the Lizard King would be the king from birth. The boy decided that apparently that was the end of it, and it was probably time for him to go back to his friends. The monster was trying to escape at the same moment because the clone he had created was fighting Yunha, and the monster had used up most of its spare mana. The monster realized that in order to get away from the boy, there was nothing left for him to do but do just that. The monster of no way could defeat Yunha, and it felt as if the boy knew about all of his skills. The monster was fully aware that he could not win now, but time would pass, and Yunha would definitely be able to see the monster become stronger, and then he would definitely get even with the boy. Yunha decided not to waste any more time and used his weapon to attack the monster. The monster did not expect this attack, and there was no longer any way to dodge this attack. The shockwave was very strong, and the monster was thrown far away until it collided with a tree. Yunha walked up to him and talked about how he wasn't so naive and was quite knowledgeable about cloning. The monster realized that his plan had failed and tried to survive, and for this he decided that there was no point in running away, and it was worth attacking. Yunha managed to dodge this attack, but the monster didn't plan to stop there and began to launch its attacks with renewed vigor. The boy realized that now their real battle was about to begin and took his abilities to arms. The attacks on the boy were strong, but he deftly evaded them, and in this he was grateful for his experience. Yunha used mana and applied the magic dance skill, and all of it was directed at the monster. The monster was getting harder each time, but he kept fighting as hard as he could. Yunha didn't give him a chance to regain his senses, and followed up with the offended soul magic skill. The boy looked confident and collected, and hoped that this battle would soon end in his victory. Yunhi's experience was great, and he still had many skills in his arsenal, so the next thing he used was the spiked needle. The monster was already in despair and didn't understand why the boy wanted to destroy him so badly. Yunha didn't think that this question wasn't relevant at all, because he didn't need a reason to kill a monster, and the fact that it was a monster was enough. The boy was completely sure that humans and monsters could not exist together, and even if the end of the world had begun, it would not have happened. The monster still didn't understand what he had done wrong, and Yunha was ruthless and wasn't going to stop. The monster was already in a pitiful state and started asking the boy to stop, but the outcome for Yunhi was obvious. Yunha realized that either the monster or him, and the other option simply did not exist, and naturally the boy chose himself. The monster finally recognized that they couldn't exist together because they were both predators and therefore couldn't get along. The monster realized that he had lost, but he didn't think it was over. The monster believed that Yunha would go to the other world just like the monster itself, and it would definitely happen. Yunha took out another weapon, and it was a gun, and replied to the monster that there was a time when he thought so too. After all, the life of a player is that destruction awaits you or the monsters you fight. But now, Yunha was sure that things would definitely be different in this life, and he would not go to the other world. The boy decided it was time to finish the job and pulled the trigger, which meant the monster was finished. In the place where the monster had been a moment ago, only crystals remained, and that meant that victory was Yunha's. The boy walked closer to the crystals and saw that there were 2 skill stones and 1 normal one. Skill stones were magical stones that stored the ghost of the monster, and when the monster was destroyed, then appeared a magic stone that contained a skill corresponding to the rarity of the monster. Yunha knew that if one absorbed the skill stone, the skill it contained could be applied later on. The boy also knew that if the player's compatibility with the stone was low, it would not be possible to absorb it, and Yunha thought that in this case, he was incompatible with the stone. Yunha picked up another stone and decided to see what compatibility he would have with it. If compatibility with the player is high, the stone will glow brightly, and that's exactly what happened. When this all coincides, then all of the monster's providence goes directly to the player. Yunha thought this was great news because he had everything matched, and now possessed new abilities. The boy finished all his business with the monster and headed back to where all his friends were as soon as possible, and hoped that his absence was not noticed. Yunha's first order of business after returning was to put all the weapons back in Uncle Bruno's suitcase. Bruno approached the boy and wanted to know if everything had been successful and if Yunha had been able to finish all his business. The boy replied that everything was fine now and thanked his uncle for the weapon. The man offered Yunhee the snacks he had prepared for all the kids because he thought the boy must have gotten hungry by now. Bruno said that the boy was right on time and it was time for lunch, and that made Yunhu very happy because the food looked very appetizing. Yunha called all the boys over and asked them to finish their games so they could all have lunch together. It didn't take long to persuade the boys, for they were all hungry too, and now everyone was asking Uncle Bruno for as much as possible. Each of the guys tried to shout at each other and tell each other that they were hungry, but Bruno told them not to hurry, because not everything was ready yet. Yunha watched the usual hustle and bustle of his friends, and at times like this, the boy truly felt happy. There was a large mansion standing, and it was the city estate of the president of Sirius in Pyeongchang. Yunha and his entire family were in this mansion and were currently drinking tea while waiting for the owners of this estate. The father of the family turned to his wife and asked her not to worry, and the woman herself thought she looked very strange now. The man was trying to convince his wife that she didn't look strange at all, but rather the most beautiful in the world. Yunha was holding his little sister in his arms and looking bored. The man who was the interim president Sirius Han Doan and his wife Choi Subin entered the room. The family greeted their guests and asked if they were tired after traveling so far. The president personally greeted Yunhee's father, who was now the branch manager of No. The women were exchanging pleasantries at this moment. The women decided to switch to an easier format of communication, and since they are of the same age, they decided to address each other simply by their first names without formalities. Subin said that at the moment their chef was doing her best to prepare a delicious dinner. Yuna noticed that the woman kept her distance but was friendly. Suddenly, another member of the family entered the room, and the first thing this person did was to say hello to Yuna. It was Doan's eldest daughter, and her name was Han Sin. The girl told Yuna that she was entering her first year of high school this year. Yuna replied that she and the girl were the same age. She was glad to hear that because she didn't have many friends of the same age, and she wanted to be friends with Yuna. Sin found out that Yuna was going to the Players' Academy and thought it was pretty hard. Yuna replied that it was, but since she wanted to be a player, she was willing to deal with it. Sin's daughter thought it was very ambitious, but she liked Yuna's persistence and perseverance and offered to exchange phone numbers with her. Another girl appeared in the room and Yunha smiled and told her they hadn't seen each other in a while. The girl remained silent in response, and his sister remarked that Yunhu's brother had apparently been rejected. It was Doan's second daughter, and her name was Sai Cheng, and the girl had already asked Yunhu to address her differently. 2 years ago, at the end of Yunhee's first school year, a large number of people gathered at the branch of the Sebek Hotel that was located in Mendon. Every year, Sirius and all of its branches organized a party for employees to thank them for their hard work throughout the year. Yunha, looking at her sister Yuna, thought that it was quite strange that she was actively socializing with everyone, but came to the party for the first time, and it was amazing. Yunhee's father was sad that Mom and Yoon couldn't come today because the woman was looking after a girl who was still too young for such an event. The head of the family was suddenly approached by a man who said he was glad to see the director of the Department of Butt at the event. The man replied that he had not yet taken up the post, but in response he heard that the new year was about to come, and therefore it was already possible to call him director. Yuna heard that his dad had been promoted from department head to department director and to one of Sirius's main branches, the devices department. The boy was surprised that how such a loving father could already become a director, and Yunha hoped that the company would be fine. Yunha remembered from his past life that Sirius's devices would make themselves known in the future, and so there was no need to worry. He wanted to find a quiet place to eat. The boy was looking for a cozy and quiet place for himself when suddenly he saw a girl standing alone. The girl was looking out the window and looked very pensive and a little even sad. Yunha decided to address her and told her that at this moment she was losing a lot in her life, but the girl herself did not understand what he was talking about. The boy explained that he meant that there was no telling when he would have the opportunity to eat something like this, and so delicious. Yunha was sure that as long as they were still young, they didn't have to worry about anything at all, so they could eat as much as they wanted. The boy poked some appetizer on his fork and gave the girl a taste, and immediately wanted to hear back what she thought about it. The girl thought they shouldn't eat at the party, but Yunha started to change her mind, saying that that's what the food was for. Yunha still insisted, and the girl finally tasted the treat that was offered to her, which was actually very tasty. Yunhee's father had a hard time finding the boy and was very happy to see him. The man asked the boy not to do it again because Yunha had left without saying anything, and he was worried. The man behind him was surprised that it was his son. Yunha was surprised to see a man who was the next chairman of Sirius, and his name was Han Doan. The man said he was happy for Yunhee's father that he was able to find the boy, to which the father replied that he had and was pleased that there was no problem. Yunha greeted Doan and said that he was a first-year, fourth-grade student of Doan Middle School, and the man replied that he had already heard about Yunha. The man introduced the boy to his daughter, whose name was Han Sin, and the girl didn't mind if they could get along with Yunha in the future. He remembered that this was Dawn's only daughter, who would make a great manager and needed to prove herself to her. But as it turned out, she wasn't alone. There was also a second daughter, and it was the same girl that Yunha had given food to, and her name was Han Saichen. The girl hoped they could become friends in the future. Except that Yunha remembered well that in his previous life, Doan had only had one daughter, and that was Sin. It all seemed a little strange to the boy. Saichen said she was 2 years older than him, and then Yunha realized that the girl was most likely trying to ground him when he talked to her informally. Yunha still decided to ask if he could address her as you, to which the girl replied that he should speak to her as usual. The boy decided to double-check for himself and asked Sehun again if she would mind if he ever told her hey or something. When Saichen heard Yunhee's I, she was instantly furious, and the boy didn't understand what was wrong because she had just given him permission. Yunha didn't understand why she was angry, and the girl advised her to just call her by her first name, or to be more specific, just Saichen, and that would be best. Doan hoped the children could get along and promised that next time he would be sure to send an invitation so they could play with his daughters. Yunha came back from his memories and thought then that Doan had said it just out of politeness, but the man had actually sent out an invitation, and here they were. Dawn's wife hoped that everyone enjoyed the appetizers, and for everyone, Yunhee's little sister answered for everyone, shouting loudly that everything was very, very good. Yuna was asked if the girl had actually managed to get into the Players' Academy, and she confirmed this, adding only that it would only be the first year. Suddenly, Doan decided to give something to Yuna, saying that it should have been done much earlier, but the timing must have been right. The man explained that since the girl had become a student at the Players' Academy, she should have a way to contact them under any circumstances. Yuna's dad expressed his gratitude but said it was unnecessary, and no gifts should be given to his children, especially such expensive ones. Doan said that he thought it was right to help them so that he could count on them in the future, so he should accept the gift. The man asked Yuna to open the present already, and as soon as the girl saw what was there, she emotionally told everyone that she already had a phone. Dawn explained with a smile on her face that this model was much better and more practical. And most importantly, it was a product of Sirius himself, and that meant a lot. Yuna looked around incredulously and couldn't fully believe that she was allowed to accept this gift after all. While the girl was thanking for such a gift, Yunha, on the other hand, thought everything that was happening was too strange and tried to figure out what was going on. Yunha tried to understand why they were being so accommodating, because Doan had not only invited them all to dinner, but he had also shared his new products. While the boy was thinking about all of this, his little sister decided that it was necessary to feed Yunhu cookies, but first she asked him to open his mouth. The eldest daughter told Yuna that she would now call her as soon as there was a social event and hoped the girl would find the time and come. Yunha didn't understand when Yuna had gotten there and promised that she would come to the events. Suddenly, Yunha heard that he would come too. Sin continued to drink her tea and looked at Yunhu carefully and repeated to him personally that it would be very good if the boy went too. She explained that Sehyun's friends weren't doing well, so she rarely attended meetings, and Sehyun would be happy for Yunha to be friends with her. Sehyun disagreed that she didn't have any friends, and then her older sister asked her to name one person she was good friends with. Sehyun hoped that Yunha wouldn't mind joining them, and then Sehyun would get a chance to talk to him. There was only one reason the kids were called to social events, and that was all for the sake of making clique. A clique is when a group of people were united by political or economic interests, as well as social interests, and that is what was called a clique. Yunha realized that otherwise speaking the girl wanted him to become part of her clique, and a while ago the boy would have refused such an offer. Sehyun would only be happy if Yunha could come, and her father found it helpful to learn about such events at a young age. The boy realized how beautifully it was all presented, and it turned out that they were easily fooled. Yunha had assumed that the girl was indeed the successor who would later take Don's place in Sirius. The boy could already appreciate that the girl was quite good at making conversation, though she made herself a person who wasn't really interested in it. Yunha couldn't leave his sister Yuna alone there anyway, and the boy had no reason not to trust the company his father worked for. He agreed, of course, and said he'd be there when he had time, and Don was glad to hear that because Sehyun would have a trusted friend. A man was walking alone on the street in the dark and resting as he suddenly heard from outside as he was told to stop behaving like that. He looked around but saw no one and thought he must have heard it all. But then again, he heard words he didn't understand, and when he turned around again, he froze because he didn't expect to see something in front of him. The man was being stared at by an insect whose scale was staggering and whose appearance inspired only fear. In front of the man at full height stood a mosquito, and it was a monster that belonged to the 7th grade. The monster did not hesitate, and in the next instant instantly attacked the man, and there was no way to dodge. Through the eyes of this monster, it was obvious that he had achieved his goal, and now the man lay unconscious before him. The monster suddenly heard a large number of people running from the side and immediately realized that it is after him, and therefore he needs to fly away from here quickly. The monster did so after taking another look at the man and making sure he had it all worked out. The people that were rushing to get to the monster as soon as possible saw that he was trying to escape and tried their best to prevent it. One of the men saw a man lying there, apparently ill, and their commander replied that he had just had too much to drink and should be left alone. One of the men still insisted that they were obliged to act as instructed, and so it was decided to take him to hospital anyway. The day the incredible heat wave was announced, the boys were on their 3rd grade summer vacation and decided to visit their friend in the hospital. In the hospital in one of the wards lay but Juliet and the guys were going to visit her that day. They all, their friendly company, went to the girl's house and were very happy about the meeting. Juliet had recently given birth to a baby boy, and his guys also wanted to see him very much, and when they had already entered, the girl asked them not to make much noise. They leaned over the crib where the baby slept, and were in awe of this baby, thinking it was very cute. The girls, one after another, kept saying that this baby was actually cute, and his little hands were beautiful. Junya noticed that the baby liked being around people, and Juliet replied that it was because his mom was just as outgoing. Yoonhook didn't really surprise everyone when he asked if it was a boy or a girl, to which Juliet said it was a healthy boy. Yoonha said that Yoonai is now an aunt. Juliet added that Yoon had come by today and was happy to meet the baby. Yoonhae wanted to know if they had already chosen a name for the baby. The girl knew what she would name him before he was born, and it was Avenir, which meant dreams and hope for the future. Yoonha had heard that name before. Before his rebirth, Yoonha had read the diary of the Abyss Dungeon raid and had seen that name on the raider list. His nickname was Diamond Fist, and Yunha had heard that this person had played a key role in the Abyss dungeon raid because of his skills. Yunha, remembering all these moments, speculated that perhaps it was the same person. Only now Yunha saw the young Avenir in front of him, and how his future life would turn out was unknown. Before Yunhee's revival, there was only one reason Juliet hadn't chosen her destruction at that point. Even when the girl was in a very difficult situation, there was still only one reason, and it was this child. At this point, the boys held the boy in their arms and continued to enjoy what a sweet baby he was. Yunha thought that since the boy was Yoon's younger brother, he was his younger brother too. Juliet replied that it was true and that Avenir was his younger brother. The girl asked Yunhu to keep an eye on him so that this child would grow up quickly and be able to help him. Juliet was also going to do her best. Yunhook suddenly asked the question that had been worrying him about whether Averin's surname was actually Nose now too. Juliet thought it was obvious enough and not even worth asking about. The boy's full name is No Averin, and Yunha was very surprised to hear this. The boys had a very good time with Juliet and her baby, and afterwards all their friendly company went out of the hospital into the street. It was abnormally hot outside, and Yunhook remarked that they were all much better off in the hospital because it was cooler. Hyen remembered that there was a pool at the community center and suggested that her friends go there. All the boys were only supportive. The girl noticed that Yunha didn't react to her suggestion, so she asked him personally if he wanted to go to the pool with everyone. Yunha saw a cluster of children being given food, and then the boy suddenly remembered what day of the week it was, and it was the time when the travelers were being fed. This term meant that children who had lost their families due to monster attacks, or were children born in slums or abandoned by their parents. For these children, the goddess government has built protective facilities so that the problem associated with them can be solved. These children were helped with food every Wednesday, but their sad situation unfortunately could not change much after that. A boy who was running by accidentally hit the boxes that were about to fall on the table next to them. Yunha had time to look at it all, and in time was able to carry one boy in his arms as far away from these boxes as possible. The child looked at Yunhu smiling with great delight and called him his angel. The boy explained that his mother had once told him that if he was ever in danger, an angel would come to his aid. He thought that Yunha had also come here to eat, and with this conversation, the boy attracted the attention of the other boys who were already rushing to their aid. This boy's comrade tried to be the first to run to him and to settle whatever had just happened between them. He reminded the boy that he had already asked him not to socialize with strangers, and the next moment apologized to Yunha for the inconvenience. The boy bowed his head low and told his younger companion to do the same, and then asked Yunhu to let them leave. They unanimously apologized to Yunhee for this situation, and Yunhee's friends and the boy himself were surprised by what they heard and saw. Yunha noticed that his friends were slightly startled by the sight of these guys for looking intimidating. The boy was not particularly surprised by this, although he regretted that the parents of these children did not explain who the wanderers were and what it meant. Yunha was well aware that children with only school and kindergarten in their lives would not encounter wanderers and go to the slums. Sona could only realize that today was the day, because the church the girl grew up in also provided free food. Yunhook didn't know who these people were, and so he asked Yunhee about it, but the boy decided that the guys didn't need to know, at least not right now. Yunha thought that there would definitely come a moment when the guys would realize everything, but for now, for them, there was only their world in which everything was fine. But unfortunately, there is another picture. This is the side of a fallen world, and this world has been very cruel to children. The two worlds were strikingly different, and some never learned anything. The next day, Yunhook walked with the girls to the playground, and to rest, they sat down on a bench. It was very hot that day, and Yunhook decided to drink lemonade, which was very refreshing. The guys planned to meet Yunhoi, but after they had rested. The girls were worried and didn't want to be late for the meeting, but Yunhook was sure that his boss, along with Minji, also got hot, and they decided to grab some ice cream. Sona actually said that Yunha was always the last one to arrive at their meetings, but suddenly the guy's attention was drawn to a man who looked very strange. The man walked away from the doctor and considered him a charlatan because he was sure that it could not be that a person without a normal amount of mana had a concentration disorder. The doctor then responded to the complaint that the man wasn't feeling well by saying that it was all about mana concentration disturbance, and it was better to go to a bigger hospital. After a dream where a man was bitten by a huge mosquito, his body became very weak, but he never saw any marks on his shoulder and decided that it was probably just a dream. Yunhook and the girls were looking at the man very carefully, but had not taken any action towards him yet. But after the man fell to the ground, Yunhook was convinced that something was clearly wrong with this man. The man sitting on the ground looked at his hand and suspected he was hallucinating, but thought it was from fatigue. He pulled out his phone to call his senior manager at work to alert him that he wasn't feeling well. The man, before unlocking his phone in the reflection on the screen, saw not his face, but the very mosquito he thought he was dreaming about. He could not have expected such a thing, and therefore dropped his phone to the ground out of fright, which immediately shattered. Yunhook and the girls had already rushed to the man to help him because the man was obviously not feeling well. The man looked at the guys in surprise and did not really distinguish reality from hallucination, but insistently asked them to leave and stay away from him. Yunhook doubted that the man should be left alone in such a state, but the man once again told them to leave immediately and as soon as possible. The boy, despite the prohibition of the man, still came closer to him, and from what he saw he was shocked, because the man's face was something strange. The guys could not believe their eyes, because this simply could not be, and from what they saw, they could not even move. Yunhook was now looking at the place where a moment ago there had been a man, and now there was a mosquito of very large size. Yunha was walking down the street at that moment, and because it was very hot, the boy was not very active. Minji was walking down the street next to the boy, and the abnormal heat was making the girl feel no better. Yunha suggested that the girl take some ice cream each, and maybe then the heat would be a little easier to bear. Minji didn't approve of this plan because they were already late to meet their friends, and added that because of his games with Yun, the boy didn't even go to the pool. Yunha decided to carry the girl on his back and insisted that they needed to buy ice cream, and the boys would play without them for now. The boy suddenly thought he heard someone calling, and the voice sounded like Sona, but Minji didn't hear anything like that and asked him not to change the subject. Yunha again heard someone who looked like his girlfriend call out to them for help from a player. Minji also recognized Sona's screams and thought that there must be a monster somewhere. Yunha told her to call the mana control department. Yunha, after making sure Minji heard and understood him, started tying his shoelaces tightly and prepared to run to his friends. The boy, after applying his mana, instantly rushed forward to help the guys and waited for Minji. The girl shouted to Yunhei to tell her where the monster was, so that when he called the department, he could tell her the exact location. All living beings have mana in their bodies, and it is the power of the smallest part of which can make the heart beat. However, the amount that each person's body can tolerate is always individualized, and this is for a reason. If too much mana accumulates in the body turns into a monster that ceases to resemble a human being, and this happened to a man. Yunhook and the girls tried to run away, and the boy still couldn't believe that this was real, and before his eyes, the man had just become a monster. Sona felt that now was not the time to think about all of this, and they should just run as fast as they could and try to survive the whole situation. The boy looked back and still couldn't quite recover, but he kept running. The boy saw that at this rate the monster would soon catch up with them. Yunhook wasn't sure if he could run and fend off the attack at the same time, and doubted that he would be able to do so, but if Yunha was with them now, it would be different. Then the boy remembered the words of his friend Yunhee, who said he was the only one who could protect everyone. The boy tried his best to pull himself together and convinced himself that only he could save his friends now and should count only on himself. Yunhook realized that he had no other choice, so he asked Sona to put Hyan on his back to run together because the girl was stronger. Hyan thought it was unnecessary, and she was perfectly capable of still running on her own, and she didn't want to burden Sona. Sona complied with Yunhook's request, and asked Hyan not to argue with him, but to do as the boy asks, since he probably already has a plan. Yunhook actually already had a plan, and so he further told Hyan to put up a barrier so the monster couldn't get close, and hoped the girl would succeed. Hyan, though doubtful, promised Yunhook that she would try and do her best to make it work in the end. The girl didn't hesitate any longer and used her magic power to try her best to build a protective barrier around herself. Yunhook really asked Han to hold that barrier, and Sona at that moment asked him to send a mental message to all the people around him. Sona immediately began to follow Yunhook's instructions and tried to focus on the task given to her. The girl was using her magical powers to try to send a message to the people so that at least someone would come to their aid now. Sona said that they were currently being chased by a monster and asked to call a player. People started looking out the windows to see what was going on. Hyan saw that the monster was stuck to her barrier and immediately reported the news to her friend Yunhook. Yunhook turned around and launched his magic projectile at the monster and really hoped it would help. The shell reached its target, and it gave a little hope to the boys that they might succeed and manage to hold out until help arrived. Yunhook praised Hyan and said she was good, and the boys ran as fast as they could, and behind them was a large column of smoke. The monster managed to survive, and suddenly this monster realized that he did not want to go to the other world and continued his pursuit of the guys. The guys saw that unfortunately nothing was over, and found it very strange that the monster's mana was mixed with human mana. They couldn't believe that a human was turning into a monster. Yunhook shouted to Hyan to put up a protective barrier immediately. Hyan did not have time to react in time, and when the monster was almost looming over her and Sona, the girl froze because she was very frightened. The girl used her mana but pushed away Sun, who was not prepared for this, and therefore could not stand on her feet and fell. Sona flew off a great distance and landed painfully against the ground, and Hyan at that moment wrapped her arms around herself and closed in on herself. Hyan was finally able to recover and was now running to Sonia to see if she was okay. Sona was covered in abrasions, especially on her legs, but the girl still claimed she was fine and not to worry. The girl was sure that now they had a more important task for them, and unfortunately no one knew how to cope with this task. The guys froze and watched as the monster approached them and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. Yunhook realized that because Sona's legs were damaged from the fall, they wouldn't be able to escape, so he asked Hyan to attack the monster. The boy realized that they had no other choice, and therefore if they wanted to survive they had to make every effort to do so, and began their attack on the monster. The monster dodged the guys' attacks and came closer and closer to them with each passing moment. The guys were surrounded by a protective barrier and were trying to hold it up, but at the same time, they wouldn't stop attacking the monster. Sona saw that for the moment Hyan and Yunhook were doing fine, but it couldn't go on like this for long. The girl could see that Hyan was working her ass off apparently because she felt guilty, and so at this rate her strength would soon run out. Sona realized how it would end soon. Or rather that this monster would send them all to the other world without any resistance. So the girl asked to leave her here and to run away as soon as possible, so that they could at least have a chance to escape. Yunhook was calm and confident because he knew he would definitely show up, only Sona didn't understand what the boy was talking about. But after a moment she realized who she was talking about, and now the hope for their rescue was growing by the minute, and Sona's smile was getting bigger and bigger. He hadn't even jumped to the ground yet, but he had already started attacking the monster and thus protecting his friends. Hyan also believed to the last that he would come, and Yunhook mouthed in his own manner that he might as well hurry up. Yunha was exactly the man the guys had been waiting for, and he didn't let them down and came to their aid, just like in all other situations. The boy thought that they should not complain because he had made it, and Yunha said all this with a smile on his face, simply because he was happy to see that his friends were unharmed. Yunha told his friends to stay put until the other players arrived here and not to dare get involved in anything else. The guys began to explain that this monster had recently been an ordinary man, and then suddenly turned into this monster. Yunha was first surprised when he heard this, and then realized that this mosquito was taking mana instead of devouring people. When these monsters have their mana absorbed, their ability to control it becomes useless, and they try to excessively hoard it to recover. As a result, the body either bursts from too much mana or turns into a monster, and there was no other outcome for these monsters. Yunha didn't wait for anyone and used his fist to deliver his blow to the creature. The boy thought that if a person bitten by a mosquito was free to roam around, then the hospital or the players needed to keep a better eye on things. Yunha also speculated that perhaps they didn't yet have proper instructions on how to deal with such situations, and therefore hadn't taken the necessary measures. The boy did not emphasize it at the moment, because now it was not important, and it was necessary to solve this problem. He had no choice, since the people who were supposed to oversee such a thing did nothing. It turned out that it was up to the boy to solve this problem, and no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't ignore it. Yunha was able to pin the monster to the ground with his fist, and the monster started trying to talk about asking to be saved. The boy, when he heard the monster's request, was very surprised because he realized that he was still conscious and made his control strike. The guys thought that everything was finally over, but Yunha was not in a hurry to rejoice because he noticed something strange. The hands were not like human hands or the paws of a mosquito, and the boy guessed that demonization had begun to happen to this monster. The monster rose to his full height and looked very creepy, but kept talking and begging to be rescued. Yunha thought that before his rebirth, each member of the Kuma demonic organization was called a catastrophe, and among themselves they addressed each other as neo-anthropes. The boy knew that the chance of becoming a demon was so small that it was close to zero. He asked Haiyan if she was sure that he had been human when he turned into a monster. Haiyan was completely sure of this, and Yunhook confirmed these words by also seeing that it was originally an ordinary-looking man. Yunha then realized that it wasn't because of one of the female Kuma members with the nickname Velzol, because it was still 10 years before Kuma appeared. The boy missed the moment when the monster was able to fly away, but kept hearing words of salvation from him. Yunha was angry that he was able to miss this monster so trivially and used his magic ability to form a large pulsar. He didn't waste precious time and immediately launched this pulsar at the monster, but the monster was able to dodge and avoid being hit. Yunha used mana and jumped for the monsters high up, but then realized that his mana charge wasn't enough and he needed a weapon to catch it. The boy was looking around for something useful to use as a weapon, and looked where the mosquito had flown and suddenly saw what he needed. In an abandoned house, a mother held a crying baby tightly to her, and the same lost monster loomed over them. The woman and child were very scared, and the monster planned to take advantage of this weakness, and was going to attack them soon. Yunha suddenly appeared by breaking through the window of this room, and the monster didn't expect to be found so quickly. The monster was thrown back when Yunha attacked it, but it still managed to bounce to the side afterwards. A few moments later, the monster had already flown high into the sky, and at this moment, Yunha was telling her to go to the hospital to check her mana just in case. It was a real chase, and Yunha was almost able to catch up with the mosquito, but the mosquito in turn did not give up hope that he would be able to escape and survive. The boy used his magic skills and applied the Mana Destroyer skill and aimed it all at the monster. Yunha hit the target, and now the mosquito was a bit disoriented but still persisted in flying forward. The boy decided not to stop there, and further in the course of the skill went Small Needle, and so all this launched into the monster. The monster was evading these attacks as best it could, and its dodging ability was at a high level, but Yunha wasn't going to give up. Once again, as the monster dodged, he flew into the window of another ruined building. Yunha had been watching all of this and was now thinking about how he could get there as well, and he needed to do it as soon as possible. The boy used his mana, which was almost gone, and flew into the same abandoned building as Mosquito. Yunha saw something in this abandoned building that he wasn't prepared for, and only regretted that he couldn't have come here sooner. The boy stood in an empty room that was filled with people who had already been mocked by the monster, and all of them he sent to the other world. Yunha was angry that it was already too late, and realized if their mana was taken away, many would simply be torn apart. And of course, the safest thing to do before anything worse could happen was to get rid of this monster as soon as possible. The monster could do too much more trouble and distress to many people, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Yunha used his strength and attacked the monster, and he managed to achieve his goal. The monster was thrown aside by the shockwave and hit the wall hard, and Yunha hoped that maybe now this battle would begin to come to an end. Yunha took a closer look at the monster and noticed that its appearance had changed again, becoming more terrifying than before. From this, it could be concluded that the monster had not finished demonizing because it was still conscious, and while Yunha was thinking for it, the monster managed to fly away again. Yunha already thought that this monster was just mocking him, but suddenly the boy's attention was attracted by a voice that sounded behind him, and this voice called the boy Angel. The boy turned around and couldn't believe his eyes and hoped it wasn't all true. An explosion sounded in the abandoned building, and at any moment the structure could collapse. Yunha saw people running across the rooftops trying to find the very monster. The boy was surprised that the players were able to react so quickly and come to Sona's call. Yunha didn't interfere and decided that they could take care of things on their own. The boy turned his attention back to the child he had found. He recognized the child, of course, because he had seen him not so long ago, but now he was not like himself. Yunha was now looking at the face that had begun to turn from the bite of the Comoros, and it was not a pleasant sight. The boy went back to his memories before the rebirth, when the city of Suwon was nearly destroyed due to constant attacks by monsters. Then, one of the monsters felt offended after hearing the news that people who weren't even the 12 thrones were about to appear here, and it was about Misty Flower's team. However, the monster had to give credit and recognize that these guys completely lived up to their name. It was Beelzebub, the ruler of the 9 demon flies, who said it all. Paran was outraged at what the creature was saying, and Beelzebub herself recognized this guy as the one they called Mad Dog. Mad Dog couldn't stand still, and so he immediately rushed to attack the monster. The guys saw that the guy had failed and was lying on the ground with a painful impact. The girl shouted at him to stay and hurried to him. The monster identified the girl and realized that it was Misty Flower's only sapport, and her nickname was Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper menacingly shouted for this monster to immediately remove its hands and immediately made its attack. Monster turned her attention to a guy, and it was that famous Berserk, and this guy had a very serious appearance. Berserk told the girl to leave immediately and made it clear that he would deal with everything himself. The monster behind the man's back saw another person and immediately recognized the same girl in him. The beast knew that that girl possessed a destructive power that could be compared to the 12 thrones. A few minutes later, there was a big explosion, and the whole place was completely engulfed in flames. The monster, to their great regret, was still standing in the same place, and this explosion did not do any harm to it. Flames were everywhere, and it was thanks to the abilities of the girl who was nicknamed the Witch of Carnage because of her skills. The monster thought it was a bit weak for such a nickname, but her mana resistance was incredible. The monster had noticed that even after this witch was dealt with by her subordinates, this girl was the first to not turn into a monster, and this actually made the monster proud. Mad Dog was back in action and tried to take on this monster again and hoped he would succeed. Beelzebub called this guy pretty fast and guessed that apparently the Grim Reaper had already healed the guy. Mad Dog applied his mana and started using his magic abilities and engaged the monster in battle and did not plan to retreat. The girl tried to heal the Witch of Carnage and did her best to help her a little. The witch struggled to call out to their leader. Berserk suddenly heard from her that she was asking for a man to send her to that set. The witch looked at him and asked him not to tell, just that he had already gotten attached to her. It wasn't really easy for the guys to do it, but the witch was right, and they just had no other choice. Berserk stepped closer to her and spoke out loud that it was true and that he was. The next thing the guy did was he raised his sword high and was going to finish the job. 3,794 Yunha came back from his memories, and now, as he looked at the child, realized it was him. The kid suddenly decided to share and say that all his friends went to the other side of the world. Yunha moved even closer to the child, and the child in turn said that his friends treated him very well. The child, already looking at Yunhu, decided to ask directly about the fact that he would soon be going to the other world as well. Yunha was already visualizing the monster in front of him, and the child at this moment asked why the angel wasn't smiling. The boy plunged into his memories where he was a child, and hugging the picture of his family tightly asked his sister not to go and leave him alone. Yunha said the same for his mom and dad. Yunha floated out of his memories and replied to the child that he had long forgotten what it was like to smile. The child was sure that his angel had to do it because he had to smile. Yunha didn't understand why he had to do that. He replied that the guys told him that if you smile, something will come along and make you smile. Yunha didn't know what to say to him or how to react, so he just remained silent. The boy decided that it was time to end it all because the child's body had already started to mutate and used mana. Yunha decided to tell the child that it would hurt a little, but he didn't mind. Before bringing the matter to an end, Yunha asked if the child wanted to say anything. Yunha heard last only that the child misses his mom very much, and how he misses her. It wasn't easy for the boy to hear those words, and unfortunately, there was nothing more he could do in this situation. He looked at it again, but he couldn't think of anything, because there was only one outcome. Yunha remembered that before his rebirth after he lost his family, he didn't like small children at all. He was sitting on the swings watching these children behave, and good emotions were not aroused in him by the behavior of these children. Yunhei didn't like their selfish behavior, and also didn't like their confidence that their parents would do anything worth crying over. The boy often watched all these situations from the sidelines, and every time he didn't like it. Yunha saw these children smiling innocently in the arms of their parents, as if there was no other world. The boy was angry at the mere thought that these kids believed they could stay happy forever. That's what Yunha lost when he lost his entire family in front of his own eyes. The boy couldn't believe it had actually happened to him, but unfortunately, the reality was like that. He picked up the child's lost stuffed toy. Yunha wiped the toy clean of dust and said that he was only smiling now, so that those around him wouldn't worry about him so much. The boy had already told the child that the emotions that had faded during the battles had not returned even after the rebirth. Yunha gave the child his toy and added that he might not be able to cry anymore, but he could defeat monsters. Outside, the players have already reported that the mosquito has finally been destroyed and the danger has passed. And the man who turned into a monster after being bitten was shrouded in a protective net and couldn't get out. And the players thought that since he had already become a monster, he should also be destroyed. Yunha looked at the child and knew he could deal with him and all the monsters. All the television channels were broadcasting a major news story that said that thanks to the werewolf girl's quick and accurate reaction, the mosquito had been defeated. Yunha was watching this news at home and heard the following, that the very same werewolf girl had received the Brave Child Award from the mayor of Sonbuk himself for this. Sister Yun was watching her brother Yunha from the side at that moment and didn't understand what was happening to him. The girl noticed that her brother had stopped smiling lately, and such a gloomy brother was not to her liking. Yun remembered her mother telling her recently that if a girl noticed that her brother was suddenly sad, she should be sure to comfort him. Her mother then explained to the girl that just a hug would be enough to comfort her. Yun rushed to her brother Yunhei the next moment. Just like her mom had said earlier, Yun hugged her brother tightly only for him to just not be sad and stop being so glum. Yunha wanted to know why Yun was in such a good mood, but the girl had nothing to say because there was no particular reason. Yun, under the pretense that she wanted to say something in Yunhei's ear, asked him to lean closer to her and then just took and kissed the boy on the cheek. The girl shouted loudly across the room that she really liked her big brother more than anything else in the world. Yunha even blushed slightly from embarrassment but thought his little sister Yun's act and words were very cute. The boy also reciprocated Yun's feelings and said that he liked her very much. There was a lot of laughter and smiles in their house that day. The general sports festival of Dawn Elementary School was held among the students. The first contest was announced, where students had to find a partner based on the clues they were given. Yunha was also trying to complete the task at this moment. All the guys also received similar clues and now were trying to figure out where exactly to look for this solution, and it was necessary to do it as soon as possible. Sona was chatting with her friend Minji at that moment, when suddenly someone ran up to her and said that they urgently demanded her presence elsewhere. Yunha was the one who ran up and grabbed Sona's hand and told her to run after him. Minji didn't know what was going on, but started yelling for them to hurry up, because she wanted to win in the end. The boy ran up to the teacher who was supposed to check if he had done the assignment correctly and showed a note with the clue and the assignment on it. The teacher took the note in his hands and began to read it, but the word puppy was written there, and the way Yunha solved the problem surprised him a little. When Sona heard all this and realized that she was a werewolf, she was outraged to say the least, and replied that she was a fox, not a dog. Yunha asked the girl to calm down and added that their team should win. Sona remembered Minji's words, in which the girl said that no matter what, she would win and become class president next time. After that, she added that they needed to negotiate. The girl eventually agreed, and for her friend's sake ran after Yunha, and the boy decided to make a joke and told Sonia that she was a very obedient puppy. Yoon prepared a lunchbox for her big brother Yoonhee for lunch and decorated it very nicely while doing so. Yunha thanked Yoon for such a gift and replied that everything looked very appetizing and beautiful. Minji and Sona watched from the sidelines and saw how happy their friend was at that moment. Minji advised Yunha to treat not only Yoon like that, but the rest of his family as well. The girl was just outraged and didn't understand how he had the sense to call Sona a dog. Yunha didn't understand the complaint because Minji had forced him to participate in the contest. The girl thought that she had done the right thing or Yunha wouldn't have done anything. Kim Minji was the class president for the second semester, and the girl thought it was only right that as long as she held this position of president, their class should receive the highest grade. Yunha, on the other hand, thought that maybe the reason was because the teacher had promised to treat them all to burgers if they won. Minji didn't think it was important and warned Younghoo not to leave quietly for lunch. The girl wasn't going to let him go just like that. The woman praised Hyeon and said that her daughter had done a great job and hoped she was pain-free. This woman was Yang Hyang Min Sujini's new mom, and then discussed that SS mom also sounds very good, though a bit unusual. It all seemed like this now because a few months ago, Hyeon's dad decided to marry Min Sujin. The grandfather, who was already well known to all the guys, was the chairman of the Alice group, and his name was Min Jusik, and Min Sujin was the other one of the same grandfather. The guys, many were very surprised when they found out that the grandfather who played with them at the wedding was the chairman of the company, but for them, he was still the same grandfather. Hyeon was a little awkward calling Min Sujin mom, but the girl promised that she would definitely get used to it. Yunha was walking along the path of the elementary school, and that day the sun was shining brightly, and the boy was very hot. The boy was already a little tired, and was thinking that it would be nice for him to sleep in the afternoon. Yunha was looking for a place to sleep and remembered that the back of the garden was usually never empty, and he could sleep there for a while when suddenly he saw his friend around the corner. The boy didn't know what Sona the puppy was doing here, and most importantly didn't understand why the girl was alone and had such a sad look. Sona began to resent him and said again that she was not his dog, and now everyone called her by that nickname. Yunha didn't see anything wrong with it and thought it was cute. Yunha again questioned what she was doing here. Perhaps something had happened and she needed help. Yunha peeked around the corner and heard the girl trying to convince her interlocutor that she could figure out what to do and how to do it. Minji argued with her mom and didn't understand why she cared who she was friends with, and the woman asked the girl to calm down and tried to talk to her calmly. The woman began to explain that she wasn't forbidding Minji to socialize with Yunha and Yunhook at all, but thought it would be great if she also got close to Hyeon. Mom just really wanted Minji to stay away from Sona as much as possible. That's what hurt the girl, that her mom was telling her who to be friends with and who not to be friends with. The woman tried to speak calmly and continued her explanation that she didn't approve of her daughter's friendship with Sona because the girl was a half-breed. Yunha was surprised to be an unwilling listener to such a dialogue and didn't know how to react properly now. The woman said that maybe Minji herself doesn't know, but the other people don't treat Sona and her kind very well. Her mom was pushing the fact that Minji couldn't even imagine what people would say about her if they saw her with her. Sona heard it all perfectly well and looked very upset. Sona told Yunhee that she was okay because she had seen the boy worrying about her. He added that he had long ago realized that someone like her would never have any friends. Yunha did not agree with this opinion because he considered her his friend. Sona was very grateful to him and asked him to forgive him for all the inconveniences. Sona started to explain that she came here for Minji in the first place, but she witnessed this conversation and now she felt uncomfortable about the whole thing. The girl asked Yunha to leave. Yunha stopped the girl and took her hand, thereby asking Sona to look into his eyes. The boy tried to convince Sona that she just needed to believe in Minji, and then everything would be okay. The woman insisted and started saying that the other moms were against Minji's contact with their children, and it was all because of Sona and didn't understand if her daughter liked being told that behind her back. Sona continued to hear all this, and the girl was in a lot of pain. She asked once again for Yunhu to leave from here. Minji stood in front of her mom with her head down low and looking very lost. The girl considered Sona her friend and didn't understand how she could give up on her just because someone didn't like it. Sona heard those words and was very pleased. No matter what she said, she didn't want to lose her friends. The woman heard her daughter's words and was trying to figure out how she should proceed now. In the end, the woman decided that Minji should figure it out on her own, but warned her not to cry and say that her mom was right. Minji hugged her mom tightly and confidently said she wouldn't regret it, and the woman shouldn't worry about anything. Junha was happy when he saw that everything seemed to be over, and it ended well because Minji was able to defend her friend to her mom. The boy addressed the girl again, calling her a puppy, and said that they should leave now before they were noticed. Sona didn't understand if Yunha was going to keep calling her that. Sona suddenly called her friend Yunha and said that she wanted them to be able to take first place today so that they could cheer up Minji. After a while in one of the contests, it was announced to everyone that in the end, the blue team won the contest. Minji heard this result, but was slightly concerned about Yunhee's behavior. The girl turned to Yunhee and immediately wanted to know what had happened to him. Perhaps the boy was sick, or how to explain the fact that he was working so hard at the end of the competition because it wasn't like him at all. Yunha pretended not to know what Minji was talking about and replied that it was okay and he was always like this. Sona came in first at the finish line, and based on the results of this relay, the blue team won again. Yunhook also showed his best, and in the end, he was able to take first place in the limbo contest, and the blue team added another win. Hyan kept up with her friends and brought her blue team to victory in the triathlon. The judges began tallying the scores to see whose team was the winner of the fall field day. Minji was summoned to the awards ceremony because her blue team had won first place in the results. The girl stood proudly and said that she and her team could only roll mountains if they tried hard enough. Minji decided to tell all the guys that they would have to elect her class president next year. The girl couldn't finish her thought because she was embarrassed by the stares of all the guys. She didn't realize what they were going to do to her, and the guys at that moment took the girl in their arms and started throwing her up high. The boys thus celebrated the victory and congratulated their president on this victory. The women stood and watched their children, and it was obvious that all the kids get along well with each other, and it couldn't help but be happy. The children were all filled with happiness and joy, and all these emotions were written on their faces, and it could not but please their parents.